very important and can result in concrete new things like the PNAI, so that's quite inspiring. So PNAI addresses policy matters related to AI and data governance, and we have today gathered here to discuss and debate and maybe even later challenge PNAI's very first report. And for those of you who didn't have yet the chance to have a look at the report, you can find a link to it in this session's information page in the agenda. And what else? Well, many people have worked super hard to make this session and especially to make this PNAI report come into existence, and especially our excellent drafting team leads, and I know they are listening in and joining this session online from different parts of the world. Some of them have woken up at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. to tune in, so that's a really nice example of the PNAI spirit. But I would like to hand it back to you, Prateek, to get us started with our expert speakers.
Thanks, Mikey. I can definitely attest to the fact that the working group, it's in the true spirit of multi-stakeholderism at the IGF that this working group was formed, and then the way they worked through first identifying what themes to cover through an open consultation, and then they worked through streamlining through information meetings, inviting speakers to talk about different topics, and then collaboratively drafted this report. So congratulations to the authors, the lead authors, the team leads, and the others who contributed. So the report is available on the website of the IGF. I would encourage you to go through it. It's a fantastic product of collaborative effort. In the first report that we have launched today, we have 3 themes. The first theme is talking about interoperability of AI governance. And this is primarily focusing on convergence and divergence among different regulatory initiatives with respect to artificial intelligence. So the group has mapped various initiatives in AI governance from the EU to China to the US to Latin America to Africa. And their intention has been to put forward countries or discourse that has not been so represented in the global discussions on AI forward. So they've centered a lot of the Global South initiatives in this report. The second theme covered by the report is they basically try to frame the AI life cycle for gender and race inclusion. Some of the questions that they're asking over there are, do AI systems and harmful biases reinforce racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia in societies? These are particularly important questions that the researchers have focused on. And then finally, the third section of the report really talks about governing AI for a just twin transition. And when we say twin transition, it's the digital and the environmental transition. And this section really explores the intersection of AI, data governance, and the environment. So having talked briefly about the report, I would first invite our host country representative, Mr. Nobu Nishigata, to say some opening remarks and also perhaps contextualize a little bit the discussions around generative AI, which kind of prompted this reflection on artificial intelligence governance through a multi-stakeholder perspective. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to the online participants wherever you are. Thanks for the kind introduction. My name is Nobu Nishigata from the Japanese government. I work at the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, and I'm doing the division director there, and joining this network in maybe July this year. And first of all, congratulations to you all to launch the report. It's a very young organization to do this, but frankly, I was very much impressed by the content of the report. So, and I understand that this work continues beyond this IGF event today. So we are looking forward to working with you together further. And then just a couple of things I would like to mention, maybe just from the content of the current report. So I understand that this report is not a comprehensive analysis type of report. Rather, this is more like having the fresh angle to what we have as for AI and what we have to do for AI policy development, those kind of things. Then just let me compare that with my previous work, since I used to work at the OECD in Paris, and then I was in the team who developed the council recommendation on artificial intelligence in 2019. You are the first intergovernmental kind of policy standard at that time. Then I had the 4 years the experience out there. Then compared to that report, for example, just Pratik introduced the 3 main themes on the report. That the first one was the interoperability in AI governance. And this is kind of resonate that what we had the G7, Japan hosted the G7 meeting this year. Then we had in April, had a ministerial meeting for digital and tech ministers. And then one of the major topic at there was the interoperability of the AI governance. Then for the G7 members, interoperability means that we know that in Europe, the negotiation for the agreement for the AI Act is taking place. On the other hand, actually, the Japan is the first country to propose the AI policy discussion in the G7 in 2016. It has been kind of getting long history right now, though. But the G7 members continue to discuss on what we should do for the better AI, trustworthy AI, those kind of things. So then, getting back to the point of the interoperability, then it's on the one side of this planet, the country is working hard to establish a new legislation on AI. But on the other hand, for Japan, we don't think it's too. We don't think we need the legislation right now on AI. We need more innovation. We want to look at the possibility what AI can do for us, because, for example, Japan is facing the severe problem for losing the populations. So we already seen the decrease in the labor force in our country. So we need more machines, to sustain our economy. So that was the point back in 2016 that we asked the G7 members to discuss further on AI, because we already knew that there could be some uncertainty or risks brought by that technology, while looking at the many opportunities there. So that's the reason that we wanted to start the discussion. Then it goes to the OECD, UNESCO, and many organizations right now. So it's a great turnaround, actually. Then the other, then for this report, I mean, it's I would say it's much wider focus. I mean, not the focus, but wider perspective, many different perspectives on the interoperability, and it is kind of we can see some commonalities, but also the differences. And this is just brought by. This is a great point, but this network is discuss on AI policies through the Global South lens. And this is a point that the G7 don't have, actually. So to me, it's a very refreshing things. And maybe about the third topic of this report, this is about, of course, it's on the environment, but of course it deals with the data governance, right? Then while I was at the OECD, then my colleague was just launching the recommendation on enhanced access to data and the sharing of the data. And to me, that the recommendation made sense a lot. But on the other hand, the same thing, once we got the real case study within this report, then of course, we saw some similarity between the report and the case study and the council recommendation from the OECD. But on the other hand, we saw some differences. And this is just brought again by the Global South lens. So this is great. Then maybe I should stop here. But so then maybe just touch on it. Maybe I should be back on this point, but just flagging that this year, the G7 leaders actually, I talked about the ministerial meeting, but the ministerial meeting, the declaration went escalate up to the leaders summit this year. Then the G7 agreed to establish what we call the Hiroshima AI process. And this is more focused on generative AI. And just taking stocks, and as well as try to identify the challenges and risks, of course, as well as the opportunities brought by this new technology. So,
thank you, sir. So one key takeaway before we come to other panelists is that this report can inform some of the G7's work, which is coming up from a Global South perspective. I think that would be a fantastic outcome for the work that has been done here. And I just wanted to, I'll come back to the Hiroshima process in a bit. I wanted to open the floor a little bit on generative AI. And one of the issues that the report talks about is around potential monopolization around this technology. And they raise questions around how can we make generative AI systems and development more open, transparent, accountable. And I wanted to come to you, Owen, to listen, to hear your perspective on how can generative AI systems be developed in a more open, transparent way, and what is Microsoft doing in this domain? For about 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, and great to be here. So I'm Owen Larter from Microsoft. It's a pleasure to be here, and congratulations on such a thoughtful report, which I think really does hit on 3 of the really important issues that we need to get right with artificial intelligence. We need to make sure that we're governing this globally. We need to make sure that we're doing this in a sustainable way, and we need to make sure that we're doing it in an inclusive fashion. We're very enthusiastic about AI at Microsoft, as you can probably imagine. So the generative AI that you talk about, we think is going to be very powerful in helping people be more productive in their day-to-day lives. So we have our Microsoft Copilots, which are helping people be more productive in using our Microsoft Office technologies. We also think that this technology is just going to be a huge opportunity in helping people better understand and manage complex systems. I think you ask a really good question about how to make sure we're building this technology in an inclusive fashion. I think one of the things that we're really mindful of at Microsoft is hitting these fairness goals, doing things in an inclusive fashion. So that starts by having really diverse teams at Microsoft that are building these technologies. So part of our Responsible AI program at Microsoft is our Responsible AI Standard. We have 3 goals in there, which are our fairness goals, F1, F2, F3. People can go and see our Responsible AI Standard, which is a public document that we've shared so that others can critique it and build on it. And a key part of these goals is making sure that we're bringing together people from a diversity of backgrounds to build these systems. So people with research backgrounds, people with engineering expertise, people that have worked on product, people with legal and policy backgrounds, and people that have worked on issues like sociology, like anthropology. So we have a really diverse set of inputs into how a technology or a system is being designed. I think more broadly, beyond that, there's a really big question on how we make sure that we're having a sort of representative conversation around governance as well. So we've been doing some work at Microsoft to try and broaden the range of inputs that we get into our Responsible AI program. We have a Responsible AI Fellowship program that we've set up. We've been running this for about a year now, and this is really pulling together some of the brightest minds from across the Global South working on responsible AI issues to help inform the way that we are designing the technology, but also designing our governance program. So we have fellows from Nigeria, Sri Lanka, India, Kyrgyzstan. These have been really rich conversations to hear about how others across the world are thinking about these technologies and how to use them responsibly. And so we look forward to taking that work forward.
If I can press you a little bit on this point about openness versus closed AI development, we have seen several open source initiatives, and there are several which are not. How would you weigh in on this debate?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think open source is really important. I think open source is going to be really important to helping advance an understanding of how to use this technology safely. I think it's also going to be really, really important in making sure that we're distributing the benefits of this technology in a broad way. I think open source can play a really important role there. So we're very supportive of open source. We're a big contributor to the open source community. We open source a number of our models. GitHub, which people might be familiar with, is a Microsoft company that has a big sort of open source ethos in its spirit. I think there are some questions around the trade-off between openness and safety and security at a certain level. And I think really highly capable models, what sometimes people refer to as frontier models, which are sort of at the highest end of capabilities of what we have today or beyond. I think there are real questions there around whether it makes sense to open source those, or if you are going to open source them, or to explore different ways of making these models available, perhaps having some kind of middle path where you don't necessarily release the model weights, but you advance greater access to the technology. So I think attention there, but I think it's really important that we appreciate that open source will be a really important part of the discussion going forward.
Thanks, Owen, for those thoughts. And I think perhaps this is something that is food for thought also for the next work plan of this group to think about open source models and how can that be integrated in the policy discussions further. Sorayo, I wanted to turn to you also on this question around generative AI. And the report also talks about some of the potential risks and harms to democracy, human rights, rule of law, and so on. And one that I would like to focus on is disinformation and misinformation. Can you share with us what are the ways in which generative AI systems can be used towards spreading disinformation, and what could be some ways in which we could address this?
Thank you very much. Thank you to the audience for being here and the online audience. I'm assuming there are a range of competing factors for you: dinner, lunch, sleep. So thank you very much for being a part of this conversation. Congratulations also to the team that's written the report. It's been through most of it, and it's a fantastic report. It has a cadence and a thoughtfulness that comes from collaborative work, and it was absolutely wonderful to read. So congratulations on that. Delving into the specific question on misinformation and disinformation, I think it's critical to understand first how generative AI can enable the creation of misinfo and disinfo. What generative AI does, or what the capabilities of generative AI can imply, is that the cost of generating content, which is the base of misinfo or disinfo, is basically zero. So if you are capable of writing the right kind of query or code, it's quite easy to generate information. As language models are available in very many other languages, this capability is also therefore available in several languages. So what has happened through generative AI is the reduction of the cost of content production to zero. The internet and digital transmission in general has reduced the cost of transmission to zero. So when you put those two together, there's absolutely no friction to the production and dissemination of problematic content. And problematic content, I mean, there are several typologies in the literature, ranging, I mean, between misinfo and disinfo, there are differences, and the consequences of these can also be manifold. In terms of reduction, I think, or stemming or curbing misinformation and disinformation, I think the report, while may not specifically focusing on these areas, does put in place or talk about several approaches that could be used. One, of course, is thinking about AI or generative AI is embedded in specific contexts and taking a very context-specific lens to the stemming of misinfo, disinfo, which means understanding both the context in which this is generated. So is it corporate? Is it the state? Who's responsible for the generation of information? And then also spending time to understand how this disinformation process works. But all of this, you know, the takeaway I would say is that in the absence of broader protections embedded within the law, and I say this carefully, conscious that, you know, misinformation, disinformation is a polemical topic in its own right. But the rule of law as as a guiding frame within which any inquiry about how to stem this problem might be the right approach to start with.
Thanks, Rai, for that. Nobu, you've mentioned briefly the Hiroshima process and that it is going to focus on generative AI. We've heard that quite a bit over the past 3-4 days. Can you give us some specifics of what is it that it is looking at? What are the kind of principles? I don't know if it's advanced enough for you to share that, but can you shed some more light on what they're going to come up with?
Maybe a couple points until now. I mean that the process has not ended yet, and actually the G7 delegation task force teams, the very hard negotiation engaged in, and then try to finalize a report back to the leaders by the end of this year. So, but still, though, as interim, maybe I can introduce that the G7 ministers agreed on the ministerial declaration for the interim. It just published in early September, I think the 7th of September this year. Then like a couple of things, I mean, the discussion is having more focus on the code of conduct from the private sector. That's the first one. So it's more like a voluntary things, maybe. But on the other hand, we have some discussion, particularly just we are talking about the misinformation, disinformation type of things. Then we have some discussion about the watermarking. Maybe they're very aligned with what she said about the proof was just made by AI, those kind of things. So maybe we are in a good alignment, I would say.
Thanks. Those specifics help, huh? So I wanted to move to this major part in the report, which is focusing on interoperability of AI governance. And I wanted to turn to Professor Xingli, who's worked very closely on internet governance. And Professor Lee wanted to understand what can we learn from internet governance to inform AI governance when it comes to interoperability.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to be in this panel. I'm Professor Xingli from China, from Tsinghua University. And actually, 30 years ago, China connected to internet, and we tried to participate and get into. There's different level of management or governance, and at the higher level, actually, the government should need to permit this kind of access. And from technical layer, actually, there are a lot of things. For internet, if we took a look of the evolution of the internet technology, there is IETF, Internet Engineering Task Force. That's exactly for the technical interoperability works, and the engineers as individual work on that. So, and then there are some other things, for example, the number assignment, which is regional internet registries, and the names, that's ICANN, and a couple years ago there is IANA transition, so that make it from US-centric to the global playground. So actually now it's ChatGPT and AI, and I'm actually very excited on that, and I believe generative AI is something maybe even bigger than TCP/IP. However, take a look of this area, we don't have IETF, we don't have this kind of organization, so maybe that's something we should take a look at that and work on that. So, and another thing actually I feel for internet, from original technology and evolute and the invention of the WWW and other technologies, and the people try to understand things, and there is no blueprints for that. For generative AI, I have a feeling probably the regulation get into too early. We need to have innovation space, at least for academics and the technical group. We have some innovation space. Otherwise, it's very difficult to move forward. And inside the country, probably it's okay for create an innovation place. Actually, I really want global, as a global village, academics can work together and to make things more exciting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. touching briefly upon some of the ways of governing internet that you mentioned, this report actually also talks about, under the interoperability dimensions, three things: interoperability at the level of substantive tools, guidelines, norms, and so on. Then interoperability at the level of mechanisms for multi-stakeholder engagement. And finally, also talks about agreed ways of communication, which really talks about agreeing on definitions, concepts, semantic interoperability. Jose, I wanted to turn to you. And when you read the report, what were some of the key aspects around, say, the recommendations around interoperability that struck out for you? And what do you think about that?
Hello. Well, thank you very much, Pratik. It's a great pleasure to be here. Looking at the report, one thing that I identified is that I think that we need to, considering that it is a report made by Global South representatives for the Global South, I think that one thing that we need to advance in is in understanding what are the movements that we have in our own region. And within this, understand exactly what are the policies that we are driving forward, what are the narratives that we are pushing forward. And I think that when we look into regulation, I think that it is a great thing that we are not focusing just on what's going on in the EU and other countries and regions, blocks, countries which are leading this debate, but also to those within the Global South. And I think that the main thing that we need to advance is understanding what are the points that are missing in the discussion. And I think that the report touches upon some of these issues, but I think that especially when we look at our region, the main thing is that we need to understand what are specific challenges that we have. And I would like to mention, for instance, issues related to labor. We are not touching upon yet the impacts that the development of these systems, that the industry, the tech industry as a whole, is having on labor. And I'm not talking about just what will be the future of work, let's say, what people working now in offices will need in the next few years so that they are not left behind, let's say, in the advancement after the advancement of these technologies, but also what is happening with those so-called gig workers. In Brazil, at least, I can say that there is an intricate link between what's happening with the people working in delivery platforms and issues related to race, and this relates also to their survival. Let's say in Brazil, the increase in the deaths by drivers, motorcycle drivers, has increased in, if I'm not mistaken, it was like 80% in the last 10 years. And one of the reasons that many scholars have been debating is the fact that we have new platforms that demand other kinds of times of delivery, which pressure these workers in an extremely different way. So I think that this is an issue that we need to tackle, especially in our region. And also, I think that we need to go deeper in the debates regarding sustainability. The report touches upon this theme, and I think that it advances a lot in issues like tackling techno-solutionism, techno-optimism, because this discussion goes against, not to say merely, but the strict issue on energy consumption, greenhouse gas emissions, and etc. It is upon politics. We have seen, for instance, some leaders, let's say CEOs of tech companies, talking about the issues in Bolivia that happened with after President Evo Morales was out, and supposedly interests regarding the minerals that Bolivia has, especially lithium. So I think that we also need to advance this. And maybe one last point that I would touch upon in this question, so that I don't take more time, is the debate on biometric surveillance, or the use of biometric systems, especially for surveillance purposes within and in the borders of countries, is another issue that we need to take seriously. And considering issues related to, for instance, talking about Brazil once again, structural racism that pervades, that passes through the criminal system is just being automated and accelerated with the development of these technologies. And a tech fix on them won't solve it. We need to start thinking seriously about whether we are going to establish moratories for the systems or especially banning, which is one agenda that we are having very strongly in Brazil, that I think that we could talk about it in the next report, how civil society is pushing forward for the banning of the systems over there. And yeah, I would say that it is one of the main issues that we are currently debating there. Thank you.
Thanks, Joseph. So I think you put it 3 points, right? There is the data, which is coming a lot from the Global South. There's the workers who are working on that data. And then there's the natural resources. And these 3 elements also come out quite strongly in the report or the case studies that we've seen in the report. And important for global discourse. Maintenant, je veux tourner vers vous, Monsieur Jean-François. You read the report and you've seen some of the key challenges that are being mentioned. One of the things that the report talks about is also capacity building. And how do you see, how can we strengthen capacities in the Global South, for instance, for engaging first with processes, multi-stakeholder processes on governance, but also on the development use of AI? Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Jean-François Bamben. I come from Congo, Brazzaville, and I'm AI and emerging technologies expert in regulatory. I'm working with RPC, what it is, the Authority of Regulatory in Congo. And we are expecting many things from AI and generative AI, but also fear about what is inside the box. You know, AI seems like a black box with many things inside, and so we are approaching that with by 3 points. So the first one is benefit versus risk. And the second one is about accountability with accountable. And the last one is about education. I mean, education is a big point in our strategy. We created a school specialized in AI from elementary to graduate one in Congo to make sure that our kids and to educate population in general and make sure that everyone can access to the technologies and to know what is coming in and how innovation can change life and could bring developments. Also make sure that no one will be kept outside of that technology. That's all.
Thank you so much. I would now turn a bit to the second section of the report, which is really focusing on gender and race. But before that, I would also let the participants here know I'll open the floor in about 5 minutes for questions. So feel free to, if you have something in mind as well. So the report cites the UN Human Rights Council, which said technology is a product of society, its values, and its priorities, and even its inequities, including those related to racism and intolerance. Sarayu, I wanted to turn to you and understand, do you have examples of gender or racial biases in AI systems that have impacted individuals or communities? And at the same time, if you can also give another example which also, the report also talks about some of those, where AI systems have been used to actually combat gender bias that we have in society. So Over to you.
Thank you for that question. I think it's a broad and difficult one, and I'll try my best to do as much as I can. I mean, before we jump into the question of gender bias and gender in AI systems, and along with gender, other forms of biases such as racial, language, etc., do creep into AI systems. And it's hard to talk about them in aggregates because they do have their own specific politics. But having said that, there are some commonalities in these forms of injustices.
But if you want to pick one, go with one and go with the specifics.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, thank you. Okay, so before delving into the question of bias itself, I think it's important to tackle very briefly the forms of injustice that generative AI systems might have. One, of course, is the notion of data injustice that emerges in the context of gender, race, language, etc. And I'll probably tackle language. There is also the injustice of labor, and Jose here did refer to it, but to imagine generative AI without talking about the labor of annotators who make generative AI, in the sense that they label data, they annotate data, they categorize data in ways that are accessible to researchers and scholars and builders of AI is very critical. Rather than delving into specific examples of language or gender bias that AI systems perpetuate, let's talk about generative AI and the labor of generative AI. A lot of this labor is done in the global south. So millions of workers through various forms, platforms, sometimes through in the form of large contracted organizations, work on data sets and labeling data sets, and this is applicable to generative AI and several other forms of AI. Now, in order to label, and let's say you're labeling a car or a bus or a vehicle, or language or gender or race, the categories within which you label are often created in the West, which is that the company that's getting AI made is the one that's asking you to label, I don't know, like a llama or a cow, objects which are often unfamiliar to the people that are labeling. So the origin of bias in a certain way is, of course, the larger politics of how AI is made, but it also is mediated by very, very specific practices around language, around even English language as being an input into large language models. So I think in order to talk about bias, it's important to talk about labor supply chains, the way in which AI itself is made, the way in which labeling categories are created. Jumping into how AI might enable or mitigate bias, I think there are several examples, but one specific example, and rather much more a concerted effort that has happened over time, is in the Indian context, there are efforts to develop large language models in non-mainstream languages. Several of these efforts, fortunately or unfortunately, have been spearheaded by small organizations who work in specific communities. And these efforts might make some of the benefits of generative AI accessible to wider communities in the languages that they speak. So I'll pause here and hand back to you.
Thanks, and I'll add to that. There are some questions online. I'll add to that also that, for instance, in Africa, there's a research group working on low-resource African languages called the Masakane community. So if anyone is interested to work with them or join them or support them, please do check out. They're doing some fantastic work to create data sets in African languages as well. I would like to also turn to folks online. I don't see you here, but if there are some questions from our online moderator, Shamira. Yeah, if Shamira, you can pick one or two questions online.
Yes, sure. I will go to the first questions we got. Thank you, Pratik. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. So the first question we got, I'm just going there quickly. The first question we got was, from Prince Andrew Livingston, what international collaborations and agreements are needed to govern AI on a global scale?
Okay, thank you. Can we collect a few questions? Yeah.
Yes, sure. And then the next question, I'm not sure if virtual attendees can raise their hand and pose their questions directly to you as well.
Let's see if there's a question from in the chat, and then we come back for people who may want to take the floor later.
Okay. And the next question was from Ayalo Shebeshi, and they had two questions. The first one was, how can we approach both the negative and positive impacts of AI, especially in global south and developing countries that are replacing human jobs? And then the next question was, how can we manage standards and international regulation of AI initiated by bodies, international bodies, as part of the UN and other agencies, and make sure that there is full agreement by all countries and nations.
Thanks. Thanks, Shamira. So we have 3 questions. 2 are quite similar, but I'd request you to hold on a bit because I want to collect at least 2 questions from the room as well, and then we address everything at the same time. Anyone in the room who'd like to take the floor, please? Yes, please. Our colleague from the UN University.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Jingbo from UN University. Actually, this is much more intimate, so we can communicate. So my question is related to capacity building. We know that AI is more of less to do with engineering science, but more to do with empirical science, which means AI is not like an engineering products that you design and you know what's going to happen. Even the researchers, even the designer, don't necessarily know what's going to happen. So along the way, they have to test, experiment to find out what are the risks, what are the potential benefits, extra. So my question is related to the difficulty in capacity building, because things keep changing. Even the designer don't know where to go. And meanwhile, there's misinformation, there's different sources of information. And how do we build capacity? How do we teach, for example, the school children, or even our peers, my grandmother, for example, how do we let them know, inform them of what's going on? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we have our colleague from EY. So.
Hi, Ansgar Kuhne from EY. In AI, as with a number of these digital technologies that are arising, we're seeing a blurring between the lines of sort of the more political space of regulatory development and the technical space of standards development. Standards are becoming increasingly an instrument in the implementation side of the regulations. And so my question is around the capacity building of enabling a wider community of stakeholders to engage in that sort of technical side that has become an important part of the bigger policy instruments.
Thank you so much. So we have 5 questions. I will not go to each one of you to answer because that will take us ages. Who wants to take the questions around governance and the governance framework? So there's one set around governance and how to make AI governance globally work. So I see Owen wants that. And then there's one set around capacity building, both at the technical level, but also going to schools and so on. And so first we go to Owen then. Yeah. Over to you.
Sounds good. Thank you. So I think this is a really important question to ask. How do we build a coherent global governance framework for AI? And I think it's important to realize that there is a difference between having a sort of globally coherent framework and having identical regulation in every single country. I don't think we want to get to the latter. I think what we want to have is a set of principles, probably a code of conduct that sets a high bar globally, but then allows individual countries to take those standards and implement them in a way that makes sense for them. I really think on this global governance conversation, we've made an enormous amount of progress over the last year. We're coming up actually to quite a significant milestone. On the 30th of November 2022, you had the launch of ChatGPT, which really did change the conversation, it seems, amongst the public and amongst lawmakers around the use of these technologies and their impacts on society. I think the progress has been made. The progress that has been made is really quite significant. I think you've seen that this week in the types of conversations that we're having here. Very importantly, you see that in the reports that has been put together. I think the G7 Code of Conduct through the Hiroshima process under the Japanese leadership, very, very important in terms of advancing this global conversation around how to develop and use AI. I do think you've sort of got the building blocks in place now for a sort of longer-term conversation around what global governance should look like. And I think as we have that conversation, we should sort of take a step back and think about a couple of things. I think the first is, what ultimately do we want a global governance framework to do? And secondly, what can we learn from existing global governance regimes? And I think there's probably at least three things that we want this framework of the future to do. The first is around standard setting. I think standards are going to be really important in terms of advancing this coherent global regime. I think there are great lessons to be drawn from organizations like ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization, part of the UN family, where you have a really broad global representative conversation with pretty much every country in the world participating in it to set global safety and security standards that are then implemented by domestic governments. So I think that kind of standard setting piece is really important. I also think having a conversation, and this was addressed in the report as well, around advancing an understanding and consensus around risks. I think this is a really important piece of the global discussion. You can look at organizations like the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, for example, again, part of the UN family, that I think has done a really good job of advancing an evidence-based understanding of the risks around climate. I think we should be looking to do something similar when it comes to AI. And then maybe the final piece that I'll mention, and this sort of bleeds over into the capacity building conversation, is around building out infrastructure. So this technology is moving so quickly, it's easy to forget sometimes that it is still relatively new. So the transformer architecture that underpins these large language models that are causing a lot of excitement and enthusiasm at the moment is only 6 years old. It developed in 2017. There are an enormous amount of open research questions that we really need to continue to invest in and tackle. We need to provide the infrastructure to academics and researchers to be able to do that. So there are really interesting proposals in the US, for example, for something called the National AI Research Resource. And this is an idea of developing publicly available compute, data, and models that academics would be able to use to study these technologies more and advance our understanding around it. There is the importance of developing evaluations for these technologies. It's a very difficult space with a lot of open gaps at the moment. We need to make some progress there. Then the final point I'll make, and then I'll stop talking, is around the social infrastructure as well. So we need to be able to find sustained ways of having global conversations, building on, I think, the great progress that we've made this year and conversations like this, to have a really globally representative discussion around these issues that allows us to, quite frankly, monitor how the technology goes, keep track of things as technology progresses, and be able to adjust and be nimble with how we're approaching these things as a global community.
Thanks, Owen. I saw that, Jose, you wanted to come in also on the governance part. And then, Nobu, I'll turn quickly to you as well on how you see the global governance landscape evolving as well. Jose.
Yeah, thank you, Pratik. When we discuss the global governance of AI, I have to admit that at the moment in which we are, I am quite skeptical that we are, at this moment, going to advance something in this regard in a way that does not mean a race to the bottom regarding what are the parameters that we have to govern these technologies and their impacts. I mean this because we have an interplay of many narratives going on which lead many countries, and like I'm talking about geopolitics, the geopolitics of these technologies and issues related to competition, to the supposedly AI race that exists, and which has been framed as something quite similar to what we had during the Cold War. So I think that this is a huge barrier for us to overcome if we want to have a reasonable sort of global AI governance regulation or whatever way we can frame this. And I think that especially if we consider the countries from our region, and I'm talking about the majority world, the global south, I think that there are some fora that we need to push forward this agenda in order to have our interests in play. And I'm talking about the BRICS, G20 to some degree, as we have the presence of many countries from Latin America, from the African continent, from South Asia, and etc. And this means a pressure on the global north, because they are the ones who have developed these technologies, who are pushing them forward, and who are having especially their companies, dictate the agenda of what is a tech worth of our attention or not. But if I were to pinpoint 2 points, and now I'm going to make reference once again to the issues of labor and of the extraction of natural resources, as it's commonly called. I think that first of all, maybe I'll tell you here a story to illustrate this. In the beginning of the year, there was a genocide in the Brazilian Amazon of a specific ethnicity called the Yanomamis. And these people was being killed and had their territories invaded by gold miners, illegal gold miners. And afterwards, after a while, our federal police identified that one of the companies which was dealing with these illegal gold miners was selling gold to companies like Amazon, Apple, Google, and Microsoft. And so this is one thing. We need to deal with the issue related to the extraction of these resources and the impacts that they have in groups, and of course, when we're talking about the global governance of technology, we're saying also that there are groups that seem to matter more than others. And I'd say that the Yanomamis in this case seem to be in the side of the ones that are less worried about. And so in this point, I think that we need to start seriously thinking on how to deal with the materials that we are doing, with the lives that we're impacting. And here once again, and I think that the point related to also the click workers and the ones who are helping develop these technologies who come from the global south, I think this is also a necessary discussion that we need to have in a global governance, be it through the control by workers of algorithms and of the decisions being made by these companies, or and of course better working conditions for them, and having the due responsibility of the companies who are in the higher edge of the chain to be responsible for what's going on in these situations.
Thanks, Jose. So in a way, the point that Owen was also making around accountability across the value chain and evaluations and so on should be part of the global governance frameworks and these evidence-based processes that are being talked about. Nobu, coming from a government, where do you see is the global governance of AI going, and what is your perspective on that?
Let me say that from the global governance, of course, as the one single country's government, and of course we are looking at what is taking place in the global sphere, like here, or OECD, UN, of course, and UNESCO, etc., or ITU. Then, to me, as a government person, I mean, I cannot write a code, honestly, but on the other hand, I can write a legislation in Japanese. This is my job, right? So then, we want to have some room to have our own. For example, once we have the treaty in the top, of course we respect the treaty, we sign it, and then we have to do something to be aligned with the treaty, right? So maybe for this case, I mean, I'm not sure, it's maybe too early, or I recognize that particularly the Council of Europe people are working hard to get a framework treaty convention, and I was in some negotiation in the same way. But so for example, once we got some treaty on an AI, but we don't want to have the very strict treaty, and because it's a moving target. I mean, when it comes to like a human right, or like maybe for the war, etc., then it could be that way. But on the other hand, for this case of the AI, then we don't want to have the very strict upper hand, and then so that we don't have any room to do our own. I mean, it's not only for Japan, though. I mean, I would say it's for every government and every government workers out there. Then, so then they getting some global. So from the point of the OECD, then I mean, I'm not setting the OECD thing anymore because I graduated from there. But still, I mean, their principles is very simple, like a 5 value-based principles. Like, like some people said about the accountability. Yes, there is one. And explainability and the safety, security, robustness, those kind of things. And I mean, this comes first. I mean, the ones AI systems dealing with the human, then like we need a safety, right? Then, of course, the principle touches on the privacy and the fairness and the human rights issues. Then that's it. Then on the other hand, we have 5 more principles, but it's more like a guidance to the government. Like, government has to work on the ecosystem. The government has to work on the skills or capacity building, or etc. Like a regulation if needed, or maybe creating some test bed to facilitate their own work in every place in the world. And then, of course, in the end, like there's OECD's perspective, then we want to have more collaborations between the countries. So then the last principle is talking about the international collaboration in both in the policies and the techniques and standards, etc. So I mean, there are a bunch of different international organizations, and each organization has a different membership, different mandate, different etc. So it should be there. It's a bunch. It's natural to have the very various type of for example, recommendation principles, guidelines, etc. But still, I mean, the bottom line is not very different, I would say. I mean, just the thing that OECD was only the first one, but still, I mean, I don't see too many different things. I mean, it's more like a version of each organizations, and they have to do it because each organization is a different body. So, but getting back to your point,
I can say that all the international organizations working on this are mostly coordinated. So, coming from UNESCO, we do work with the OECD, with the Council of Europe, with the African Union, with the European Commission, to at least exchange where the work is going, because
I mean, we can share the episode that the Pratik and I used to have the lunch over the river of the Seine in Paris, right?
Exactly. So thanks for that. I want to turn now to the second kind of set of questions that we had, which were around capacity building. So I'll turn first to Mikey, then to Sarayu, then Professor Jingli, and then Jean-François. What is it that we need to strengthen capacities across different levels and for different things, from development of technical standards to development of governance to just using AI in our daily life to detecting misinformation? We had a wide variety of capacities that were mentioned. So maybe each one of you can pick on some. Yeah, over to you, Mikey.
So the audience questions were about capacity building, as well as how might be enabled a wider community to take part in this AI dialogues and debates. And from the way I see it, they are sort of parts of one and same. So of course we need to improve our efforts in introducing AI and data governance topics in schools and universities, and training citizens and the labor force, at least in basics of AI. And there are many amazing initiatives to be found everywhere in the world. For example, in Finland, where I'm from, I think the Finnish AI strategy managed to train more than 2% of the Finnish population in basics of AI just in under 1 year. So that's a good benchmark on what's possible if there is a will. And something else I'd like to highlight here is the capacity building of civil servants and policymakers, since this is an area that would really deserve and require even more space in the AI governance discussion. Like Nobu just a moment ago said, like, I can't write the code, I can write the regulation for Japan. And this is exactly what we should all understand and appreciate, that we need different kinds of AI expertise to come in and work together so that we can make this global AI governance happen so that it's inclusive and fair for us all. And maybe you already guessed that the capacity building is my personal favorite topic under AI. And earlier this spring, we were kind of brainstorming and discussing with the PNAI community, like which topics to select for our report, because it's quite obvious that not all AI and data governance related thing can be included and covered in one report. And I was kind of secretly hoping that someone would suggest this capacity building, and I was a bit bummed when that didn't happen. But over the past months, I realized that this is sort of naturally interwoven in all of our report topics, in the chapter of environment and for gender and race, as well as for government. All the groups in the end navigated towards capacity building and included some recommendations or sentences of that. So it's really in the core of all our topics, and I trust that in the coming years we will have more focus on capacity building in the global dialogues as well.
Thanks, Mikey. Sorayo, you would like to take that?
Thank you. You're absolutely right. There are sort of multiple categories of capacity building, multiple groups that need to engage with AI technology, different types of AI technology in different contexts. So you're absolutely right. There's the ability of the population and citizens at large to engage with AI and get the best out of it in a certain way, or at least not be harmed by it. Then there is the question of how do technical communities from different domains, the legal, policy, governance community on the one hand, the technical community on the other, how do they talk to each other? And maybe I'll focus on that very briefly. I mean, my starting point on capacity building, adult education, whatever you want to call it, is the idea of mutuality, which is that both of these disciplines, both of these sort of empirical starting points need to be able to talk to each other in a meaningful way. Just as much as I have benefited from learning about embedding in large language models, I do think technical communities would benefit from understanding, for example, the politics of category creation, given the empirical emphasis of generative AI. Understanding non-negotiable human rights, the role of state vis-a-vis citizen rights. So having a sense of these is a mutual expectation and a mutual process. And I think that having various fora that enable these in a non-judgmental way and a recognition of various empirical starting points is critical. The other, I thought I heard a question on the gains and harms of AI, including specifically on job loss. And right away, or
please
we come back to it?
Feel free to take that as well.
Right. Thank you. I think there was a question on some of the gains and harms of AI, and specifically focused, if I understood it correctly, on job loss. I do think that's a genuine challenge, particularly from some forms of generative AI. I do think as a society, we are still starting to gather the evidence and understand how different forms of, the different applications of generative AI might cause different consequences, particularly around jobs. So the legal community, the tech community, the coding community particularly, are likely to be affected by the easy availability of and the capabilities of generative AI. So that is understood, but I think the degree and extent is to be better imagined. There is an ILO report that does say that the impacts of job loss are more likely to be felt in the global north. And consequently, the global south will actually gain from very specific types of jobs that generative AI will generate. And I think we'll have to be careful and observe this a little bit more. It shouldn't be that, in a certain way, the capacities of generative AI ends up further ossifying the barriers and the types of jobs that exist in different parts of the world, that it's not some forms of click work alone that remain, and then some of the skilled jobs, particularly ones that relate to category creation, if you want to go back to that point, remain with existing powers. So I think we'll have to keep watching this job loss question, and then of course, humane conditions, just conditions for workers in different parts of the world. So I'll pause there.
Thanks. Professor Xingli?
Oh, okay. Capability building is also my favorite topic. Actually, I believe this creates, and generic AI create opportunities, but also the challenges to the global south. And the people refer generic AI to three factors usually. That's the algorithm, the computing power, and the data. And actually, I would like to add another thing that's more important, that's education. That's very, very important. That's the human resource. And the traditional education sometimes need to be changed. I believe in this AI age, there's four things very important. The first is critical thinking. In the old days, students just follow what teacher said. However, if it's a rabbit or AI, then you have to have the ability for critical thinking. That's first thing. Second, everything should be based on fact. Third, logical thinking. And finally, but also very important, global collaboration. The people need, the youngsters need to have ability in these four areas. I believe it's important. So I really like to see the global AI-related education system that maybe as many years ago, hundreds of years ago, that's the creation of the modern university. We need some kind of new educational systems in the AI age. One of the lady professor from Stanford University, Fei Li, said, we need Newton and Einstein in AI age. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A plug for UNESCO colleagues who are working on education and AI. They've launched some guidelines on generative AI and education. So if you're interested, feel free to check that out as well. I'll move to Jean-François.
Okay, thank you. So I will switch in French. I'm more professor in French. Alors, je vais vous parler en français.
I would switch to French because I want to make sure that I can express myself correctly, my thought. In terms of this capability, skill sets, I think this is overall and it is global. I think that this is something that we can implement, that we could put in place different training sessions and then everybody would be on the same footing. There are various perspectives which we could put forward as a teacher, as an educator, and also as a software developer. We have devised different processes for AI. I work with computers and I work specifically on governance. So what I do see, I understand the world that I live in, that I work in. I am working on a world, I'm devising that world where my children are going to be living. I work with researchers, developers, and I also take a step back and I ask myself a question. Is it actually that world, that specific world that I want to think about, that I want to create design for my children, for them to be able to live there, to make sure, how am I going to be certain of that? Now, with regard to capacity building, we have implemented a program specifically designed for kids, for children which work with technology at the age of 6 until the age of 17. And we thought about numerous questions and ideas. We said to ourselves, what do we want? Do we want these youngsters to become experts, all of them to become experts in technology? Or simply, are we going to be preparing them? Are we going to be endowing them with the necessary skill sets for the life where they're going to be, for the world where they're going to be living in? Now, with regard to the solutions that we're going to be providing for them, we want to have a multifaceted solutions for them. What is the environment that they're going to be living? Or is it the teacher or the parent? What are the options that we're going to be bringing about? Of course, well, there are sanctions or punishments, of course. If you don't learn this or that, you're going to be punished. Now, our children and us ourselves, we live in a world where these solutions, there are multiple solutions for these children. We are developing their cognitive skill sets so that they have options, they have solutions, so that they can have different ways of resolving all of these problems. There are multiple solutions. So this is a facet in developing, or the skill building that we are talking about here today. And it is part of it. It is part and parcel. We need to be able to equip our children with the necessary skill sets of AI that is aligned with numerous and multiple solutions. And this is the focus that we have been developing, devising, and working together. I feel that this is the appropriate approach within the educational school environment.
On the final segment, and I see we have only 10 minutes left. So we have Shamira, our colleague online, who's worked on the environmental aspects of the report. Shamira, would you like to share some of the key insights from the discussions that you've had around environment and data governance, and some of the case studies that you've presented in the report?
Sure. So Pratik, AI and the environment and data governance is quite broad, but because the focus of the report was on the data governance aspects, we focused on the data governance aspects at the nexus of AI and the environment. And in summary, our recommendations collectively offer a multi-stakeholder perspective from the Global South, and as mentioned by the other speakers, to promote interoperable AI governance interventions that harness the potential of AI. We focused on the multidimensional aspects of data for sustainable digital development. And sustainable digital development is basically a way forward of leveraging digital technologies that also considers environmental aspects, economic aspects, and also societal aspects in one comprehensive Venn diagram, let's say. And we also discussed addressing historical injustices. We advocated for a decolonial informed approach to the geopolitical power dynamics that some people have mentioned in, for example, the materiality of AI when we consider the value chains and of the materials that go into AI. When we consider the multi-stakeholder process, is it really representative, and are the standards made in consideration of innovation ecosystems or global South institutional mechanisms and situations. So we also talked about inclusion and minimizing environmental harms, as many of the other speakers have highlighted as well. So in summary, we highlighted that a just green digital transition is vital for achieving a sustainable and equitable future, in a way that leverages AI in order to drive responsible practices for the environment that promote economic growth, social inclusion, and essentially provide a pathway toward a more resilient and sustainable world that actually meets the contextual realities of the global South. Most of the panelists have highlighted a lot of, have summarized and captured the report quite succinctly. And as Mikey mentioned, we mentioned capacity building. We talked about geopolitics. We talked about the environmental aspects of AI. We talked about the data governance aspects. We talked about interoperability and defining key terms. So I think it's a comprehensive report, and I learned a lot during the making of the writing report, and it was a truly bottom-up multi-stakeholder process. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamira, for sharing that summary and also some of the important work that you've been doing on environment. I would now really open the floor here, not for questions, but for any recommendations that we have from the audience here on what could be other issues that this group could explore. And this is also an invitation to you to join. This is a multi-stakeholder policy network to join this group. So are there any folks who would like to share any recommendations or thoughts? Yes, sir.
Oh, hi. My name is Yeo Li from World Digital Technology Academy. We do research, also, training and material for education on AI. And yeah, Pratik, you mentioned UNESCO will do more for AI training and education. Yeah, right now, for example, for our published book and textbook, we provide to a lot of universities, particularly in China, developing countries, and global south. So in the future, UNESCO will have any process for us to contribute, or will you do training just yourself?
I will definitely come back to you on that bilaterally, because the session is not on UNESCO, it's on the Policymakers Network, but happy to share what we are doing and link you with colleagues in the education work, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to share any recommendations? And perhaps if there's someone online as well, Shamira. Okay. So if there's someone who would like to take the floor online, I believe.
The person who's raised their hand should put their video on.
Okay, while we wait, we can go to the floor here.
Hi, Ansgar Kuna from UI. I think an important aspect is going to be the question about how we do the assessment to test whether the systems are achieving what we want them to be able to achieve. And specifically, the question that is often raised is, how do we assess the non-strictly technical aspects around the performance, such as the challenges around how the system is actually operating in the context of places where they haven't been built, and whether they are having unintended consequences in that kind of context on, for instance, the workers in these environments, or the way in which people are being categorized through these systems. So thinking through the assessment assurance process of how these systems are operating, especially on those non-technical properties of the systems.
Thank you so much. So I'll now turn back to the panelists for 3 keywords which are future-oriented and what this group should look at. You see the screens, we have 4 minutes, so you have only 3 keywords each. Maybe we start with Nobu on the other side.
3 keywords. Maybe we have to continue about the particular for this fora, the global south, education, and then maybe harmonization.
Thank you. Mikey.
I choose as keywords inclusive, future, and P and AI.
Thanks. Jose.
Well, difficult. I would say let's keep up with the initiative. Let's include other things. Let's go further in the ones that we have already debated. And this kind of initiative in this forum is fundamental. And thanks for the IGF for that, because it was in this opportunity that this was all possible.
Thank you. Sarayu?
Global, not global south, workers, and rights.
Thanks. Professor Xingli?
Critical thinking and global collaboration.
And global?
Collaboration.
Collaboration. Owen?
So three thoughts, I guess. One, sort of get concrete on capacity building and what we can be doing to drive things forward. Two, invest in evaluations. It's a major gap. And across all of this, continue to bring together technical audiences with non-technical people that understand the socio-technical challenges of these systems as well.
Thanks. Jean-François.
I will say innovation, education, and accountability.
Accountability.
Responsibility.
Yeah. Thank you so much to our panelists here for your insightful thoughts, to the participants both online and in person here. We invite you to look at the report, which was, as again mentioned before, developed in a multi-stakeholder manner. It's available on the website of the IGF under Policy Network on Artificial Intelligence. This work will continue, and you are invited to join and expand this community going forward. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
Thank you very much for you.
Good morning, and I wonder if I can get started. Is everything ready to go? In any case, good morning and welcome everyone to the main session on sustainability and environment at the IGF 2023 in Kyoto. Sustainability really is now one of the top priorities in every global agenda across all levels, from all government, industry, and individual level. Like my organization, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Edmund Chung from Asia and also currently serving on the ICANN board. So one of the backgrounds in the last few years is that in 2020, when the pandemic hit, the world really witnessed a very significant drop in CO2 emissions on record. And that's primarily due to lockdowns and economic shutdowns. But alongside that, there was a huge surge in internet usage, from Zoom meetings to grocery shopping online, and the attention to the carbon emissions from the internet itself kind of grew. But since last year, the lockdowns eased and the carbon emission actually bounced back very strongly to all-time highs. But the internet itself, of course, is ever more inseparable, and the sustainability of the infrastructure itself becomes an important question, and that's what this session is going to explore. But what is the appropriate narrative to raise awareness, and what are the actions to be taken? Certainly it's not about using less of the internet, right? Writing shorter emails or watching shorter videos really doesn't quite make sense. And on the flip side also, these digital transformation and digital technologies have great potential in helping address climate change, helping address the issues. And perhaps the question is how we can do more and waste less. A key to both mitigating the damaging and the damage and unlocking the potential probably lies in better understanding complex and sometimes counterintuitive relationships between the use of these technologies and their impact on the environment. Many different organizations are working on the topic. At Asia, we have just launched an initiative which is called EcoInternet.Asia here in Kyoto. Earlier, we've launched it, and it is an effort to, together with APNIC and with the support from HBS and APNIC Foundation, we've launched this index earlier this week here, looking at measuring the eco-friendliness of internet infrastructures across different jurisdictions. Please check it out at EcoInternet.Asia or come to our booth with the big tiger at the IGF Village. Wearing my other hat, actually, the ICANN board, you can also see that ICANN is working on this, and you can see it from the CEO goals that have been set forward for 2024. Goal 8 especially calls for the development of a comprehensive approach for developing and implementing an environmental sustainability strategy for ICANN. Here at IGF, of course, the work and the outputs of the policy network on environment and digitalization, and then the subsequent work of the dynamic coalition on environment laid the foundation for strengthening links with the UN's ongoing work in the SDGs, which is what this session will be building on. So joining me on this panel are distinguished leaders in the area, including David Suter, an international ICT and development expert, often working with the APC. Mike Lukin at IEEE, chair of the Planet Positive 2030 initiative and a longtime advocate for sustainable development. Dolce Soares, a civil engineer and a water sector leader at Simile Tech Company in Timor-Leste. Kemli Camacho, Cooperative Sula Batsu, and has worked for 25 years in the development of feminist social solidarity economic alternatives in the context of digital society. And Makter Sek, Chief of Section Innovation and Technology at the UN Economic Commission for Africa. And Axel, my apologies, Axel Klakahe, from Director Economic and Social Development, Digitalization with GIZ. So without further ado, David, please tell us your work and observation about the paradigm gap between the digital and environment policy making. David, over to you.
So thank you very much for the introduction, and my apologies for coming in slightly late to the meeting. I had to rush from another commitment. I gather I've got about 5 to 6 minutes, and that's what we should all be speaking for. So in his, that was what we were told yesterday. So in his speech on Monday, the Prime Minister of the host country said artificial intelligence was poised to change the history of mankind. And that's also true, of course, of climate change. So what we do in relation to both of these things is crucial to our future. And I think we need to think about their relationship with one another. So I'll start with the fundamental problem, which is that there just isn't enough dialogue or understanding between the digital and environmental communities of experts, communities of practice. Not enough discussion in environmental fora, like IPCC, of the impact digital technologies will have, but also not enough understanding in digital spaces like this of the environmental context and how it's going to affect the decisions we should make. So I'll start by saying 3 things. Digital policies that aren't environmentally sustainable won't be sustainable in any other terms either. So we should be aiming for what I'll call an inclusive and environmentally sustainable digital society. And achieving that's not simple, and it's certainly not guaranteed. If we're to achieve it, obviously we have to maximize the contribution digitalization makes to mitigating environmental harms in other sectors, but we also need to minimize the environmental footprint of the digital sector itself. It's not a trade-off, both of these are fundamental and equally important. I'm going to suggest 5 reasons why they're difficult and then 5 policy approaches. I'll try to do this quickly. Clearly, it's difficult because it's complex and it's much misunderstood. So sustainability is not just about the environment, it's about the interface between economic prosperity, social welfare, and environmental viability, and these often throw up different priorities. And environmental impacts from the digital society aren't just concerned with climate change. They raise at least 3 critical problems. So as well as energy consumption and climate, there's unsustainable exploitation of scarce minerals and other resources, and there's growing volumes of e-waste, with little recycling, much dumping in developing countries. And then impacts are diverse, some positive, some negative, all difficult to measure. So we need to consider not just direct impacts from the way we make and use digital resources, but indirect impacts arising from new types of activity like e-commerce, and the rebound effects that arise when efficiency improvements increase consumption, and societal impacts like the changes in the way we live and work and play. And these impacts differ greatly between countries. So many of the benefits of digitalization are being experienced in richer countries. More of the environmental burdens are being felt in lower income countries, particularly with scarce resources and e-waste. These impacts are certain to grow with AI and the Internet of Things, some good potentially, some bad, all affecting those three critical areas of resource depletion, energy consumption, and waste. So any framework for the governance of AI, for instance, should have environmental sustainability at its heart. Now, I said I promised sort of 5 suggestions for improving governance, so let me make those now. So the first is to build much stronger dialogue between fora such as this and those concerned with the environment. There's a tendency in fora like this to promise digital solutions that look good to digital insiders but haven't been tested out on those they're meant to help. And we need to listen more in fora like this to environmental experts and those dealing with environmental challenges on the ground. I'd actually like to see a main session here at the IGF that listens to speakers from environmental agencies talking about their priorities before considering what digitalization has to offer. And my second proposal is to build environmental sustainability into digital policymaking at global, regional, and national levels. UNCTAD is looking at how to make e-commerce more inclusive and environmentally sustainable in its next digital economy report. Other international organizations could do the same in their sectors, and governments should audit their digital strategies in pursuit of green goals as well as digital goals. My third proposal is about a circular digital economy. So one that requires fewer scarce resources and less energy consumption, that extends the life of digital devices and data centers, makes them more adaptable, encourages recycling and reuse, reduces waste. And there are responsibilities here for all stakeholders. So governments creating regulatory frameworks and introducing incentives, technologists and businesses designing things in ways that are environmentally responsible, citizens adopting more sustainable consumption. And so I tend to call this optimizing rather than maximizing digitalization. And I recommend those who might want to follow this to look at the Digital Reset report, which was recently submitted to the European Commission. Fourth point is to do with standards. Standard setting bodies should include environmental factors in the development of standards. For example, reducing use of energy and scarce resources. And businesses should do the same when designing applications, networks, and services. My last point would be to do with monitoring what's happening, what's beneficial, what's not, so that we have an evidence base to build the inclusive and environmentally sustainable digital society I mentioned. For businesses, I think that means being honest and transparent about their impacts, with no more greenwashing. But it also requires much more independent evaluation and analysis, which can and should be multi-stakeholder, can and should involve United Nations and other international agencies, and must cover all countries, not just those in which it's easy to measure things. So those would be my 5 proposals, and I hope 5 minutes.
Thank you, David, and those are really important, I guess, suggestions, and especially about the session here at IGF. And one of them is about standards. And so next we go to Mike, will take us through a little bit more on what's happening at the technical side with the standards.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, and it's fascinating to be here and a great honor. Let me introduce IEEE with a couple of words. It's the largest technical professional association with some 420,000 members around the globe in 190 countries. We are well known for many things, and one of them is 2000 standards. And if you happen to use Wi-Fi, you're using an IEEE standard 802.11. As part of its activities, a couple of years back, the IEEE Standard Association launched an initiative looking at ethics and AI. That's not exactly what we're talking about today, but I thought I'd draw your attention to this document called Ethically Aligned Design, which is, I think, the first time that a technical association looked at ethics and standards. It's available for download for you. Then, early last year, we started a new initiative called Planet Positive 2030 with the goal to arrive at pragmatic recommendations to achieve planet positivity. We're using a multi-stakeholder consensus-based backcasting process with, at this point, around 180 people involved. from around the globe, I think 29 countries, if I recall correctly. The first draft compendium, Strong Sustainability by Design, is available for download as well. Then following that, across the organization, another initiative was formed, a SUSTEC initiative, to further dig into the recommendations from the Planet Positive initiative to arrive at some identification of potential gaps in standards, technology gaps, road mapping gaps, etc. So I'm pointing this out because this is an invitation to participate. So let me go then further on to our context. Safeguarding and more so achieving a truly long-term sustainable planetary biosphere, that's really what this is all about. That we have a biosphere that sustains life of all forms 100 years from now, 2,000 years from now, 100,000 years from now. This is a big, shiny North Star that we are aiming for one way or another, maybe slowly, but that's what we like to see. So what do we need to do in order to get there? So we need to address global warming, or people call it climate change. That means achieving net zero GHG emissions, and furthermore, reduction of the greenhouse gases that are currently essentially imbalancing the composition of our atmosphere. So we need to get close to pre-industrial levels. That's the climate change agenda. Then we have the UN SDG agenda. We do need to achieve the SDGs. And then, harking back to David's comment, we do need a circular economy because we are resource bound. And we do need to address the waste that we are producing and leaving around. Ultimately, that means that every widget we build or use needs to be able to be demanufactured and, if necessary, take the materials down to the molecular level so that new widgets can be built from those materials. I like the term demanufacturing. We manufacture and we demanufacture. The fourth point here is the regeneration of ecosystems. We have done a lot of damage. We have to undo this damage. That doesn't necessarily mean that they will be exactly the same way they used to be, but they have to be healthy ecosystems. So essential to achieving this goal is looking at energy. And that was mentioned by both David and Edmund already. Accessible, clean, sustainable energy is the linchpin of to address this problem, or this complex set of problems. That means electrification of industry, different sectors, potentially the use of hydrogen, but ultimately we need accessible clean energy. We can solve the water problem with energy. Once we have clean water, we can produce food, and so on and so on. This is a global problem, but ultimately we need contextual solutions. One size does not fit all. In some areas we can use geothermal for energy production, clean energy production. In other areas we cannot. That leads me to knowledge sharing. Once we have solutions and best practices, and failures need to be shared so others can learn from it. Ultimately, we need what I would like to call a digital knowledge commons that very quickly shares knowledge to other communities to be able to apply it. The fourth point is standards work. Standards have been mentioned. Standards are essential for interoperability, and I like to call it standards started out with describing how something works, then led to interoperability, then led to include safety, and today we need to include sustainability consideration in the development of standards. That means environmental, pollution, emissions, demanufacturing, etc., including social implications of the use of whatever we are working on in terms of a standard. And we could also call that regenerative design, or design for strong sustainability from the beginning, from the outset. It also requires system thinking. as I just pointed out, these various aspects to a standard, that's really holistic and systems thinking. And what comes next is maybe the most important part, and that relates to where we are here at IGF, is accountability. We need to have metrics, we need to measure. We have to have the data collection, we have to agree on what the data collection is, we need to agree on how we model, we need to be able to audit, we need to be able to validate, etc. And so that's where I think this multi-stakeholder environment is absolutely essential to come to agreement on how we move forward on these facets to address this big, complex problem set. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you for bringing up the AI and ethics. Actually, I also participated at the IEEE in one of those standards, and I think Anxar is here somewhere in the audience. But one of the topics that segues into the next speaker, Dolce, is about knowledge sharing. And Dolce, please tell us a little bit more about on-the-ground work on this topic.
Thank you, Edmund. Thank you for having me. As introduced before, I represented a local technical company called Simile, based in Timor-Leste. And I'm actually wondering who are here know where exactly Timor-Leste is? Okay, only few. So as I noticed, there's almost none of Timor-Leste representative here in such an amazing networking event. And I reckon I'm the only one here, and thanks to the APNIC IGF Asia that giving me the opportunity to share the knowledge on the ground. So yeah, before I start my session, I would like to briefly introduce a bit about Timor-Leste. Where is Timor-Leste? What are the situations there in order for the audience to understand the context of my speech today? Timor-Leste is a Southeast Asian country, a small state island that is situated between Indonesia and Australia with a population of 1.36 million people. Well, we are relatively small, however, our history is quite complex. We have over 500 or 400 years of colonialism, and that would mean the process of development take long to come to this stage today. So we only gained our independence in 2002, which is 21 years ago. While we are starting to rebuild our nation, other countries, other emerging countries already moving advanced with the technology and all other things to build the country. So with that, I would like to share a bit of the internet context or internet situation in Timor-Leste. How does it look like in Timor-Leste? So in Timor-Leste, basically, the internet is very low speed. The average download of the internet itself is only around 4 to 4.5 megabytes per second. That's very low compared to other countries. We have limited infrastructure, including access to high-speed broadband in rural areas. It hinders widespread internet adoption. We also only have 49.6% of the total population that using internet. Timor-Leste relies on the mobile connectivity and expensive satellite connection. We have the plan already, the government already have the plan for high-speed internet through submarine fiber optic connections. We're not sure when it's going to happen. But in terms of the usage of the internet, mostly around the work, for email for work, and then the community focus more on the social media usage. That's the most popular one. They serve as important communication channels and source of information. So moving on to the topic today about the environment and sustainability, I'd like to focus on the work that I've been doing on the ground, more around the water supply, water resource management, and then climate change issue, and how these are linked with the importance of the digital or technology intervention in the context of Timor-Leste situation. When considering the process of rebuilding the nation in the water sector, the initial emphasis was focusing on the water supply infrastructure, major investment on water supply infrastructure. However, in 2015, Timor-Leste got hit by the global crisis, El Nino, and that brought water resource management to the forefront, because there is lack of water resource management in Timor-Leste, and basically all the investment are focusing on the water supply itself. And then in 2020, La Nina happened, so that brings back the importance of the water supply. And how do we think, what are we going to do in order to integrate the water resource management and water supply system itself? I also would like to share a bit of some of the challenges that happen in Timor-Leste around the environment or the climate change issue itself. Most of the time, large and unsustainable investment into technology that only lasted as long as the project life cycle. And international agencies provide costly and unsustainable project-based support. And these investments were often expensive and highly technical. That involve fly-in, fly-out technicians, which are often unaffordable by governments. And this technology, especially within the context of the water sector, seem to keep communities and government in the same place, meaning they did not foster growth of the further development. At the same time, investment in climate change adaptation and resilience programs often do not foster data sharing and collaboration, as they are focused only on the project-specific activities and outcomes. Now, with the limited resources that we have, international agency disjointed and project-bound investments, as well as unsustainable technology that hinder the growth of the development of the life cycle, this recreating the wheel of the response focus only, initiative only focus on the project base itself. So this is where the private sector comes in. Private sector comes in because there is slow process in the government in terms of waiting for the budget allocation, waiting for the, there's the intervention of the politic intervention. And hardly people involved in private sector in terms of the situation like this. And similarly, as a tech company, we come up with an idea, the technology innovation, where we collaborated with the local grassroots organization. This local grassroots organization, mainly they focusing on the water and land conservation, where similarly the private sector tried to collaborate in order to validate the work that this local grassroots organization has been put over 20 years. The idea is, if we can validate the efforts that they do, this could be information that influence the government in terms of the policy decision making. Some of the examples that we do in practice is when we're collaborating with the local grassroots organization, the technology that we have, somehow we created the alert system where we inform the focal point of the local grassroots organization to receive the alert system through SMS and email, and then they will then train the community in order to understand when the alert comes, what are this message means, and what are they going to do in terms to respond for the environmental issue. Giving a little example, for example, there is an alert about the water level indicator. If there are, the water level in the tank, after 3 consecutive days, there is overflowing of the water, community will receive the alert system, and what they will do is better manage their water system. What they're going to do is whether allocate the time management for it, or find alternative options in order to cater the wastage of water to some other purpose. On the other hand, for information about the weather, they will, normally in Timor-Leste, people cut and slash burn the soil because they think during the drought season, they will prepare to plant for the rainy season to come. And that actually affecting the climate, the environment itself. So with the alert system that we inform to the community, that will help them to sort of understand what sort of action, what sort of behavioral change that they could take in order to change the way they practice, the way they practice usually, and then better manage their environment and as well as their water system. I guess I'll stop here and then I'll wait for the later session.
Thank you, Dolce. I think you hit on a very interesting point. It's the sustainability of sustainability projects, which is, and in Timor-Leste, actually, .Asia has been supporting a project there, and my team was flying there. It's a beautiful country, so welcome to Timor-Leste as well. But the discussion about the sustainability, broadening to other aspects of sustainability is really what Kemli, our next speaker, will talk about. Kemli, please.
Thank you very much for everybody. Thank you for the invitation to share table with all these amazing people and with you also. I'm going to read because we have only 6 minutes. I would like to contribute to the discussions with some of the reflection about the use of digital technologies for sustainable environment we have developed with organizations from the 3 social movements where we, as Sulabatsu Cooperative, participate. The Indigenous Women Movement, the Feminist Movement, and the Social Solidarity Economy Movement. Because of the time restriction, I had selected 1 or 2 of their proposals, demands, or call for action. Cosmovision, or worldview, is going to be the word to identify the proposals from the Indigenous Women Movement. In relationship with digital technologies for sustainable environment, they would like to position the following concerns. Who is going to take in charge the waste produced by these devices installed around their territories? Our cosmovision, they said, is not connected with this material, this waste produced by Okamasue, which is how they call the technology produced for or by white men, or the technology not produced by the earth. They call it Kamasue. How is it guaranteed that these devices for sustainable development or for monitoring climate, etc., are not surveilling our daily life if they are related to our natural resources, which are totally part of our practices, sacred places, and others? If they are collecting data from our territories and in our cosmovision, we can't separate body, water, and land. These data are our property. We claim ownership. They are talking about our lives. Care is going to be the word to identify the proposals from the feminist movements. In the discussion, they said, care for each person, for the collectives, and planetary care must be in the center of data processes and devices that are being used for environmental sustainability. Digital technologies working for climate change, natural resources, and sustainability must be contextualized. Data model must be correlated with power relationship, land distribution, economic dynamics, citizen participation, women action, etc. We as women and as communities demand for participating in the digital technology for sustainable environment, climate change, natural resources management process that are going to be developed in our context since the beginning, developing collective data models, designing technology solutions together, ideating processes to integrate care as an axe of the digital environment solutions. Solidarity is going to be the word to characterize the social solidarity economy movement proposal, and they have said, the possibility for humanity to survive is with solidarity. Digital technology can contribute or destroy the possibility for humanity to live in the planet. We claim for a responsible consumption of digital technology, in especial for rich countries, big enterprises, and well-connected population. Digital technology for sustainable environment must be developed and used in the right measure, in the exact balance between usefulness and negative impact. And that is only possible if solidarity is in the center of development. Digital technologies for sustainable environment must not only be data-driven. There is a need to understand them also as technology to organize communities in risk and strengthening citizen participation. With collecting data about climate change, natural resources management, and other, it must be mandatory to strengthening citizen participation and organization. Then, from the social movements where we as Sulabatsu participate, we would like to ask for an urgent call to integrate respect for cosmovision or worldview, the focus on care, and the prioritization for solidarity as principles to develop digital technology for a sustainable world.
Thank you. I think it's really interesting that actually, as all the speakers seems to have touched on changing attitudes and changing behavior from some of the, not only the actors, but the users is a really interesting dimension. So next we go to Maktar Sek, from the UN Economic Commission for Africa. Maybe talk to us a little bit more about how this topic is being discussed there.
Thank you very much. Thank you and good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting UNECA to be part of this important topic. As you know, the discussion about digital technology and climate change become very, very important at this stage. Why? Because digital technology has a positive and negative environment effect. And we need to take into consideration this concern in our digital policy. And in general, when we define this national digital policy, the issue of climate change is not very well highlighted in this policy. Why at UNECA, in the implementation of the African Digital Transformation Strategy, we support African countries to put the issue of climate change in the policy, in the national digital policy. Why we do that? Because when we look at the statistic, when we have the statistic, digital technology contribute to 1 to 5% to the green gas emission. And to the energy consumption is between 5 and 10%. It's a lot. However, according to several studies, this digital technology can reduce this green gas emission to 20% by 2030. Why it is important to take this into consideration. In Africa, what are the key challenges we are facing to increase this, to take into this consideration, this what dichotomy, digital technology, climate change? We have several challenges. First, at the regulatory side. When we go to the regulatory ICT, we didn't have really this relation between ICT, service, and impact environmental. We need to look at this at the regulatory side. And there is also a misunderstanding of several decision makers on the linkage between digital technology and impact of environment. Also, the rapid advance of the technology can contribute to this misunderstanding because we need to build the capacity to know exactly what are the impact of this new emerging technology in like artificial intelligence, blockchain, on the energy sector, on the environment sector, and to overcome with some solution. The other issue also, we need to develop this digital policy by involving all stakeholders. We can't develop now national digital strategy on digital technology without involving the environment sector, without involving the energy sector. We need to involve them and do not work in silo to develop this national digital strategy. It is very important. Now let me go through to some initiative we have at UNECA to leveraging digital technology for climate change adaptation. First, at the policy level, when we develop national policy, we have an important component on environment and climate change to promote the contribution ICT to this environment sector. Second, on regulatory side also, we support African country to change the narrative on the new regulation, to have a new regulation including this environment and climate change issue. Awareness. We have several awareness initiatives. We organize every year one colleague hackathon on leveraging digital technology for climate change adaptation. This hackathon, we select several young innovators across the continent. They come up for one week to develop key innovation on the climate change. And after that, we'll see how we can build some application around this innovation on climate change adaptation. And from this, we support African countries to develop several climate information systems. Also, some country also benefits from ECA support to develop some early warning system. She highlighted some in this country. I think it is something also similar in Africa. Also, we support a lot of countries to develop this early warning system and climate information system, and this has a positive impact now in the environment sector in the continent. Another issue also, it is when we do the climate information system, we should have an historic on the climate information. Now we are developing one application starting the historic of all information regarding climate since 1920. Yeah, and also we have another big, very important project now. We are working with DRC to develop a center of excellence on battery mineral. Also on credit carbon, we support some African country to fast track the credit carbon register. We also have another important project. We work on developing online platform, because this online platform can also to mitigate the issue of climate adaptation. The smart city also some application to reduce the energy consumption. I think
that's also part of the. Is that also part of UN's ECA?
Yes. Oh. Right, at UNECA, we have established a Center of Excellence on Digital ID, Digital Trade, and Digital Economy. As this Center of Excellence is to support African countries to use digital technology for achieving sustainable development and the achievement of the Agenda 2063 of African Union. But we focus on all activity related to this digital technology. We work with digital technology, climate change, digital technology, health, also digital technology, digital economy, digital trade, and digital ID also. Platform digital ID will help also to mitigate this environment. Also, in capacity building, we need to use this emerging technology to mitigate this climate change adaptation. Why we are supporting, we already established a center of a research center, African Research Center in Congo, on artificial intelligence. And one of the objectives of the mission is to focus on how to use artificial intelligence to mitigate the climate change adaptation.
Thank you. That's thank you, Maktar. I think it's a the topic about not being in silos and bridging that gap between the sustainability side and the digital side is very important. And that I think next we go to Axel Clarke. Sorry, I stumbled on your name earlier, but Axel, please tell us more about the work at GIZ.
Yes, thank you very much. I also feel very much honored and privileged to be here now and to have the opportunity to share a few thoughts. You were just saying that there is still this divide between the sustainability communities and the digital communities. I would say that this is also our observation, that there is much room for bringing these two spheres much closer together, probably on all levels. If you look at the global level, we still see that those communities discussing climate change issues are still a bit separated from us discussing here the architecture of the global digital systems. I think there's a few initiatives, though, that try to cross that bridge already. I just want to refer to what ITU, for example, is championing now also for the upcoming COP28, this green digital action track, which I think is a very valuable initiative, and I can only congratulate ITU really for this leadership and this initiative. There's also another initiative that has not been mentioned here, but because David was also saying maybe it would be good to invite for the next IGF some leaders from environmental agencies. There is already under the umbrella of the United Nations an initiative called CODES, Coalition for Digital Environmental Sustainability, where there is indeed national environmental agencies and other really very prominent actors from the environment sphere discussing digital issues. So I think there is now some more initiative crossing those bridges, but I think even here in the context of the IGF, I would also love to see really more pure climate people maybe and more pure environmental people to tell us actually what they need from us and vice versa. I think this is maybe also my first message I would want to get across. So we need more cross-sector, cross-industry artists that help us really to shape that agenda properly. I think I would also want to agree on what the colleagues have just said on the necessity for more concrete standards. I think what we sometimes shy away from in this debate, that sooner or later we must move from this general conceptual discussion and pilot projects to more binding regulation and to more clearer standards the industry would have to follow. I think to me this is very important that we support this idea. I know it's in the global context always a dream. We don't have a global regulator doing this for us. But I think really making sure that we talk about the same things, the same standards and the same terminology is extremely important. As GIZ, we have also, we have from our very nature, we are more an agency that implements projects in individual countries on certain topics, but we have also now recently pretty much engaged in contributing to that discussion. So we had an initiative with the World Bank and ITU on standards for green data centers. I think that is a very useful exercise. So we were sitting together with experts on how we can shape that. So the result is a practitioner's guide for green data center that has been launched recently in Nairobi on the occasion of the Africa Climate Summit. And I think it was very welcome. That was my impression. And I think really towards this direction, I would very much want us to invest more. We have also tried to instill in the GovStack initiative, I think most of you are probably aware of this, that is meant to contribute to this DPI, DPG agenda, in a very practical way, also to instill elements contributing hopefully to environmental sound rules for procurement, for e-waste. I think those are really, I think more those concretization, what I think are currently really necessary, and we would probably want to see more of. I think that there is big potential, I think goes probably without saying. And then in the complexity of the discussion, and this is also probably true for the discussion today, we have some people talking more about the greening of the digital industry, very much important. Green Data Center, I think, is just an example, but this should probably also be expanded to develop tools and instruments for the management of the entire value chains of the digital industry. So that would be, I think, also a good idea to develop it in this direction. And on the other hand, we have also people discussing more the potential and how we can unlock the full potential of the Internet of digital technologies and tools to support the necessary transformation of the economy economies towards really a carbon-free economy and really for the end target really to cool down the planet, actually. Here, of course, we also have lots of individual examples. What I think what we might want to add to that in the nearer future, again, is also maybe a place where we can have that proper exchange of knowledge and really draw proper conclusion that we could all subscribe to. So we have brought forward an initiative that is called Fair Forward. I just wanted to refer to this because also we have through this gained some experience on how we can support partner countries in the global south. We mostly operate in Africa, also in India with this initiative on AI in the realm of climate change adaptation. I think what we have done there looks very promising. We have very interesting examples. So working on watershed management, for example. So this is pretty close to what has been introduced here already. So where we work with communities on using the results of AI and working with AI on shaping management strategies for natural resources. We have in East Africa and Kenya initiatives through this Fair Forward initiative on AI, on promoting climate adaptation prone activities in the agriculture sector. So what I'm trying to say is there is, I think, already a good amount of projects, and I think our next step should probably be really to draw the conclusions from this and then to push this agenda forward. So my overall message, I think this discussion is extremely important. We are very much committed to contribute to that in, on those various levels, the global scale, the regional initiatives like in Africa, UNECA or African Union. I think they really have a very important role, plus on the national level. But I think what we still have to improve is this cross-sectoral nature and really how to cross that bridge. I think this is still something where we have room for improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Axel. And the theme seems to be really crossing that bridge. And I would like to open now to the floor. So please come to the mic. And for any questions, I see already a question, so I don't need my first question. So let's go to the floor first.
Thank you so much. Yeah, microphone's working. Thank you all for your very valuable contributions. My name is Hanna Bouten. I'm the secretary of the Dutch Initiative for Sustainable Digitization. I think you cannot emphasize enough international cooperation on this topic. And in that context, I have a question, especially for Maaike, since you were talking about standards. Indeed, we already have standards for interoperability, safety, but where do we stand today, internationally, to develop standards for sustainability in our digital system? Thank you so much.
Maaike, I guess it's for you, but I guess others. I think David and Axel might add to it as well. Please, Maaike first.
So, from the IEEE point of view, standards are developed for global use. They're not limited to any jurisdiction. And adaptation, of course, is the question of whether companies or governments adopt various standards, and ultimately it can lead to regulation. So standards have developed at many different levels. So for example, there is a standard on how to integrate microgrids into the larger grids today. There are standards on energy efficient wireless systems, etc. Like there's a long list of many detailed standards essentially to have more sustainable infrastructure. Not necessarily referred to as sustainable, it's referred to as more efficient, etc. Am I getting to your question?
Yeah, so thank you for your answer. I think that's very helpful. But as already said, I think the necessity for the adoption of those standards is crucial to accelerate the sustainable digitization transition we have to make in order to contribute to preventing the climate crisis to, get worse.
So this work just starting on trying to work towards a standard of measuring a carbon footprint of a small organization, like a farm, a small company. Think of the fact that over 90% of enterprises are small or medium-sized enterprises around the globe, but they bring in over 50% of the GDP around the globe. So we don't have frameworks for these companies to participate in the quote-unquote carbon economy, carbon credits, et cetera, et cetera. So we do need those standards as well, so that these small companies can ultimately participate in a sustainable value chain, sustainable supply chain that will allow us to practice sustainable procurement. I'm firmly convinced that if we can get to sustainable procurement, we can solve a large part of our problems. And I think the European suggestion of product tagging, which is really the digital product passport that's committed to but not quite designed yet, is a huge step forward in what Axel was referring to, a global initiative, because it will have global impact like GDPR had, to get us towards being able to essentially vote with our wallets, us individually, governments, companies, etc. So I think your question is 100% at the core of the matter. Thank you.
And, thank you so much. Just a final remark. I would really love to stay in touch and strengthen our cooperation. So I'll send you a LinkedIn invitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Adding to that, I guess, not only, enforcement is a big word, right? But implementation of the standards is really the key. And I think both David and Axel talked about furthering this discussion. And I guess IGF is one of those forums that can have this multi-stakeholder discussion so that implementation of these standards could actually be carried out. I wonder if David or others want to add to it. And as David is asking, I again invite the audience to come to the mic for the next question. David, please.
I think a phrase which I've heard a number of times here and which is becoming more current is responsible innovation. That's something that incorporates standards bodies very importantly. It also encompasses a wider frame of reference. So it's about the innovation frameworks that take place in academia. It's about how businesses develop their applications, products, goods, services, and so on. And if you have that kind of concept of an environmentally responsible innovation, you're unlikely to have innovations such as Bitcoin, which are developed in a way which is not environmentally sustainable and therefore not economically sustainable either. And the other thing I'd say is that I reiterate the point Mikey made about standards of measurement, that we need consistent standards by which we are measuring all of the things that are happening here at this digital environmental interface. We don't have those at the moment.
it's like a common language that we can talk about things as well. Mektar, I think you want to add.
Thank you very much. Before I leave, I think she touched one important point, the issue of the standard. I think is a future on what we are doing now in the digital technology to mitigate this impact of climate change. At the UN level, we already have this United Nations Framework Convention on climate change to support all countries to develop their policy strategy on climate change, energy. But we need to add this piece, this missing piece on the standard. And I think it is a work we can look at it at the international level. We have this ITU partnership for ICT. I think it is something we can raise and to see how we can develop standard, as well as we need to have all this private sector to come on board to develop this standard, because it's an issue of interoperability become crucial. And IGF is a good forum, a platform to start this discussion on this standard on digital technology and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mektar. So we go to the line, and I also see a hand up on the Zoom room. So, but please go ahead first.
Yes, we received a very good question online, so I'll quickly read it out for you. It was questioned by Izumi Okutani, and she asked, what can we each do to strengthen the collaboration between the environmental sector and the internet sector? And Megan Richard added to that, and maybe at a personal level as well. So I think that's mainly aimed at Axel to reply to.
Okay. This is a very good question, but it's also a very broad question, isn't it? I think what we are doing is already towards this idea. I believe very much in fora like this one, and I think we really need to bring the communities closer together. I think this is something we have already, I think all of us expressed in the first round, so that we really have to intensify those discussions. And then I think we really have to look deeper into the linkages between those two spheres. This is the technology, the standards, and many other things. So the side of the consumers, we have only very briefly touched on the responsibility of consumers. So it has really different levels that lead also the involvement of different actors, and again also different forms of regulation. And at the end of the day, I really do believe this is not only a matter of talking and bringing people together, it's also a matter of defining standards, clear responsibilities, monitoring, and really very responsible follow-up. Because the discussion, I think, it's not a luxury discussion we are having. I even feel very much a sense of urgency, looking in this broader context of where we are in terms of climate protection, and really this acceleration of the current situation, plus negotiations that are not so easy internationally. I would very much admire and very much love this digital community really taking this issue up more prominently and more proactively. So that is something I think I would want to come up with as an answer.
Thank you. And Kemli, you wanted to add to that?
Yes, just wanted to complement a little bit on that. I think it's crucial to connect with other social movements, other movements, and especially with the environmental movement that they have already a long path in the negotiation about good practices, standards, and others, yes. And in my experience, at least in Central America, it had been very difficult until this moment to really connect and to really have an interaction between environmental movement and digital rights movement and digital environment and all of that until now. And I think we need to do the effort to really work together on that. And sometimes the environmental movement doesn't understand very well our concerns, and we also are sometimes trying to do this path alone, while there are other movements that have already advanced the discussions. Then we always claim for the connection between movements and develop real interaction and try to build together proposals for the decision making, but also for the communities. One movement that I always put as an example is the organic agriculture movement, who really have developed some practices that I think is important to take a look and have this example for the issues that we are working on. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see a hand up, and so I'll go there first and then come to you, Chris. Dara J, please go ahead.
So much. So my question is to Axel. So thank you very much, Axel, that you have the initiative to leverage the potential of AI for environmental protection and management. And as you stated, you have got really different projects on this initiative. So as Magda tried to state, UNECA is also supporting, the establishment of the first AI research center in Congo, Brazzaville, which could have an impact in just, mitigating the environment or the climate change. So is there any proper channels that we could leverage so that there would be really a kind of liaison between your organization and the research center we established for further, implementing those AI and emerging technologies, for climate change? Thank you.
Thank you. Are you pointing this to a particular center that that you would like to ask, or is it for Axel? You want to?
I think I have, read your question now in a way that you would want us to explore possibilities for collaboration, and I can just answer that we are more than ready to look into that. I think all of those initiatives can only be successful if we really think it as partnerships, as something we do not just as one, separate institution or organization and the other institution is also doing something. I was already trying to say that I really think in this discussion of AI application on climate change protection, I do believe there is a need to exchange more on experiences, on results, and how we really want to push this agenda further. So just contact me, and then I will connect you to our teams and our experts, and we are more than ready to discuss.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, thank you very much, Edmund. Chris Buckridge. I'm a technical community representative on the IGF MAG, and for full disclosure, I was involved in organizing this session, so I want to thank all of the speakers for their participation. It's been a really interesting discussion so far. I want to change hats slightly, though, to make a comment and to ask a question, and I think the comment relates to some of the questions we've already had about the role of the IGF and internet governance structures and what they can do to connect more with the environmental policy making and discussion. And I wanted to shift the focus a bit to the national and regional initiatives. So thinking in terms of the IGF as a broader ecosystem, which also includes regional and national IGFs, of which there are many, as we've heard. And so I've been involved quite heavily in Eurodig, and I know there's been a number of sessions and workshops at that European IGF level on this topic over the last few years. I know APR IGF has also had a number of sessions, and I'm sure there are others in other parts of the world that I'm less aware of. But I think that's a really useful opportunity to connect, and this is kind of in relation to what Dulce and Kemley were saying, at the more local level, and with those sort of smaller grassroots organizations and private sector organizations that are doing that work and maybe are not going to come along to a big annual IGF event, but might be able to connect with the local communities that are involved in internet governance. So having that connection at that level is really important. In terms of the question, I wanted to build a little on the workshop at this year's Eurodig and give a very brief report there, because the topic we were looking at was in relation to do policymakers actually have the level of understanding that they need to be making policy with an environmental concern, but towards the digital sector. And I think Mokhtar, who unfortunately had to leave, but made that comment about the confusion that sometimes might exist around the link between ICTs and digital activities and environmental impact. And so in Eurodig, we were looking at we were looking at AI, certainly, and I know OECD presented there. They've also done some work. I think that probably complements the work that IEEE has done. We were looking at data centers and streaming, and that's certainly a very big discussion in Europe at the moment, the link between data centers and increased sort of data throughput and what that means for energy usage, whether there is a sort of direct linkage or whether the linkage is a little bit more complicated. And then also looking very briefly at the quantum internet and what that how that might impact. So I guess the question I wanted to throw open is do you, as on the panel, see a need for better information for policymakers in relation to environmental impact? And can the IGF, both at the global level but also the sort of more regional and national level, help to foster that? Thanks.
So policymakers, same as us, can never have too much information to base evidence-based decisions on. The other thing I'd like to point out is whatever was true 10 years ago is not necessarily the best solution today. So one of the things that we have to deal with in terms of informing policymakers is really to keep people up to date of what today's ultimate or close to best solutions are. And we have to be willing to re-examine this in a year or two or three, depending on what is going on. And as far as I'm concerned, development of regulation and development of policy is far too slow. Like, it doesn't keep up what is happening in the industry, what's happening in technology. Like in 2007-8, we had dire predictions about how much power ICT would use. Now, ICT power use or electricity use has gone up, but certainly not in the way it was predicted way back then. If you look at the nuclear industry, the big strides are being made with small modular reactors that could potentially solve certainly the issue with providing remote communities with clean energy. And like I can go into a big, long debate about that. Truly, exponential strides have been made. And so policy has to be, or policymakers really have to be kept up to date. We actually need a better way to do that. I mean, there's one IEEE USA is doing it for the Congress once a year, and sometimes in between. But I think the channels need to be opened up much more.
Thank you, and I think David wants to add, and I add myself to responding.
Just firstly, reinforce Chris's point about the NRIs, and the UK IGF had a major focus a couple of years ago on environmental issues, which was introduced to a keynote from an advisor to the IPCC, which focused around circular economy issues and so forth. And I think there is a scope there. My disappointment with that is that so few people actually take part ultimately in that sort of forum, and it needs to reach out further. On the broader policy issues, I think a lot of discussion around this tends to focus on what can happen in ideal circumstances if the best technologies can be used with the right policy commitments. But actually what matters is what will happen in real circumstances, which are never close to ideal. So there's a lot of aspiration for what might be achieved. It needs a healthier dose of realism. And I think a lot policymakers' perceptions in the digital sector of what is happening in the environmental context are often outdated, and vice versa. So that's an important reason for bridging it. CODES, which Axel mentioned, is, I think, an important UN initiative in this context. And again, I think the European academic network that built the Digital Reset initiative is also an important one to look at.
Thank you. I'll add a little bit and pass to you, Kamli. I guess that's really yeah, I see two persons on the mic as well. Just quickly, that's why we published the Eco-Internet Index, and to add to that discussion, we need information. We need to know whether certain ways of measuring the impact is an appropriate way to measure the impact, balancing between digital transformation and I guess, the digital carbon footprint. So, but Kamli, and then I will go to the two questions.
Very quickly, we think at the local IGF, it's really a need to integrate other voices from other movements to discuss the internet governance and to discuss these key problems. I have been working on IGF in the local IGF for, I don't know, for 10, 12 years, I don't know, and in the regional one also. And we always try to integrate more voices from other sectors. I think this discussion is not only our discussion. I think we really need to integrate other actors in the discussion, our environmental movement, the indigenous movement. They have to be here discussing with us, and that has to begin first in the local IGFs. Then this discussion has to be open, has to integrate other actors and other voices. This is one thing. I have to say something because the time is about to finish, and I don't want to leave this issue while we have extractivist business model in the base of our digital society. Is going to be very difficult to really take a balance in the use of the digital technology between the usefulness and the bad impact on the environment. I wanted to say that, and we had some discussion in this IGF about the extractivist business model in the base of the digital society. And then this is one of the discussions we have had inside the indigenous movement, feminist movement, and social economy movement, yes. While we have this model, and then there is a need to create other business models and to develop other business models with other references to really have the possibility to use technology and without such a big impact in environment. And I wanted to say that also.
Thank you. So I'll go to the ones in the mic first, and I don't know if Izumi Okutani you want to add as well. I'm not sure whether Chat or Kino was first, but I'll go with Chat, Kino, and then Jasmine, and then see if Izumi would want to add, and then we'll come to please respond, and then also include your closing remarks, looking at the time as well. So Chat, please.
Thank you. My name is Chat Garcia Ramelo from APC. So yesterday we had a lightning talk, and we had two people from our network to speak of what they're doing in relation to e-waste. And one of the things that came out, so one from India and the other from the Gambia. And these are organizations that are trying to contribute so that the impact, right, of e-waste is not is diminished, at least in their communities. And this is really looking at what for example, what David was talking about. We produced through the network toolkit on circular economy, working with different organizations or members of the network. And I think this is I raised this, so one of the points that came up there is that we know that 2.6 billion need to be connected. And 2.6 billion means more gadgets and more resources. So I just wanted to, and that sort of struck us in the sense that there are many different things we can do. And I do think that perhaps one thing that we are able to do is to really maybe highlight more the stuff that works now. To David's point about it cannot be, it has to be pragmatic or realistic. So there are things I think that we can do now and that works now that might have much more impact. And I do think that's maybe something we can contribute, we can do together and look at what it is that really works, where we can, collaborate on. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Kino.
Hello, my name is Kino. I'm Vice President of Internet Association Japan. My comment question is about the standard, which I completely concur the importance in this context. That said, I heard the comments from a couple of speakers earlier that with respect to the sustainability and the digitalization, there is a room for two separate domains to converge together, come together. To understand each other. So my comment and the question is that before getting on the actual standardization to be developed, I do see the necessity of developing a practice, how the digital technology will contribute to accelerating the environmental protection and also sustainability. So question to the panel is that do you also see the similar necessity on opportunity to work on the practice development before taking on the initiative on the standards for this matter?
Thank you, Kino. I'll go to Jasmine, and then I'll go online to Izumi, and then we'll start from Dolce over for the response and closing remarks. Jasmine.
Oh, thank you, Edmund. So this is Jasmine. I'm from Technical Community and Youth from Hong Kong. So I focus more on data collection and center and standards as well. I really fond of the idea of system mapping and also seeing the gap of mode mapping. So my observation and also my question will be, because we are all from different regions, we have our own standards and the way we collect data. But the thing is, when we come on this platform, we need to have, I just feel like we need to have more visualization or really a same centralized platform or database that we could see how we each other reckon on, each puzzle, how we could collectively see the impact that we're making at the same time. So I just wonder, how do you see your role in your circle of influence or circle of concern that you, measuring data of a technology on with its environmental impact? Because I really want to tackle the gap about the roadmap and also the things that we've been talking, for a while. So I feel like I see the need of accelerating the discussion and also the way we share and collect data, share information together as a group. Thank you.
Thank you. And Izumi, are you able to unmute and add? Izumi? Is it that you need to, I don't know, the administrator, please unmute Izumi Okutani so she can speak. If not.
Hi,
Thank you. This is Izumi Okutani, and sorry it took a bit of time for unmuting. Very interesting discussion, and I especially like the point about having some platform for information sharing between different players. And I think in the earlier context, there was more focus on providing information for policymakers. And I would like to add that in addition to that, putting more focus on industry players, what can each of these businesses and internet communities can take actions can also be helpful, not just for policymakers. And in that context, I think having some, like in addition to regulations, I think having some milestones and guidelines on what actions that each industry players can take can be really helpful. So in order to do that, national and regional IGF, I think, would certainly be helpful as a place where these players can actually come to obtain information. But I think there needs to be more additional efforts to be put into so that the discussions and information sharing doesn't just stop at the IGF forum, but it actually reaches the businesses and the technical community as well.
Thank you, Izumi. And one last intervention, very short, please.
Thank you. Given that this is the last one, I'll make it very brief. My name is Elaine. I'm based in Singapore. I participate this as an individual today. And as a citizen of the global, around the world, I'd like to make a few points. First of all, we live in a city where there are very few choices and of sustainable living options and all. And second is about education. Now, I attended the United Nations Staff Systems College on sustainability of lifestyles and also digital for sustainability. What I'm trying to call upon is whether we could have policymakers to provide more incentive and education for citizens, because that's the fundamental of all the people, the population that will embrace that, the way they consume and commute and many more. So thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll go to Dolce and across to David for your closing remarks. Yeah, please.
I guess my closing remark, as you can hear, probably I'm the one who less talking here because I'm coming from all the way from a country, in the developing country, when everybody talking about AI, high technology, policymakers, we're just starting talking about digitalization. And when we talk about digitalization back in our country, our focus is more looking at the best practices that are available in the country and what can we learn from the best practice itself. How do we integrate technology with the best practice that are already available in our country? And then how do we educate our people by providing capacity building, regardless what sort of technology that we have, but how do we make sure that the technology that we deployed within the country should or must ensure that the understanding of the user of the technology itself. And on the other hand, I also would like to sort of provide sort of like a comment around the, maybe in this sort of platform, IGF can help to influence a more inclusive environment among sustainability actors by encouraging, as Azumi mentioned before, like a more business people, private sectors, government and international agency collaboration, so we can hear many aspects of from different sectors that can provide their inputs around the technology and the internet, the environment itself. Thank you. I think that's for me.
So please.
Yeah, thank you. So there were so many complex questions, so I will probably not answer those now in 1 minute. I think what I found very obvious in the discussion now, I think when we want to explain that complex issue better to decision makers, I think we have to make it simpler. And clearer in terms of priorities. I do believe that this is really something most likely we want to do next, really clearly making the point for, I don't know, 10 points of action or maybe even less, so that really the decision makers can understand what is actually urgently needed. Sometimes we tend in the discussion to add again, a new layer of complexity, and for a decision maker, it's not so easy to disentangle that and to really derive conclusions that are relevant to their sphere of action. I think that is something I do believe we should work on, making things clearer, also making sure that we all have in mind the same big trends. I think also the trends have been mentioned. So what is coming up in the next 10 years? We have heard about still the 30% of the world population being unserved, not having access. So this is going to change, again, with dramatic consequences for the environment. So we also have currently only a lower percentage of data centers being located in the global south. Again, this is going to change with massive implications in terms of sustainability, and so forth and so on. So this is, I think, just a few examples of, I think, of what we should follow up on. Thank you.
Thank you, Axel.
Thank you. Well, thank you. So this was a very interesting panel. I mean, I've learned a lot, and it has been a lot of fun. So and a little bit of a takeaway. So as we kind of move forward and build and implement a pathway to a sustainable planetary biosphere, and I'll stick to the term, because it's much more than just the environment. We do need, and we have talked about this, multidimensional collaboration and cooperation across jurisdictions, sectors, civil society. All are essential so that we can agree on accountability frameworks. We don't even have that for large companies yet today. We need to measure and be accountable and be ready to revise decisions. We need to measure our impact, be accountable, and be ready to revise. We also have at our hands what I would like to call a wicked problem, or maybe more than one. Like, it's very complex, and we have to deal with competing interests, or actually competing needs at the same time. The urgency of today's problems versus the urgency of tomorrow's problems. And so this is one of the big items that will require fora like this to debate how we can keep the balance, how we can address those needs. And then I'd like to say that as we move forward and build a sustainability culture, that we take into account for every project, everything we do, what we need to do in terms of sustainability. And we cannot leave anybody behind. And I like to say failure is truly not an option.
Certainly not. Please, Emily.
Okay, thank you very much for all the interventions. I think that is really, really valuable, all the discussion here. We talk about 4 steps. The first step is integrate more people in the discussion, more movements, more thoughts, more generation, etc. in this discussion. The second one, understand better. We think this complex problem, we need to understand better what is happening. The idea about this common platform is very interesting, but another possibility is to understand better what is happening, how is happening, who is producing all the situations. I think we are beginning with that, to be honest. The third point is disseminate and create movements around what is happening in the digital society with environment. And we prefer to talk about the digital society and the environment, not the digital technologies. And the fourth one is change practices. We really think we need to change practices. We need to really put on the agenda the right measure. I don't know if the translation is good in Spanish. We talk about la justa medida, which is the fair measure between the utility and the destruction. I began to work in all of that 25 years ago, I remember. And at 25 years ago, I claimed and worked hard for connectivity, for connection to everybody. And now, 25 years later, I claim for less connectivity for the very well connected and more connectivity for the ones not connected. Then I think that changed a lot the perspective of the digital society. Thank you.
Thank you. David, please.
Okay, so one of the problems here is that for every individual actor in an environmental context, every individual actor thinks that their own actions make only a marginal impact on overall environmental outcomes, and so they're not really that important. And that's a reason why the governance structures around this are critical. So government structures of regulation and to create incentives for environmental responsibility, the ways in which businesses develop products and services and in which standards are developed and so forth, the way in which citizens can, the kind of information around the overall environmental context that is available to citizens and the information that they can take to make environmentally responsible choices as consumers. So all of those things, I think, are what I would sum up as saying we need an ethos of environmental responsibility across the digital sector so that decision makers at all levels in government, business, standard setting bodies, data centers and so forth are taking into account the environmental impacts of what they do.
Thank you, David. And I've run totally over time, but I think there's a clear consensus that this is a journey, and there is willingness to continue this dialogue. And there is this gap between this gap that while citizens may not be able to make a big impact, I think it's still important for each citizens to work on it. And the other thing is there's a clear direction, action point as well, is for this community to go back to your NRIs, the National and Regional Internet Governance Forums, and bring those stakeholders that matter, bring the governments, bring the ministers, the right ministers, bring the industry to talk about this issue. And I expect everyone to go back to your national and regional initiatives and do that, and then next year to come back at this main session and tell us about what further actions we can take on this very important matter that we cannot fail to accomplish. Thank you, everyone. And please join a round of applause to the panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to begin this listening session as soon as I can get my equipment working. There we go. All right. So first of all, this is our opportunity in the leadership panel to listen to what you have to say, but I will tell you that we need your help. So there are some particular things I'm going to ask you about, but before we get to that, I would like our leadership panel members to introduce themselves briefly to you so that you can tie names to faces. My name is Vince Cerf. I'm Vice President and Chief Internet Evangelist at Google and Chairman of the Leadership Panel of the Internet Governance Forum. Benga, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, thanks, Vint. Benga Chesson, Executive Director at Paradigm Initiative and a member of the panel.
I am Huria from Ethiopia, a State Minister for Innovation and Technology, and a member for Leadership Panel. Thank you.
I'm Hiroshi Yoshida, Vice Minister from Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication, Japan.
My name is Lise Fuhr. When I'm not on the leadership panel, I'm Director General of ETNO. ETNO is the European Telecom Trade Association in Brussels.
My name is Maria Fernanda Garza. I am the chair of the International Chamber of Commerce. We are the institutional representatives of over 45 million businesses of all sizes and industries in over 170 countries.
My name is Hatem Douidar. My day job is the CEO of a telecom operator that connects a couple of 100 million people in Middle East, Africa, and Western Asia.
Every time I listen to those introductions, my mouth drops at the incredible accomplishments of the people who are sitting on this panel. But all of those accomplishments mean nothing if we don't manage to make the Internet Governance Forum the forum that we want and need. So many of you are probably well aware that the WSIS Plus 20 comes in 2025. The World Summit on the Information Society will have taken place 20 years before. And in 2025, the question will be raised, should we continue to operate the Internet Governance Forum? And the answer to that question, in many respects, will have to come from you. And the reason for that is that you're here because you, I assume, find value in this forum. We, as the leadership panel, need to be able to articulate those values so that when the member states of the General Assembly decide whether or not IGF should continue, that their answer will be positive, in part because of the things that you have to say about it. So one thing we will ask from you is in this session to tell us the things that you like and think we should continue, to tell us the things that we should do that we are not doing, to tell us the values that you experience from participating in the IGF. We know that there are many constituencies represented here in this meeting. This is, by the way, the largest of the IGF meetings ever. And so you represent a very important milestone in the story of this institution. And because there are that many people here, some 8,000 altogether, including 2,000 who are remote, there must be a reason that you're willing to spend the time and energy and money to get here and to collaborate with the rest of the multi-stakeholder organizations. So we're interested in hearing from you. The other thing that I would like for you to be aware of is that we also are expecting the Summit for the Future, or the Summit of the Future, coming up next year in September. And at that event, we will hear what the Global Digital Compact is about, what its substance is. there have been some discussions about the need for a forum to go along with this compact, and I'm here to tell you that the leadership panel believes that it should be the Internet Governance Forum that helps to assess how well the compact is working and whether or not there are changes that are needed. So you have a pretty important role to play in your own future. So I will first ask whether any, we have one, would you like to introduce yourself? I didn't catch you until you got on the stage.
Carol Roach, I work for the government of the Bahamas, new MAG chair.
The leadership panel is hoping to be invited to an emergency meeting in the Bahamas.
Definitely.
So, actually, if any of the leadership panel would like to augment what I've just said, feel free to do so. But I remind you, our purpose is to listen to what our colleagues have to say. But if there's something you'd like to bring up now, this would be a good time. Please.
Thank you, Bint. And last Sunday, we presented the Internet We Want paper that we worked through all this year. And we need you to help us in this new stage for this important vision that we have accomplished, in order to accomplish it. During this next year, we ask you to please help us identify the barriers that are the main obstacles to help us achieve these visions. So you, as the IGF members, are the most ideal people to understand exactly which are the barriers in your particular region, in your country, and globally, and work with us to settle the path to achieve this vision with specific goals, with ways to measure it, establishing the right KPIs, because we need to move forward faster than we have been moving in achieving this vision. Thank you, Bint.
Lisa has something to say as well.
I just wanted to add very quickly, because Maria's right. We want your input to the Internet we want your input to our work in general. But we're also going to consult with other communities, and we will try to do an outreach broadly on both the Internet we want, but also on topics that we're trying to solve within the leadership panel. Thank you.
So I have to admit, you know, over the 18 years that this event has been held, much of the time we've talked a lot about the Internet that we want. What I think we now have to ask ourselves is, what Internet do we have right now, and what do we need to do to make it better? And it's my guess that the barriers that were mentioned earlier differ from one country and one locale to another. I know in the United States, for example, although penetration of Internet service is pretty good, in our rural parts of the country, it isn't. And we're spending $40 billion to try to improve that situation. So I'm going to, unless there are any other comments, I'm from the leadership panel, I'm going to ask you to drive this session. Tell us what it is that we need to know in order to justify and evolve the IGF to be the entity that we would like it to be. So the floor is open. There are microphones at the front of the two aisles here. If you would come to the microphone, I will recognize you. We'll try to switch back and forth if the queue builds up on both sides. By the way, the Secretariat assures me they are taking notes. And of course, this session is recorded, so we'll have that to refer to as well. Would you identify yourself before you make your intervention?
Good morning, gentlemen and ladies.
It's actually afternoon, if you don't mind the criticism.
Afternoon. I'm James Gregor Asuelo from the Republic of the Philippines and a member of UN SDSN Network and the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands. And I have some few questions to the members of the panel. We all know that every internet penetrations drive impact to GDP in each of the countries. And yet it's quite challenging that most of the private corporations and telcos will not invest in rural areas. So my question is how we can drive private investments to bring connectivity to the far-flung communities and underserved communities through the intervention of crafting policies and legislation to attract investments. Thank you.
So if there are people on the panel that want to respond, wave your hand. And I see Hatem and also Yoshida, please. Hatem first.
I think
I understand that
I'm sorry, Hatem first and then you. Is it okay? Hatem.
I think in many countries this dialogue is going. There's universal service funds in many places where part of the taxation that goes to the telcos is put back into encouraging coverage in rural areas. And this is not only happening in emerging markets, but as Vince just said, the government in the US pledged $40 billion to cover rural areas. So this is everywhere. I think this is something that needs to continue as a dialogue between governments, regulators, and telcos to make sure that the telcos are not seen always as a kind of an easy goose that lays a golden egg, but in some cases there needs to be investment or tax relief to help them invest sustainably in rural areas. At the end of the day, these are also customers. These are good for business, good for the economies overall, good for the ecosystem. So I can speak on behalf of many telcos. I sit also on the board of the GSM Association. All of them would love to cover everywhere. But I think it's not the job of the telcos alone. Need supports from regulators and governments to make sure that they make the right environment for these investments.
Yoshida, please.
I echo on the point that the government should play some role in deploying infrastructure in rural areas. It is not profitable, so that it is not possible to invest only by private activities. And so that a kind of universal service fund is one solution, or subsidy can be one solution, but it's even difficult to cover all the rural areas. And so the new technology can help in some way. For example, maybe you all know that mobile technology allowed a leapfrog for some developing countries where fixed network are not deployed. But now we have other technology that is non-terrestrial network. So we have a LEO satellite network, and also we have a system of hubs. It is high altitude platform system that can cover 50 to 100 kilometers wide, but with one system. And such new technologies can efficiently covered. System allows to cover efficiently in rural areas. So discussing private sectors, government sectors, and including utilizing such new technologies. Thank you.
So there is at least one other answer derived from this most recent comment. The low Earth orbiting satellite systems bring technical access to the internet literally anywhere on the globe, at least if they all achieve their objectives. In the case of Starlink, it's 40,000 satellites, and others are coming along. There is, however, that's the technical side. There is a business question: how much does it cost, and is it affordable to the people who are in those rural regions? And if it is not affordable, two things can happen. One is competition, and you see that there are multiple LEO satellite systems that are anticipated. In the absence of competition, another possibility is subsidy coming from governments in order to help citizens in those parts of the community that would not otherwise have access. But I want to encourage you to keep pushing for making that happen. We have another question at the other microphone, please. Would you introduce yourself before you ask or comment?
Sure. Thank you very much, Vint. I'm Peter Bruck. I'm the chairman of the World Summit Awards, and we know each other very well because you have been on the board of directors of the World Summit Awards from 2003 to 2006. And you know my bias is very much a content bias, while your skills and incredibly global competence is being on a technology bias. And I think that this is, when I look at the document, The Internet We Want, there is a technology bias to it. 2023 is the first year when 5 companies have gained 54% of the advertising revenues on the internet, global advertising revenues, not just on the internet, but in total. So what we are looking at is the internet as a historical force in terms of economic concentration. You know the devastation it has wreaked on the media companies, the legacy media companies, newspaper publishers, especially all around the world. I'm just coming from Canada. There are 564 community papers which were closed in the last 6 weeks, which is leaving communities up to the size of 1 million people without a local paper. The impact on this on a number of different kind of local and regional and also national processes of political participation and democracy. We are not even seeing it yet. There are certain kind of aspects, which we're looking at in terms of disinformation and others. But I think what I'm asking the leadership panel is to include in its consideration the absolute need that we look at how do we deal with the monopolization in the market through the technology of the internet, and what is it being done, and what are the recommendations of the leadership panel that IGF and also the Business Review in 2 years or in the next year and a half is actually saying to this. Because I think we are looking at this as a real shift of power based on the technology. Thank you very much.
So I'm going to respond, but I invite the other panel members to as well. I think your points are well taken with regard to businesses whose business models have changed as a consequence of new technology. I would suggest, however, that it's not the leadership panel's responsibility to solve the problem, but it is our responsibility to make sure that the IGF brings to the table people who can consider various solutions to the problem. That might turn out to be legislators, it might be regulators, it might be parliamentarians, and it might be people with new ideas for business models that would make these important services, particularly news, refreshed. But the reason I'm reacting is that I would like you to understand that the leadership panel isn't the place that makes those decisions, it's the place that tries to facilitate those discussions to get at answers to the question that you just raised.
Fully understood, yes.
Thank you, Peter, for the feedback on the Internet We Want paper. And of course, thanks for your work in content over the years. 2 things. One is there is an opportunity for us, which is why we're here, to get feedback from you on this. Beyond this conversation, there's also, the Secretariat will open the paper for public comments and contributions, and, we'll love to follow up with you on how to reduce the bias that you've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next question on the other microphone. Thank you, Peter. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, it's great. I can't wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see there's a third microphone. I apologize. I thought there were only 2.
Okay, I'm shorter than the cameras. So
yes, well, there is that problem too.
Hi, my name is Chat Garcia Ramilo. I'm the Executive Director of the Association for Progressive Communications. My question is about process and your role as the leadership panel in bringing, in connecting the IGF outcomes to the different processes, as you've mentioned. You said, it's one of the things that you want to see is that the IGF being the body that will sort of monitor or bring these discussions. It's not one of the things that have been discussed here that is not easy to engage continuously is all these different processes happening at the same time, as well as now and also in the coming year. It's not easy. It's going to include resources. And I think one of the questions here is how, as a leadership role, would you be able to really connect those processes in a way that is really practical so that it actually helps inclusion. It helps to ensure that there is enough participation, especially for those of us in civil society and other stakeholders as well. And in practical terms is what I would really like to hear, because then it will also help us plan ahead and also to be able to see what would be meaningful and how we can react. Because if there's not enough information, then we're not able to then give you also practical. When you're asking us how we want to contribute, we're not able to do that if we do not know the exact ways and processes and mechanisms of participating meaningfully. Thank you.
So I think there are several ways. This is one of them, of course, but not the only one. There is this thing called email, and we all are willing to receive the email, and we'll rely on the Secretariat to invite comment to draw attention of the leadership panel. And I want to add, by the way, that it's not just the leadership panel. The MAG is another super important part of the lifeblood of the IGF. Without it, you wouldn't have the structure that we are experiencing this week. And so I hope that all of you in the room recognize that there is a partnership between the leadership panel and the MAG and all of the members of the IGF. Second point, I think, which is equally important, is that the national and regional internet governance activities may be as important or even more important than the annual meetings, because they are local and they know what the local problems are. They can articulate those things. But if you're looking for specific advice about how do we receive your input, I would suggest, first of all, email to the leadership panel through the Secretariat is one path. I don't know, Chengetai, if you wanted to respond at all with other avenues for getting input. We will be sending out requests for your comments. We could create forms, I suppose, if that makes it more comfortable. But right now, we're looking for comments on the draft paper that we've written, comments on the issues arising in today's conversation. So I'm going to, that's as much as I can say right now. Yes, Lisa.
I think it's a very important point that many of our problems might be global, but they need to be solved local and also to be perceived and analyzed in a local context. We can bring that to the IGF as such once a year, but it's actually the input that is getting collected in the national and regional IGFs that will analyze and bring that important analysis back to us. And this is what we will try to do, both with the Internet We Want, but also our broader work.
Okay, let's keep going. I'm going to take the center microphone now, since we already had these two.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself, please.
Qusay Al-Shati, I'm the chairman of Automated Systems Company from Kuwait. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. After almost 15 years or 18 years of IGF, evolution is inevitable, and it is the nature of things. And to improve any venue is to evolve it into a better format. What made the IGF successful is its inclusive nature, where all multi-stakeholders talk, dialogue, speak together on equal footing. While it is meant to be a policy dialogue, it became a capacity building venue, it became a best practice venue, and it became the soft power that influenced the internet governance related organizations. Because we spoke, we agreed, we disagreed, we come into a conclusion, we had a consensus, we know what to talk about right now and what to leave for later, to be discussed later. So the evolution of the IGF to a better format is expected. This is the nature of things in order to make it alive. And today when we talk about digital, for the common, digital is internet and internet is digital. So the common stakeholder, digital or internet, is not that much of a difference for him. So whatever the format that we want to improve the IGF into, in 2017 to 2019, we have the process which is called IGF Plus, which is meant to as an evolution of the IGF. It stopped, it transformed into Digital Compact. That's possible. Our concern is that whatever the evolution, it should maintain the fact that the inclusiveness of the IGF, the multi-stakeholder participatory nature, where all in equal footing we are talking about any issue presented. And the fact is that it is a non-outcome oriented event, non-outcome. One of the main factors of the success of the IGF that we are not under the pressure of an outcome to discuss. So we speak openly without that pressure. And that, let the decision be in another place. But here, we should maintain the non-outcome nature also of any evolution version of the IGF. The last thing is, we know that we have a summit coming in September. It may decide or it may formulate or initiate the process of how the IGF will evolve, whether it's in Digital Compact or Digital Compact under the IGF. Our concern is that this process so far is giving us the sense or the, let's say, the indicator that it will be kind of a intergovernmental process. We wish that it will be also a multi-stakeholder in nature, or either other stakeholders can attend in an observatory role, just to contribute and maintain the multi-stakeholder status of an event. Thank you.
So I will guarantee you that no one on this panel would disagree with the importance of maintaining a multi-stakeholder posture for all of the functions that are associated with the IGF. It's fundamental and essential. Let me take a question from the microphone over here.
Thank you. My name is Roelof Meijer. I'm the CEO of SIDN, the Registry of the Netherlands Country Code Domain. Mr. Cerf, if I understood you correctly, and without wanting to literally quote you, I think in your introduction I heard you ask the room at least two questions. One, should the IGF continue? Should the mandate be extended? And if the answer is yes, do you have any observations on improvements or other suggestions?
Could I interrupt and say that I believe it should continue? The question, others are going to ask that question in the WSIS plus 20.
I got that.
We want the answer to be yes.
So I'll make sure that the answer would be yes in answering them. I cannot speak on behalf of the Netherlands IGF, but I can talk about what we did there. We have a very active NL IGF, and this was exactly the question that we asked, I think, the whole group about a year and a half ago. So our answer was yes, the mandate should be extended, but we also have some recommendations for improvements. There are 16 in total. I won't read all of them to you, but I think there's some that might be interesting to read them out now. They're in three areas. They're about governance, they're about the dialogue itself, and they're about results. And I think the last category is the most interesting one. So about governance, one of the recommendations is that the IGF gets a more transparent decision-making process, but also a firm financial support.
Yes.
On dialogue, we have that the IGF has a more substantive focus. I think we have too many areas, too many themes that we try to address, and that we don't really get to the bottom of the issues in most cases. A more transparent system for deciding on which workshops will take place and which won't. And also more interactive format and less formal presentations, so more real discussions. And it's also important that people who participate make clear who they represent, what their interests are, what organization they work for, come from, and what the interests are that they represent. And on the results, we feel that the IGF should lead to more concrete proposals for national and international internet policy development, which I think is pretty clear, but I don't think we're really very successful there yet. The IGF should inspire substantive dialogues in other UN organizations. And the IGF should deliver standards for practical examples that can be applied locally, so nationally and regionally. I can send you the whole document.
Yes, please do that. And we would like to share that, of course, with the rest of the IGF. I assume you would be okay with that.
Definitely.
I do worry about the use of the word standards, though, because I'm not quite sure what kinds of standards you might be thinking of.
Standards?
Well, did I mishear you?
Delivers practical standards on, well, for instance, we had some discussion in the session before this about standards for improve or reducing the footprint of the internet and digitalization in general. And of course, you need practices and best practices before you can develop standards. But I think there's still a lot of ways that we can learn from the best practices of some to be implemented by all.
We should take this offline, but I want to pursue this a little further because I'm worried that you might be speaking of technical standards, which is not the strength of this organization anyway.
No, I wasn't necessarily.
Yeah,
no.
Okay, we'll come back to that. But please do send to...
I will, thank you.
Send that document to us. It sounds very substantive. Okay, we'll take the middle microphone.
I think she was first.
Oh, I'm sorry, we were there. We're circling all the way around. Yes, you're up, please. Yes, are you standing at the microphone there? You might want to just pull the microphone out of the, there you go.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Honorable Mishimbaka. I'm a member of parliament from Kenya in Africa, and also a commissioner under the Parliamentary Service Commission. I'm in charge of information and public communication. This is where we use technology to link the citizen with the two parliament, that is the National Assembly and also the Senate, to understand the issue of legislation, oversight, and also representation. So for me, I find this conversation to be very useful. And I'm just thinking that, is it the right time, or maybe you have some plans, or rather you have already done it, that we have universal declaration, or rather universal laws in terms of internet and technology, whereby the member states can sign and also be compelled to domesticate the same in their country. Because I believe that if we have such laws, this is the only way we can also address the inclusion gaps on the vulnerable groups such as women, girls, migrants, and also refugees in terms of technology or other internet. I'm also thinking that it is high time that we have to digitalize so many issues or rather some transaction. For instance, in my country, till to date, we are still using cash in terms of some transaction. Like we pay land rent using cash. And this is where you find there is a lot of corruption. So one way of minimizing this corruption or rather fighting corruption, we need to go digital so that at least we do away with, we do cashless transaction. And that is why we can minimize corruption. So for me, I think it is high time if we can have universal declaration, the way we have done on issues of human rights, the way we have done on the issue of the rights of women, the rights of people with disability, so that at least we can be at par as a globe. I thank you.
Well, two things from me. First of all, I am delighted that you're here. It tells us something about the utility of being at the IGF. And I hope that the sessions that you've been able to participate in have given you an opportunity to repeat what you just said to people who might be able to achieve those objectives. Let's take, let's see, we're going around this way, so we'll take your far right, my left.
Thank you for the floor. My name is Jacques Peglinger. I am co-secretary of the Swiss National IGF. I'm also involved in the regional European IGF. My question is very brief. What does the leadership have in mind for a future form of IGF to foster more the role of NRIs?
The first thing that we want to do is visit with them more. We would like to have more interaction with them. We discussed this, in fact, in a recent meeting today, that we would like to have more direct contact with the NRIs and the regional organizations. The mechanisms for doing that may involve personal visits to the NRIs or some regular correspondence. It's our understanding that there is a regular coordinating call among the NRIs, and if that's the case, then we would propose that some of the leadership members participate in those calls. So to the extent that we can, we'd like to be better connected. Let's take the center microphone.
Okay, great, thank you. Hello, I'm Christopher Tate from Connect Free and Internet 3. I think that we're kind of proof that the IGF is working. We're doing something sort of controversial, and that is, instead of getting an IP address from an ISP, which might be commercially entrenched, or might be bound by governmental problems, we allow individuals to create their own IP address through a public-private key pair. And what this has allowed is people on the ground in all these different places all around the world, and even if you think about it over the sea or in the air or even in the future in space and maybe on the moon and in Mars, to be able to get their IP address without having a centralized body so that they can create internet wherever they need to be. And so I think that, again, to reiterate, we're proof that this is going to happen, but something magical is also happening here in Japan, and that is in the 1990s, the telecom known as NTT, they were not broken up, but they were bound by law that they could not become an ISP on their main fiber optic network. And so what this has done is created a lot of different ISPs within Japan and strengthened the internet diversity here in Japan. And so in their model, they have a nationwide switching network which allows other ISPs to come on board. And our software allows us to also become a ISP on this network, an ISP of individuals. So I really would like the IGF to kind of look at telecoms in a way that telecoms, it's not the telecoms are the enemy. They're our friends and they're very important to create infrastructure, but to make sure that we have a border between the second layer and the third layer of the internet so that there's innovation that can happen at all layers. We believe we have a certain interesting technology, but I think there's a lot of people in technologies, and we hope that at IGF, that this process of being able to be open and being able to share ideas together continues. Thank you.
Well, I have to react and say that it's an interesting idea that you've just described. It's sort of like indirect addressing, I would guess. I would suggest, however, that the right place to take this is not the leadership panel, but rather to the Internet Engineering Task Force.
We are looking to do so. Thank you.
That's the right place for that particular target. Okay, let's go over here to the my right-hand microphone.
Hello, distinguished high-level panel. First of all, my name is Bakhtiar Mamadov. I'm Deputy Head of Administration of the Ministry of Digital Development and Transport of the Republic of Azerbaijan. We were honored that 11 years ago, we were host in Azerbaijan of the IGF Forum, which stipulated development of the internet and all infrastructure of the digital development of Azerbaijan. And it was a great pleasure for all Azerbaijan to host one of the fathers of the internet, Mr. Vincent Cerf. And by the way, I pass Azerbaijani youth, which includes my son, his greetings and all best wishes. They are virtually looking forward to this event. And also what I want to mention that affordability and accessibility is very important part of the development internet, and different governments put their efforts for development of this accessibility of internet. And in Azerbaijan, we targeted on 2024 in entire country to have affordable and accessible internet, minimum 25 megabytes per second for each citizen of Azerbaijan, no the matter of in which part of the country they are living. And also we think that this format, IGF, should continue because it's really great value of the result of the World Summit on Information Society, where Azerbaijan actively participated in both in 2003 in Geneva and 2005. And also there are different mechanisms of the United Nations. Azerbaijan is a chair of the non-alien movement. And how do you see cooperation of the different United Nations organizations direction on development, accessibility, affordability for internet, and also different regions initiated different projects, such as, for example, in Azerbaijan using the fiber optic infrastructure, satellite, others, and initiated digital Silk Road. And could such a mechanism like IGF or other specialized institutions participate actively on the development of this process, because it is a regional and global initiative? Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having hosted the IGF. You've already made a great contribution there. With regard to the technologies that might improve the situations, access to internet, my guess is that we will see increasing amounts of capacity coming from the overhead satellites and increasing amounts of capacity with undersea fiber. And those two will contribute to better access over time. So we thank you very much for that intervention. Let's go over here to my far left.
Thank you very much. My name is Auke Pals from KPMG, the Netherlands. I work in the responsible AI practice. And for the past years, I've had the privilege of being part of this community, being part of this Internet Governance Forum. And what I've learned, I started as a youth fellow, now grown up a bit, working in consultancy. However, I've really valued the multi-stakeholder model that we have on this forum. However, with the coming negotiations regarding the Global Digital Compact, I'm a little bit worried about this model and about the structure of the future of this forum, but also other digital fora. Because coming now from private sector, I really value to give input on this forum, but also extract information and opinions from others. And I really value that. And I think this model should continue and be in place. And I hope, and I'm really asking the leadership panel as well to fight for this and to keep continuing this model in the future.
I can assure you that everyone on this panel believes deeply in the multi-stakeholder model. It is very satisfying to imagine that the United Nations has accepted and is supporting a multi-stakeholder process within what would otherwise be a largely multilateral environment. So we hope to be the grain of sand in the oyster that continues to make sure that the multi-stakeholder voices are heard. So thank you for that support. Let me take the center.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Rodney Taylor, the Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. And I want to congratulate my fellow Caribbean colleague, Carol, on her chairmanship of the MAG.
Did you say that you were commiserating with her?
Congratulate. And I do agree. I mean, I want to echo the support for that, offer support for the comments made before with respect to support for the NRIs. We are hosting our 20th IGF next year in the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. So it's one of the oldest, if not the oldest. And I was pleased also to be able to work with our fellow small island developing states to host the first SIDS IGF, which was also recognized by the UN. So I know there are mechanisms for supporting the NRIs, but as you mentioned, perhaps even by way of your involvement, we have had involvement by, say, Chengatai and others who have lent their support to our efforts. We have also been making inputs to the Global Digital Compact through the deep dives, and we are supportive of that process, but we would hate to see another forum globally, say a digital forum, where it's just so much bandwidth that you have to cover these meetings. Outside of this process, as you well know, there are other policy development processes taking place, say for example in ICANN and within the registries, the regional registries. And therefore, we believe that the IGF remains a very useful mechanism to consolidate the global governance with respect to the internet. Lastly, I'd like to say that perhaps we can look at mechanisms for lowering the barriers to hosting this global IGF. I would love to see one in the Caribbean, perhaps even Bahamas or someplace like that. But we understand that facilities such as provided here by the government of Japan, excellent facilities by the way, would present a challenge for many of the small states. So perhaps mechanisms for maybe offering hybrid format that would allow for smaller states to host. Thank you very much.
This is an interesting concept of the smaller states hosting. The hosting that we have done in the past, that has been done in the past, has been sort of en bloc. Here we are in Japan, everyone is here. I wonder whether a group of states could host in other than their countries. In other words, they could be hosts, but the actual meeting might be held in a place that has the capacity to deal with this scale. That could be a stupid idea, but it's just a way of allowing the smaller states to have an opportunity to play the role as hosts, even if they're not physically in their facilities. Anyway, just a thought. Let's take the question over here on the right.
Yes, thank you very much. Nigel Hickson, UK Government. Firstly, Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank you and to thank all the other members of the leadership panel for your work and contribution to the IGF. It's really great to see you sitting here this morning and answering questions from this audience. The second point I'd like to make is that your role will become increasingly important as we come towards the WSIS Plus 20 review process. For many of us, the IGF, and particularly the national and regional initiatives, has become fundamental to the way that policy is developed on a global scale, to the way we interact, to the way we collaborate, to the way we make friends, and to the way we make progress on the information society, the internet, or whatever we might call it. And we want to see this continue. We want to see this develop. We want to see the WSIS Plus 20 process bring forward a new realization of what the internet can do for us, but also the challenges that lie ahead. We want the WSIS Plus 20 process to endorse the value of this incredible collaborative effort. And we want it to endorse the need to go further in terms of the connectivity agenda, the sustainability agenda, and the desire that the internet should be multilingual and diverse in all its aspects. So, Mr. Chairman, I think we would ask the leadership panel to do two things. One, to continue your excellent work. And secondly, to invigorate the IGF, to support the brilliant work that the IGF Secretariat does, to strengthen their resources where possible, and to also ensure that other stakeholders, because your eminent members of the leadership panel talk to many other high-level stakeholders, to make other stakeholders understand the importance of the continuation of this body. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. Much appreciated. Let's go to the center and then over to the left. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. No, go. Let's do the center and then we'll do the left. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, Sebastian. Thank you very much.
I just wanted to make him mad at you. You know that.
Thank you very much, Vint. And I echo Nigel's words in expressing the appreciation for the work you are doing, the contribution you are doing to strengthen the IGF and the multi-stakeholder model for internet governance. The answer to your question about if we want to extend the mandate, the answer is absolutely yes. And while there is room for improvements, it's clearly the work is much better with IGF than without IGF. And this is the IGF allow us to deal with controversial things in a very safe and educated manner, exchanging ideas with other colleagues, other stakeholder groups, and before they come up in a form of public policies when it's too late to try to influence or to have these kind of dialogues we have here. So what improvements we can improve in IGF, I think that the resources is clearly a barrier. I agree with Nigel that the Secretariat does an impressive work, but so we want they to do more, but we need to also to secure the resources to support them. I think that's the interact with IGF should be much easier, and we should create tools for anybody in the world to participate fully in IGF discussions and processes without coming to the meetings. And I'm not speaking about streaming or open consultations. I'm saying that we should find easily the resources and people should know what the best practice forum produces and what the policy network produces, and this should be much easier to find and to interact and to provide comments and to participate in the discussions. And just one more point, because I will take your invitation to submit written comments, but I think that also the meetings should be much easier to work to work through, and we are running from one room to another. We have sometimes 3 workshops about the same topic with the same speakers, repeating the same things. And we should try to organize them. So if this is an important thing, so we should bring them together and have one session. So in total, counting the main sessions and workshops, we should not have more than 20 sessions in total. So instead of having 100 people in the rooms, we could have 400, 500, and we could have the policymakers participate, fully engaged in the discussions with all stakeholders about the topics that really matter. But I have more ideas, but I will accept the invitation to.
First of all, we welcome those ideas. Second, this point about having too many meetings has come up more than once, and the idea of trying to compartmentalize things a little better is a very attractive point. And so and then since the MAG chair is now here and listening to that, she has the first bug in her ear about that structural change.
Thank you.
So these are good points. Let's take the question over here. Oh, yes, please.
Mr. Chairperson, can you allow me to switch in French?
Well,
or is it too complicated for you?
No, it's easy. I just need to select. Please go ahead.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I think it's not just to be entertaining that I'm going to speak in French, but I do want to say that this meeting, with all the UN languages that are available here, I think it's important to do this. I nonetheless don't want to repeat what others have said, but I would nonetheless like to say that the IGF continues to have various protagonists here. I'd like to share an experience with you. When there was the first IGF, I was speaking to one of the people from the European Commission, and I said, well, it would be interesting to start with things on a national level, regional level, and then maybe move on to a world level. No, they said. it would have been far too complicated to do this. There would have been too many meetings, and we wouldn't be able to keep things going. But now I understand a little bit more what he was saying, because I feel that today, the situation we find ourselves in, we have these myriad international organizations that say we're going to make things complicated for everyone. There are processes right, left, and center. There are various texts, for example, that are written by the Secretary General. Then you have the ITU, then UNESCO comes up with something. And then what do we as individuals do? We can't really follow what's going on. And then I heard someone in the room next door, I think it was someone from the Swiss government saying, it's normal, it's diversity, is it not? But as we see that the number of meetings continue to rise here and all the processes that are on course are just going to be unmanageable for all of us, for those of us who are the end users. And these are the people that I'm trying to represent. Thank you very much.
We now heard more than once that it would be attractive.
Il paraît que j'ai pas dit qui j'étais, donc c'est.
I'm Sébastien Bachelet. I forgot to say who I was. I represent of DISOC of France, but I'm also the president of the end users of ICANN. Sorry for not having said that earlier. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bachelet. So we've heard more than once now that people would like less chaos in these meetings, and so we will take that on board as a request for more structure and perhaps less complexity in the scale of the number of meetings. We've all experienced this in other venues like the Internet Engineering Task Force, where 100 meetings happen over the course of a week. Let me take the center microphone.
Thank you, Vint. My name is Christina Rida. I represent the Egyptian government. And I would like maybe to start by saying that the establishment of the leadership panel was an important milestone of the Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation, and we really thank you for all the work that you've done so far, and we sure can tell an increased interest in the IGF on a global level. But I think one of the most important mandates that are listed in the leadership panel terms of reference is to promote a greater impact of the IGF. And I think that we've heard all through those days here at the IGF that the whole community is talking about the importance and the impact that the IGF had so far done, and the importance of having this viewed on a larger scale. So I'm sorry if I'm bringing back again the GDC to the mic, because this has been probably said many times. But if we look at the issues paper that was put forward by the co-facilitators, there's clear message that there is need not to reduplicate processes, and we've heard that a lot, but also to fill in the gap for global digital cooperation in order to respond to rapid technological changes, and we've heard many of that. So I think what I try to say here is that we would like to see the leadership panel continue its effort, but also we would like to see more integration of the leadership panel within the work of the IGF, specifically in collaborating, integrating, and liaisoning with the different components of the building blocks of the IGF, the MAG, happy to see Carol up there, also the NRIs. And I think all the components of the IGF should work on one front towards achieving that greater impact that we're looking for, and put forward a proposal specifically ahead of the Summit of the Future, a proposal that comes from the IGF community in a way ahead of the Summit of the Future and building towards WSIS Plus 20. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your suggestions are very consonant with discussions that we've had about more integration and interaction among the leadership panel and the other components of the IGF writ large. We are literally out of time. If you have a short intervention, we could accept that, but we may not be able to respond very much. Please go ahead just briefly.
Okay. I speak in French, please. In French. Alors,
I have two comments which I would like to put forward to the leadership in terms of the IGF. What we have heard here from the beginning has been rather interesting. The word that we hear time and time again is the word stakeholder, to be inclusive with the largest number of people. We can maybe have an IGF, an extended IGF, that will allow people who cannot be here, that they can maybe gather in one specific area and to take part remotely, to also be able to follow what is happening and to interact if it is necessary. We have already taken part in various programs like in Google. We have worked on various programs which made it possible for us to disseminate this event to other participants who couldn't come here on site. They could be, we can create an event and it could revolve around the IGF, and we could explain to them in more of the vernacular, if you will, of what is happening within the IGF. And secondly, for an inclusive event, I think you could register or you can access only online. We should be able to follow our event more easily remotely with greater accessibility. I think that this would be feasible. I feel that the current registration process, I do understand that we should have a simple link that you could just click on, and it is laborious, if you will, to be able to even register, to be able to attend this specific event. And we have talked about this ad nauseum, about the various capabilities that we could have. And I think that this has to do with training, education, and bringing this more to the people, especially vis-a-vis AI, artificial intelligence. Now, I think that we really need to look at and review what education actually means, to provide this information, to foster this specific environment and domain, to bring it down so that it trickles down to the very people for us to undertake all of these additional endeavors. I can even think of different programs to provide support at the local level where there is the most need. We need to have training programs, support programs. We need to have local stakeholders that need to be part and parcel of this endeavor which we are undertaking. In addition, we also need to look at the risks, the various innovation, the various other projects that can contribute. We can also contribute to this new era, which we, in this new projects, which we all are all committed to and are undertaking. Thank you.
Thank you very much for making your intervention brief and to the point. We do hope that some kind of increased ability to participate in hybrid mode will be made feasible. We need to call an end to this meeting, but thank you all very, very much for your interventions and your advice. We will report back to you as best we can how we have digested what you've had to say, and we will apply that as we work our way towards the next year and the Summit of the Future, and finally the WSIS Plus 20. Thank you all very much, and good luck with the rest of the meetings.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for this main session on human rights, upholding human rights in the digital age, fostering a multi-stakeholder approach for safeguarding human dignity and freedom for all. My name is Peggy Hicks. I'm a Director of Thematic Engagement, Special Procedures, and Right to Development at the UN Human Rights Office in Geneva. We've gathered here an amazing panel, so I won't take too long at the start. But maybe just to make a couple of framing comments about why we've thought that this was a really important conversation to be having at IGF this year. It starts from the idea that the human rights framework is not just a legal obligation, which it is, but is also an incredibly useful tool that needs to be brought into conversations at the Internet Governance Forum and everywhere else where the issues around the Internet, digital technology, and artificial intelligence are being discussed. We see this human rights framework for what it is. It's a universal document that's been a set of documents that's been agreed across contexts, across continents, and it provides an enormous amount of resource and material that can help guide some of the tough issues that I've heard in the many sessions we've all been a part of here in Kyoto. So we're looking for ways to make sure that that is available to ground some of these conversations. It brings in, of course, the ethical conversations. We, of course, are often brought back to the ethics and values language, but we think that the human rights framework is a reflection of our ethics and values and gives us a place that we're able to work across all the different stakeholders and contexts in an effective way. I also wanted to emphasize at the start how much this is a global conversation and how difficult it is sometimes to make sure that that's reflected in reality as well as in sentiment. We still see that discussions on some of these issues tend to be dominated by certain regions and certain sectors, and that we don't have enough of the voices of those who are going to be directly affected and are being directly affected by digital technology in the room. And the human rights framework, I think, helps us to make sure that we are listening to the voices of those who are most affected by digital technologies. Finally, I wanted to mention that the panel also we've asked our panelists to give us a sense of what their expectations are for the Internet Governance Forum and for the Global Digital Compact that my boss, the Secretary General, has been working on, and how to really advance those conversations from a human rights perspective. And so we're going to be looking at, for example, concepts like how do we develop a better evidence base for the work that we need to do in the digital sector and on artificial intelligence, for example, and the need for us to have better monitoring and observatories and data that will help us look at these issues. And of course, coming back to the framing of this session, the importance of a multi-stakeholder perspective. And the multi-stakeholder perspective, I have to emphasize, is one that provides not just token participation, but actually meaningful engagement from all communities. And one of the things we keep coming back to is that it's not just enough to open the doors, it's also important for the resources to be there to allow that to happen. An example of that, for example, is the need for some of the researchers that are going to have access to some of the technologies that we want investigated. Will they have the computing capacity to be able to do that work? Do they have the resources to be able to do what we need them to do as researchers and academics in the system? So those are some of the questions that will frame the conversation we're about to have. As I said, we're very fortunate to have with us an incredible panel today. I'll introduce each of them as we go forward. We're going to start with some initial remarks from each of the panelists, and then we'll move quickly, I hope, after that into a question and answer with some time at the end, I hope, for us to come in with some final comments. So with all that in mind, I'm going to turn to our first speaker, who in fact we have two of our speakers are going to be online. And our first speaker is Dr. Cameron Houshang Ashraf, who is the Human Rights Lead at the Wikimedia Foundation and Central European University Department of Public Policy. So we're very fortunate to have Cameron with us, and we'll turn to him online now.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Super. Wonderful. Thank you. I want to thank the conveners and the organizers, the moderators and the rapporteur, and all the panelists here. I wish I could be with you. And of course, the panelists online and everybody who is here or is watching online. My name is Cameron Ashraf. As you just heard, I lead the human rights team at the Wikimedia Foundation, which is the global nonprofit that supports Wikipedia and other digital projects for free knowledge. We provide the technical infrastructure and support hundreds of thousands of volunteers around the world who contribute to Wikipedia. I'm also an assistant professor of new media and global communications in the Department of Public Policy at Central European University in Vienna, Austria. And the subject of this panel, broadly speaking, was safeguarding human dignity and freedom for all in the digital age. And I'm personally really appreciative of this choice of wording, as I feel that a strong belief in human dignity is why many of us are here at the IGF, or why we work in technology. It's a complex, contested, and comparatively under-discussed topic within the tech and human rights field. And I think part of the problem and part of the challenge to understanding dignity online is that we actually have yet to agree on what human dignity is offline. How a person is treated, how they're respected, varies wildly by geography. Borders can make a humongous difference, which demonstrates, to me at least, that conceptions of dignity are in flux and perhaps always have been. This question of the dignity of the individual and of the individual's place in society with regards to technology, I think is likely to be one of the great salient issues of this decade. We're already asking these questions, when we ponder how AI might infringe upon our dignity, what AI might do. And also when we think about where is human dignity in internet censorship and surveillance? What about companies who derive their profits from tracking us without our consent? Or predictive content based on inferred emotional states? What about the digital divide, people not having access to the internet? How are the elderly treated online? What happens to our collective discourse when it's poisoned by misinformation? The core, to me, with all these questions and a lot more that we could spend all day on, is a question of dignity, which is something I think few of us can define or even begin to articulate. I think really, human dignity is something that we just have a sense of, perhaps an intuition, but it's not something that we can actually just look up on Wikipedia and conclude the discussion. And while Wikipedia won't settle this discussion on human dignity, I believe that Wikipedia itself is really premised upon dignity. To me, it's the idea that everyone, everywhere has something to contribute. And importantly, that what they contribute is not for sale, it's not to be exploited, and that the individuals who create this knowledge are free to develop their own approaches towards managing the knowledge that they are stewards of. In other words, there is no unelected interference. Yes, Wikipedia is an encyclopedia. It's not a social media platform. It's not an opinion page. And volunteers collaborate, debate, deliberate, argue, discuss their edits, and curate the world's knowledge. They provide citations and sources. They weigh multiple perspectives so that they can make good faith decisions about content together. They really do embrace the spirit of collaboration across national borders to provide the most accurate information possible for the world. And I really encourage you on a personal note, dive into Wikipedia in any language. It's a really, I think, very humbling experience to see how much people have created, not for profit, and because they want to, because they care. These volunteers set and enforce rules for what does and doesn't belong on the projects, guided by a universal code of conduct, which is supported by the Foundation's genuinely firm commitment to human rights standards. And I think across the Foundation, all of our staff and our volunteers, a belief in the dignity of the individual to contribute to the world's knowledge freely. I look forward to this panel and to expanding and discussing this topic today with both the panelists and the audience. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Cameron. I think that you've started us off on a really important note, really grounding the discussion in those concepts of human dignity and raising the issues that we all know need to be part of the discussion with regards to surveillance, the digital divide, the impact on vulnerable communities. These are all things that we're looking for to be part of conversations here at the IGF and in the policymaking bodies across the globe. But I guess one of our challenges is how effectively are we bringing that forward? And with that question in mind, I'll turn to our next speaker, Dr. Eileen Donahoe, who is the Special Envoy and Coordinator for Digital Freedom at the U.S. State Department, formerly known to those of us in Geneva as the U.S. Ambassador to the Human Rights Council there. Really looking forward to hearing your thoughts on this, Eileen, please.
Thanks so much. It is so great to be back in the IGF community. I feel like there's tremendous energy this year. Like many of you, I think of myself as one of those strange multi-stakeholder animals. I've been in different sectors working on human rights and technology issues for a long time. I was in civil society actually with Peggy at Human Rights Watch. I also was recently at Stanford for the past 8 years or so, where I ran a center called the Global Digital Policy Incubator, and we really focused on the implications of tech for democracy and human rights. And as Peggy said, I'm now back in the US government as Special Envoy for Digital Freedom. And the way I see my mission, the sort of top-line mission, is to elevate human rights throughout US cyber and digital policy, but also to elevate it internationally in all of the technology conversations. I sort of have identified in my very early days 3 priorities and tremendous overlap with the agenda here at the IGF. The first of which is international AI governance, where the goal is, as Peggy said, it's to solidify the status of international human rights law as the foundation for governance of AI. And I think of that human rights framework as peculiarly well-suited to governance of AI, because if you think about all of the risks and implications of AI that people are concerned about, starting with privacy, equal protection, non-discrimination, concerns about, ramped up surveillance, freedom of assembly and association, freedom of movement, freedom of expression, implications for the information realm. All of those are human rights considerations. There's also the other side of the equation, which is inclusion in the benefits of AI. And then the other part, I have a little bit of a philosophical streak. I feel like AI is raising these existential questions about the centrality of the human person in the future of society and in the future of governance as the focal point. And for all those reasons, I think the international human rights law framework really speaks to the challenges. I will also note, unlike any other normative frameworks that I'm aware of, it does have the status of international law. It is universally applicable. It's a shared language across the globe. And for all of those reasons, I think it is just very well suited for international AI governance. The big move I'd like to make there with everybody here is, many of you will recall in 2012, there was the first UN resolution on internet freedom, and it laid down that foundational idea of human rights being applicable online as offline. Back in the days where we actually saw these as different realms, and now everything has collapsed together. I think the same move has to be made with respect to international AI governance, because we see this proliferation of risk management frameworks and ethical guidelines, and they sometimes use the same language and mean different things, sometimes they use different language. And my observation is that many of the people involved in crafting these frameworks, super well-intentioned, very knowledgeable, understanding the technology, but underexposed to the international human rights law framework. And so I think that is really the job of this community, to advocate for this framework and have it be the foundation upon which risk management frameworks can be built. Second big priority is digital inclusion in the multidimensional sense. It obviously starts with basic connectivity for everyone, and I'm sure this community knows well, there's something like 2.6 billion people on the planet who are still unconnected, and that is a priority. But meaningful inclusion is multidimensional. We have to stay focused on inclusion in data, which goes directly to equal protection, non-discrimination, inclusion in content creation, like Wikimedia, inclusion in the coding community, in the governance community, and especially maybe inclusion in decisions about application of AI. So for all those reasons, I feel like this multidimensional concept of digital inclusion, we have to remember it isn't only basic connectivity, it's all those things. Last point is, of those 2.6 billion who are unconnected, women and girls make up the majority. And that is a really underappreciated fact. It was really brought home to me on day -1 here with a really amazing event. And we talk about the gender divide and we talk about the digital divide, but they are really ultimately one and the same thing. And we have to elevate that. And I feel like women and girls are also less likely to be included in all those other layers, in the data, in the content creation, in digital literacy programs. So I really think we have to underscore the gender piece. Last is information integrity, which is a really challenging subject because we always have to take care not to undermine freedom of expression when we're seeking to stop the erosion of integrity in the information realm. And I don't think anybody has quite figured out how to do that yet, but it has to be prioritized. And I think governments around the world, civil society actors, everybody's getting much more engaged on the practical dimensions of how we do that. I will mention we just were involved in the Canadian-Dutch Global Declaration on Information Integrity at UNGA, and really pleased to support that initiative. And I think it's got great content, and I think it can really serve as a basis for conversation going forward. Last, I just want to say it's a really significant moment in the IGF life cycle. And I think everybody here is comparatively more sophisticated about multi-stakeholder governance, but we have to all raise the bar even further. And what does that mean in different layers of the stack and in different sectors, et cetera? I don't think that's fully fleshed out. Last point is, this panel is framed around two things. One is the substance of human rights, human dignity in the digital context, and the other one is the multi-stakeholder processes and how do we advance them. Those are not really separate. I think we have to remember process impacts substance, and multi-stakeholder process is how we protect human rights. So I'll stop there.
Great, Eileen. All sorts of wonderful points there that we need to bring in. I really appreciated what you had to say about the multiplicity of frameworks as well, and the extent to which the human rights framework can ground those other initiatives. It's not that we have to move away from them, but we need a common framing that pulls them together in a way that makes it so that we're not spread across too many different places. Your point about gender, I have to say, I have been here a day and a half, and I haven't heard nearly as often as I would like, so I'm very impressed that you made that. And the points on the way that we move forward on digital inclusion, I think, are crucial, and I'm hoping we'll come back to them in some of our other speakers. But I'll turn now to Professor Peter Kirschlager, Director of the Institute of Social Ethics at the University of Lucerne. We've shared a panel before, and we're back here again, Peter, so please give us your thoughts.
Well, thank you so much, Peggy. And I also wish to thank the organizers for having me on this panel. And, being an ethics professor focusing on ethics of AI, I need to pick up a point Peggy was mentioning beforehand, starting to build the bridge between human rights and ethics, because I think, from an ethics of human rights perspective, it is actually crucial to start with a kind of minimum standard, being human rights, allowing people to survive and allowing people to live a life with human dignity, being very much informative, I think, for basically the entire value chain of AI. And, interestingly enough, we can also observe a certain kind of converging ideas when we look at the different processes. I mean, look at the results of the IGF so far, look at the high-level advisory board on multilateralism, like more effective multilateralism. But I want to also recognize, the consultations in the framework of Global Digital Compact, but also, policy briefs by the Secretary General, but also statements by the Secretary General in the UN Security Council this summer, but also the latest resolution in the UN Human Rights Council, and also statements by the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, converging ideas in the sense that first, it is clear that we need a regulatory framework. And secondly, it is also clear that this regulatory framework needs to be human rights based. And thirdly, there's also a converging idea that we need at the UN institution, some body, some entity taking care of the enforcement, the implementation of this regulatory framework. And I think this reality that we have these converging ideas, coming together on these focal points, I think is something which we need also kind of to celebrate, that we achieved already now in the discourse about so-called AI, this consensus in these three, with these three characteristics. And I would like to add that, from an ethics of human rights perspective, using a human rights-based approach for the regulatory framework is also good news for technology, because it's not overburden technology with some higher ethos. Human rights is really a minimum standard from an ethical point of view. And secondly, human rights are also able to not only protect, but also foster and promote diversity, and by that also able to promote and foster innovation, by allowing people to think out of the box, by allowing people to freely express their opinion, by allowing people to have access to all the information which is there, which of course is crucial for being innovative. And secondly, regarding the agency, that there is a need for a UN body taking care of this existential issue of AI and how we use AI on the global level, including the huge positive potential AI can have for us as humanity and for the planet, but also including looking more precisely also on the ethical risks it poses. This agency could have, and that's based on my research, a multi-year research project I started at Yale University and finalized at the University of Lucerne. One proposal could be to follow the model of the International Atomic Energy Agency, because I would argue, and that's as a proposal, as a suggestion for further thoughts, that both nuclear technologies and AI share a dual nature. Both of them having, an ethical positive potential, but also an ethically negative potential. And in the field of nuclear technology, I'm simplifying now very much, we basically did research first, then we created the atomic bomb. Unfortunately, we used the bomb several times, and then we realized as humanity that we need to do something about it. And we created the International Atomic Energy Agency at the UN, basically taking care of the fact that we can avoid the worst. And even as an ethicist, I'm not that naive, not acknowledging that, of course, that's not perfect, it has its geopolitical implications, but still we need to acknowledge that the International Atomic Energy Agency was able to avoid the worst. And I would think, in similar terms, I would suggest to follow the model of the International Atomic Energy Agency, also in the field of AI, creating an International Database Systems Agency, IDA, at the UN, first for focusing on finding out, identifying, the ethically positive opportunities which AI is offering to us. Secondly, also identifying, of course, the ethical risks, but also thirdly, in enhancing international cooperation, collaboration, technical exchange, technological exchange, what we also see, how fruitful that can be also here at the IGF. And of course, also being, benefiting from all the different initiatives in this field, bringing them together, combining also multi-stakeholder approach with a multilateral approach, because both of them have their advantages and disadvantages now from an ethical point of view. So bringing that together in making sure that at the end of the day, all humans can benefit from AI, and also the planet can benefit from AI. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Peter. I think you did something that's not that easy, which is that you gave us an optimistic perspective on where we are, that we have consensus around the needs in a way, in the broad sense. The pathway is there, but how we get there is the critical question. And I think your comments, as well as Eileen's on information integrity, point to the fact that we need to now take that conversation to the next level. We've identified these complex issues. We've recognized there's no silver bullet, there's no switch that we can flip that's going to solve these issues, but we need to really look deeper at the different needs. And for example, on the broader AI question, I think the compelling idea that we can't expect any one institution to actually necessarily accomplish everything. But the idea, as you put forward, of an observatory or really having an authoritative body that can at least give us some of the evidence base and the monitoring that we need is a step in that direction. I'd like to now turn to Mallory Nodal, the Chief Technology Officer at the Center for Democracy and Technology, a key partner of ours on these issues and with enormous expertise. So we're really looking forward to hearing Mallory's thoughts. Please.
Thanks very much to the organizers and for inviting me to talk about this. In fact, I do want to touch on sort of some of the work that we've done with the OHCHR at some point. My response to this is a little bit broader than just what the IGF community does. I think of the whole constellation. I'm actually looking at the ceiling. There's a whole constellation of fora out there that govern the internet, that do different things. We're now including AI, not just the internet anymore. And they all are meant to sort of come together here at the IGF, where we present, we share, we cross-fora analyze all these different issues. And so when I think about these issues, I think about that broader landscape, although they all end up landing here, don't they? I want to reaffirm what others have already said, which is that this isn't a panel about ethics. This is about human rights. It's the most tangible, useful mechanism we have to talk about the most pressing social issues of our day. One of my former colleagues, Vidushi Marda, always said, human rights is governance with teeth. And she talked about that in her paper on AI, but I think it applies across the board when we're talking about governing technology. And so because this is a really complicated landscape that's only getting more complicated, I think it can be useful to just take a moment to appreciate that, and also to analyze what everyone is currently doing and what their relationships are to human rights and what their roles and responsibilities are. So we know, right, that states have the obligation. We know that companies have a responsibility to human rights. I wonder, though, sometimes how we conceive of all the other stakeholders. For me, having worked in this field for my entire career now as a civil society representative, it is really the vision and the mission of civil society, in essence, why we're here. But then we have academia, I think, plays a really important role, but where I work most consistently is in the technical community. And I don't know that we've firmly established what is the technical community's relationship to the human rights framework. I think we're working on that now, and the OHCHR report that is soon to come out
touches maybe on ways of mechanizing human rights discussions within the technical community, supporting those discussions. But we haven't yet had the philosophical conversation, what is the technical community for or to the human rights framework? Now, to reflect it for a moment, the technical community admittedly is made up of other stakeholders. It's really industry and states. You have increasingly civil society members there, but not that many. And so then there's a question of, okay, if you have states that are obliged to the human rights framework, if you have companies that are responsible for it, why isn't the technical community already talking about human rights? Why isn't it already baked in? And I think that it's comfortable maybe to talk more about the technology than it is to talk about the hard problems, or to talk about the hard problems in technocratic terms is a comfort zone. It's also the language of products and of producing and of, right? And so there's just a different way of talking about it. When I very first started engaging in the technical community, I found myself always having to say human rights things, but in a totally different way. I had to create these value trade-offs. So there was one design possibility over here, but then there's another design possibility over here. Let's just list out the requirements and talk about the trade-offs, rather than saying this one's better because it's better for freedom of expression, because that wouldn't have gone anywhere, that wouldn't have helped. I think we've made progress, right? I think that now that there are more and more human rights advocates in the technical community, it's becoming easier to talk about this is the end goal because human rights would be better under this design, but it still very much has to be sort of reconstituted into its constituent parts and then put back together. And that's really important work that we need to keep doing and we need to do more of, not because we should turn technical discussions into political theater, but because, again, what my colleagues have been saying, these are actually the hard problems. When you characterize the hard problems of technology in their roots, in their real essence of being about people, you'll actually get to the answer quicker and better. And that's all we're really trying to do. And while that can be challenging for people that have only been formally trained in the sciences, it isn't impossible. It wasn't impossible for physics and chemistry. It's not impossible for computer science engineers either. I think I should probably be ending soon with my time, but I wanted to just really quickly say that substantively, I think one issue that I've seen travels throughout all the fora, across all the stars in the internet governance constellation, is censorship and internet resilience. And I see that as a real one of our first starting points when we bring together a real end user or people-centric issue that all fora can engage on, and every technical community's conversation, every standard has a role to play in figuring out how we ensure the internet stays on, that there's meaningful access everywhere. And so I'd invite folks to really consider that as a centerpiece for cross-fora engagement on internet issues and human rights. So I would just hope that this conversation continues to talk about human rights, not just at the IGF, but in all fora, and the IGF in perpetuity. It's not that human rights is coming in or out of fashion. It's a constant vessel for all the things that should matter to us, and we need to make sure that no matter what fora it is, no matter where that forum is hosted or what venue we're in, that we're able to bring these issues up and to tease out the really important things for people everywhere. That's it. Thanks.
Great. Thanks so much, Mallory. I think you made some fabulous points there, and really this emphasis on the bridges to the communities that have to be part of the conversation. And what I liked about what you said is that give us that idea that people out there are having human rights conversations all the time. They're just not aware or framing it as a human rights conversation, but those trade-offs and those discussions around the impacts of technology in different ways, those are conversations that the technology experts that I've engaged with really want to have. And I do think making that bridge to help with the framework that can underlie those conversations more substantively will be really helpful. And your points about censorship and where we need to go on issues around internet shutdowns and the need for a approach that puts people at the center are crucial. We're going to turn now to our second online participant. We're very fortunate to have with us Dr. Marielza Oliveira, the director of UNESCO's Communications and Information Section Division for Digital Inclusion, Policies and Transformation. UNESCO's as good at long titles as my office is. Over to you, Marielza.
Well, hello, Peggy. Thank you, and hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with you, and I'm sorry I cannot be in Kyoto in person. We've attended all IGF since the very beginning, but this year we have a smaller team online, in presence. Well, UNESCO is kind of at the front line of seeing the opportunities, but also the barriers that the digital spaces can create, because our mandate is exactly the free flow of ideas by word and image. So for us, we've centered our work on fostering the kind of ethical and human rights-based framework that can enable digitalization to bring forward human rights and human dignity, because it's actually not advancing at a fast, while it's advancing at a fast pace, it's not really benefiting everyone equally, and actually quite harming, creating quite a lot of harms. Our digital era is kind of a troubled one, and we really need to reboot our digital spaces, particularly regrounding it on trust and facts. So, regaining ground on a vigorous and healthy public debate requires that we really protect information as a public good, defend freedom of expression and access to information everywhere, but because of its scale and reach, particularly online, individuals and societies need to relearn the value of facts and knowledge, and we need to support a fact-based, evidence-based generating bodies such as academia, science institutions, as well as public interest independent media. And the IGF, as a multi-stakeholder mechanism, actually bring quite a lot to this conversation. We play a leading role in facilitating the international cooperation and shaping a human rights-based digital future, because we actually work on strengthening human rights-based standards and regulatory frameworks under which digital ecosystems evolve. Last year, for example, we held the Internet for Trust conference exactly to look at regulation of internet platforms. And at the end of this month, we actually launching our guidelines that center this type of regulation, particularly on accountability and responsibility, which is missing in digital ecosystems. And regulation and standards are how we ensure oversight, protect the public good, and encourage also investments because they actually create level and stable playing fields for innovation to flourish. We see that all countries that are at the forefront of digital transformation are actually engaging in the development and implementation of regulation of digital spaces and technologies, particularly social media and artificial intelligence, because they really see the need for that. But these efforts really need to be complemented by global standards and guidelines that facilitate collaboration between actors in government, private sector, civil society, this multi-stakeholder approach. So we are been setting standards in the area of digital transformation. Our recommendation and guidance, for example, in transparency of digital platforms, open science and open data, ethics of artificial intelligence, ICT competencies for teachers and others, they are instruments that foster innovation while protecting human rights and promoting accountability. That's how we center our work. And a second line of action that we always bring is to strengthen institutions and systems that can enable cooperation on digitalization issues. It's really important that we develop human and institutional capacities to harness the potentials and address the challenges of digital technologies and platforms. And we prioritize the capacities of these groups whose decisions and actions have kind of the widest and the deepest impact. For example, policymakers and civil servants, particularly judicial operators, since they have a special role in shaping the environment in which our digital ecosystems are developed, as well as educators who are responsible to impart knowledge in line with 21st century requirements, and young people, digital natives that lead this process globally. And we value very much the networking and collaboration, knowledge sharing among stakeholders, and foster ideas for engaging on best practices and on regulation and the conversation around human rights. But we must also, raise the skills and competences of users of digital technologies and platform. Media and information literacy being essential to build critical thinking, technical and other skills, knowledge and attitudes that allow us, to derive value from digital information ecosystems and avoid the traps they set by misinformation, conspiracy theories, disinformation, hate speech, online incitement to violence, and others. And the stakes are really high, so we really need to bring this conversation in a bigger way around the IGF and other digital ecosystems, particularly in this year that we have so many governance changes. For example, with the WSIS plus 20 process taking shape, starting the Global Digital Compact coming up, and other mechanisms such as the AI body that is being thought out, and so on. So this is the occasion in which we have the chance to do this big reboot. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Very helpful perspective there, and really sort of linking back to where Cameron started us on the importance of information and data, two points that are crucial to the conversations. But I also liked as well the points that Mary-Elsa makes around human capacity, the institutions and structures, and the need for us to build up the ability to tackle these issues in a human rights compliant way as well, and how we get there. And I'm sure our other panelists may have some thoughts on that front. There are still 2 more panelists to go. I appreciate everybody's patience before we get to the questions and answers. But I'm going to turn now to Frederick Rowski, who's the head of human rights policy for Asia Pacific at Meta. And my notes say, Frederick, you're also a composer of electronic music. So I don't know if you'll bring that in, but over to you.
Thank you. How did that fact get in there? I didn't offer that bit of my biography, but happy to discuss that offline. Look, it's hard to be 6th or 7th in line in a conversation. It has benefits and downsides. On the positive side, I have a better sense of where the conversation's going, but I also have so many notes now to my remarks that I'm not sure that they're valuable to me anymore. But I'd just like to say, I'd like to thank the IGF and to OHCHR and everyone else for giving us the opportunity, and apologies for my voice. I've lost my voice. And just to say that I'm personally excited about being part of this panel. I joined the Human Rights Policy team at Meta last year in July, after several decades of work in the international civil society space and with the UN, including with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and am committed in my current role as the head of human rights policy for the Asia Pacific region, and that's part of a larger team, human rights policy team globally, to engaging in all of our work in a multi-stakeholder and consultative manner. But with that background, I came to this space with the perspective of a critical outsider, and had a fair amount of skepticism coming in about how successful we could be in building a human rights framing and human rights approach to the business. But I have to say that I've come to appreciate how successful Meta has been in doing this. There's a long way to go, but I think a lot of progress has been made, particularly since we adopted our corporate human rights policy in March of 2021. We try to show this commitment rather than just talk about it, but just a few things that we have pushed forward with in the last couple of years are building a human rights team itself. It's relatively new. Adopting the human rights policy, launching the Oversight Board, which has adopted human rights as a principal basis for its work, creating a Human Rights Defenders Fund, committing to protecting expression and privacy against overbroad government demands, a commitment that we made when we joined the Global Network Initiative in 2013, which I think is another institution worth talking about. We've published 2 annual human rights reports. This is the most recent one, and what makes this one interesting is it includes a summary of our enterprise-wide salient risk assessment, which is something that we committed to do and are now beginning to publish some of the outcomes of that. And it looks across human rights risks throughout the company, up and down the value chain. And we continue to publish other forms of due diligence at the country level. We've done one recently on Israel-Palestine, on end-to-end encryption, and a number of other issues. And over the last 2 to 3 years, we've strengthened our engagement with UN actors and agencies. This is included with UN Global Compact, our commitments to the UNGPs, engagement with the Secretary General's Office, OHCHR, UNICEF, UNHCR, Office of the Special Representative for the Prevention of Genocide, many special rapporteurs and country teams. And we have a 20-person, I think, delegation here to IGF, which I'm very proud of, including our president of global policy, just to represent the commitment that the company has to this kind of engagement. I can already hear the groans from some of my civil society colleagues in the audience. You know, okay, yeah, they're listing off all of the great things they've done again. So I do want to acknowledge up front that this is not easy. There are many challenges to integrating human rights standards into company policies and making them more than a fig leaf, but actually influential on important decisions, even decisive. I work in the Pacific region, in the Asia-Pacific region, which has an extraordinary amount of linguistic and cultural diversity, a fractured regulatory space, vibrant and growing economies, and where governments have, let's say, an inconsistent commitment to democracy and human rights. And as I list those off, I realize that I'm talking about the world and not about the Asia-Pacific. So it does sometimes feel difficult, if not impossible, to live up to the dual commitments that the company makes to both comply with local law in these many different jurisdictions and to abide and promote international human rights standards at the same time. That's all to say that we seek expert guidance and we give it where we can. We want consistent and principle-based frameworks that we can't and shouldn't be developing ourselves. And for these reasons, we strongly support the leadership of the UN in facilitating the global process and improving global cooperation through the GDC and the IGF and other fora. I'll end by just mentioning that we recently made a submission of inputs to the GDC and highlighted a number of actions, and some of which include actions that we would take collectively in a consultative manner, urging governments to resist policies that enable the misuse of personal data or impose overbroad restrictions on protected speech, supporting the use of end-to-end encryption against overreaching surveillance and encroachments on freedom of expression, offering support to capacity-building initiatives, inclusive ones, for public and private sector actors to prevent and react to harmful, malicious, and hostile behavior online. And this is where my notes get kind of, I'm so confused that I can't follow them anymore. But I would just, on that last point around multi-stakeholder engagement, a couple of thoughts came to mind as I was listening to others speak. One is, in my role in Meta and coming from a civil society and international organization perspective, I do see that there is still a significant gap in understanding across stakeholders. There is, as has been mentioned, conversations are happening all the time about human rights, but they're not being conducted in human rights terms and human rights language. And there's still a long way to go to kind of socialize and communicate that human rights framework. The other challenge there in that gap, I think, is now that I'm living among engineers and software designers and salespeople and all of that, is to translate those principles into action. There are many examples. Robot plan of action. You know, how do you take that and turn it into language that can be implemented as policy? How do you then take that language and turn it into something that can be applied at scale? It can be coded, can be understood by engineers, can be understood by people who are promoting the business and other aspects of the business policy. And the second thing that came to mind is this risk, the concept of risk. I'm constantly talking about risk with people, and everybody understands this. There's legal risk, there's business risk, there's policy risk, and there's human rights risk. And I think we're often talking about similar things, but we give them different valence. They play a different role in the balance of decision-making among different parts of companies and different parts of governments. And I think there's some progress that can be made there in in both developing a shared vision about what we mean by human rights risks and impacts, and especially how they interrelate with these other frameworks for assessing and understanding and mitigating risks that are much more common and frankly more widely understood amongst many people in the technical and business community. So I'll leave it at that, and thanks again so much for giving us the opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Frederick. We really appreciate the company perspective and your willingness to come and be part of a forum like this and discuss, how what Meta is doing and what areas there are still room for improvement in. I think your point about the risk assessment frameworks is a really interesting one that comes up quite a bit for us as well, and is an area where we might be able to bring things together a bit better, taking Mallory's point about putting people at the center of it and the human rights analysis that will help us to do that. But fortunately, we have with us one final panelist who has been patient, and we're very much looking forward to his insights. Benga Sassan is the Executive Director of the Paradigm Initiative and a member of the IGF Leadership Panel. Over to you, Benga.
Thank you, Peggy. We're talking about human rights and multi-stakeholder processes, and I think it's a good time to, state clearly that we can't have multi-stakeholder conversations if certain stakeholders can't be on the table. It's hypocrisy at best to say that we're having human rights conversations and it's multi-stakeholder, and there are stakeholders that can't be on the table. Where the IGF 2023, and I keep hearing stories of people who wanted to be here but couldn't make it because of visas. And it's not just this IGF, it's the IGF before now and many global processes. There are barriers to entry, and I think we have to address this. You have no idea how dehumanizing it is for you to stand in front of a visa officer to defend your existence and expertise. It shouldn't even be a thing, because you're going to contribute to conversations and you're not trying to do something else. So I think it's important, for us to set that as a conversation to continue, and that if you're hosting the IGF or you're hosting a global, if you call it global, then it has to be global. And if it's global, it means you have to open your doors to relevant stakeholders. And I know this is part of a bigger, migration debate, but we can't pretend that this is not happening, and we're talking about human rights. Anyway, and speaking of which, when we talk about global processes, including the GDC conversation, including the IGF, and all of the conversations we will have, one of the important opportunities we also have is that we have data and we have stories on human rights, either human rights violations or human rights defense, from civil society organizations that have been working on these issues for a very long time. And I think it's very important for us to take advantage positively of this information, this data, and be able to improve processes. And because when we have these conversations, one of the things we must realize is that there are people with lived experiences that we can't ignore. And these lived experiences will help us understand what the issues are. We don't need to commission a study, for example, to understand some of the violations that happen in some of the countries across the world, and how to respond, to those challenges. Some of you may be aware that the leadership panel, the IGF leadership panel, presented a paper a few days ago. Well, not a few days ago. It feels like it's a long week already. I think just 2 days ago, actually, presented the Internet We Want paper. And the whole idea of that paper is to, ask the question, what Internet do we have right now? What Internet do we have? What Internet do we want? And what is the gap, and how do we do that? And of course, the 5, overarching areas. It should be all and open. It should be universal and inclusive. It should be free-flowing and trustworthy. It should be safe and secure. But I want to emphasize the 5th point, which is that it must also be rights-respecting. And by saying that it should be rights-respecting, I want to just focus on just one tiny area of that. We talk a lot about the 2.6 billion people who are not connected, and I want them to be connected. I say to people that my life story, my career journey was made possible because of one email. And that is the power of the internet. So there are 2.6 billion people who are not connected, but don't forget, there are also people who are disconnected. And I want to emphasize that because we're talking about human rights. There are people whose governments, or whose certain activities or situations have rendered them disconnected. And because they are disconnected, we count them as part of the connected, because we're focusing on the unconnected, which is the 2.6 billion. And I think it's really important. I'm glad that the Freedom Online Coalition released a statement this week on, on internet shutdowns. It is not a conversation that we should be having in 2023, but again, it is what it is, the world as it is, and where we need to go. And I think finally is to say that, global policy processes are not for aliens. They're for humans, and so at the center of the conversation should be humans. It should be human dignity, it should be human rights, and everyone has a role to play. States have, the obligation already to make sure that they implement human rights principles. Civil society does advocacy, like Mallory said, the technical committee needs to bake it in, and for the private sector, it is very clear, at least between, the COVID problems we had in 2020 and now, it is very clear, I think, for many businesses that human rights is good for business. When people trust your platform better, they are very likely to use it and become advocates for that. So I really look forward to the comments and the questions we'll have and the conversations that will continue on this topic of human rights and multi-stakeholderism, and making sure that everyone that needs to be on the table doesn't face barriers to entry.
Well, that was well worth waiting for, Benga. I think the points that you make are so crucial to the conversation. I have to pick up the first point, which is about who's in the room, because this has been a persistent issue, not just in this conference, but in many conferences we're at, where we say we want a global perspective, but we're not necessarily able to achieve it. And I do think there's a fundamental question there about what are we going to put into that, and what do all of those in the room want to say to all of the governments that they're engaged with about what you need for this forum to be as successful, because it's actually a disservice to all of us, because that idea of participation, it's not opening the doors as a favor to those who want to participate, as you said. It is a necessity for us to be able to have the experience and knowledge that will allow us to arrive at the right approaches and ideas and insights that we need in a discussion like this. I've gone on too long. It's a point I'm passionate about, but really appreciated what you had to say as well on the internet shutdowns point, one that's a recurrent one from last year's IGF I'll point out. But now we are finished with the statements from our panelists, and really looking forward to seeing if there are questions from the audience that we can bring back to the panel. If you want to come forward to the microphones, please identify yourself, try to keep your comment or question short so that we have a chance to bring in as many people as possible. Don't all line up at once. I can't see people. Okay, good. We're getting some engagement here in Kyoto. Please.
Hi, everyone. Yes, here we go. My name is Carolyn Tackett. I'm with Access Now, a global organization working to extend and defend the digital rights of people and communities at risk around the world. Thank you so much to the panel for all of your comments, and especially on the reflections about the importance of meaningful access to these spaces and making sure that the people whose voices need to be heard the most when we're having these conversations can actually safely engage in these spaces. I don't think any of these reflections on multi-stakeholderism can really arrive at the stated goal if those people aren't able to engage. And so I just want to present the question back to the panel, and maybe to you, Benga, first, to just kind of build on what you've already shared, but also Eileen and Frederick, would be great to hear from you as well. To what extent the news that we're hearing about the next location for IGF in Saudi Arabia is in any way compatible with what you've outlined here. And I think especially understanding where we are in this cycle for IGF and coming up at the end of the WSIS Plus 20, kind of understanding what the future of the multi-stakeholder model looks like, what a move like this means for our ability to actually bring civil society into these spaces safely and meaningfully. So I'd just like to hear what you all have to say. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Caroline. We're going to take a couple of questions just to make sure we get things in and then come back to the panel. I think there's somebody over here, please.
Thank you so much. First, I want to appreciate the conversation on the issue of human rights and human dignity. My name is Mishi Juma Mboko. I'm a member of parliament from Kenya. and I represent the Parliamentary Service Commission on the issue of information and public communication. And I just want to say, on the human rights perspective, how are you going to address the fear that artificial intelligence can create job loss? Vis-a-vis, it's going to create some jobs in terms of research. I'm just looking on a scenario whereby a job which could be done by 10 researchers can just be implemented by just one application. So that is a fear which is across developing countries. Number two is there's the issue of cyberbullying, which is rampant, especially in my country, and mostly it's targeting vulnerable group of members of the country, like the women, politicians. We have that challenge, and it is very much rampant. I don't know how we're going to address it. My last question is the issue of protection to privacy and personal data. Recently in our country, there were some guys who came from America, and they called themselves WordCoin. Under that banner of WordCoin, they were collecting some personal data from Kenyan citizens. It was a big debate because even the authority, the Kenyan government, were not aware of what was happening in regards to WorldCoin. So it's like there's no international regulations. Anybody maybe can just pop in a certain country and just try to collect some data. So this is a scenario where more fear is being spread to citizens of certain countries. And that is why maybe we really need to have some outreach programs, or we need to have programs in the entire globe so that at least people would understand what does it entail by artificial intelligence. Because even people think that it can be a threat in terms of internal security. So I think there is a need, not only having these big forums internationally, but we have to disseminate the same information in our countries, far back to our rural areas, whereby up to now, there's still no connectivity. The connectivity is very, very low, and people doesn't understand what is happening. So when you're talking about artificial intelligence, some people think that, who's this monster now coming? Is it the same people like the WorldCoin, or these people are taking our data, or is it going to be a threat in terms of our internal security? So there is a lot to talk, and there is a lot to discuss and engage people globally. I thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for that perspective. 3 really important points. I'm going to take one more question before we go back to the panel, please.
Hello, I'm Emma Gibson from the Alliance for Universal Digital Rights, or AUDRI for short. And thanks, Eileen, for mentioning the event on day 0-1 that we co-organised, which was around the Global Digital Compact and our launch of these 10 feminist principles for a Global Digital Compact, which you can ask me for a copy and I'll give you one afterwards. It was great to hear some talk about gender. Human rights is the first of our principles that a GDC should be based on the human rights law. But I'd love to hear a little bit more from people around the importance of gender specifically in the Global Digital Compact as a cross-cutting theme. Thank you.
Thanks very much for those 3 sets of questions. We actually ended up with 5 questions. So I'll come back to the panel. Maybe Benga said you went last before. You can go first now, please.
Thanks for asking that question. So first of all, I don't know how many people were in Addis last year for the IGF. And, you know, I said a few things. One of the things I said was, it was pretty embarrassing that a country that shut down the internet was hosting the Internet Governance Forum. That may not have been a diplomatic thing to say, but it's the truth. Everyone, including Saudi Arabia or anyone else who will host the IGF, needs to understand what the IGF means. It means that it is a forum for conversation around the internet, including principles of human rights. I believe that apart from, you know, speaking to state obligation and civil society advocacy, we should not be worried about surfacing concerns that we have and asking questions to get guarantees from, you know, anyone who has stepped forward to offer to host the IGF.
Thank you, Benga. We also had questions relating to gender, to cyberbullying, to the protection of privacy and data, and the impact of AI on the field of work. Who wants to jump in? Mallory, you look ready.
Yeah, I can jump in with answers to two of the questions. The first one specifically on cyberbullying. I just wanted to highlight a really instructive and informative report that Center for Democracy and Technology put out about women of color who are politicians in the United States and the experiences they have online. That intersection is a real mess for those folks. And what that research really highlights is a bunch of different elements that sort of all stakeholders have a role to play in this. I'm not going to outline all the recommendations, but you can go and look. So the process by which you actually research the problem, understand it from a nuanced perspective, what's actually going on, that is the kind of thing you have to conduct every time there is a problem like this. And it requires the platforms to open up their data to researchers. It requires fine-tooth comb when you're going through what the experiences are. In the high level, the recommendations are things like give users more agency. They need the ability to block and report. They need the ability to do that at scale because the attacks against them are often being done at scale. Things like that. So I feel like that's a really, really important question. It's particularly important for those most affected, for gender discrimination. And so I think it's a great example of the kinds of things we need to pay attention to when we're talking about real world harms and human rights. But there are, of course, many, many other. Second question I wanted to respond to was just about next year's forum. Just because I alluded to this in the end of my remarks, I think that irrespective of the actual location or the host, human rights has to be a huge part of the conversation. In fact, sometimes I feel like this conference should really just be a human rights and sustainable development conference that we talk about the internet and AI sometimes, right? Like that would be more useful and beneficial sometimes rather than creating this about the technology. So I want to just say that we've had this happen before. We've had internet governance meetings every year happen in places with questionable human rights records. It's happened for the IGF in particular in Turkey. 2014 was just after Gezi Park, right? We had Singapore hosted the IETF one year and folks were trying to boycott it because if you were LGBTQ, you were not technically legally allowed to go to Singapore then. That was a real problem. Things like that have not deterred the conversations from happening. In fact, I think we have to lean into it and be louder about it. It's an opportunity to talk about these things in a different way. And so I'd challenge all of us to make sure that we do that.
Thanks, Mallory. Eileen, you want to come in?
It's difficult. It had so many good questions and so many layers to them. I will start with the 2 points by Access. The first one, I have something positive to say. You talked about the necessity of having civil society in the room for these tech policy conversations and internet governance conversations. My observation, particularly at this IGF, is that the expertise in the civil society community has skyrocketed, even as compared certainly to governments, in understanding how the technology works, and in relation to, let's say, private sector and technologists in terms of exposure to relevance of the international human rights law framework. So we talk a lot about capacity building to get people in the room. As, Benga, you said that. I think we also need to think about capacity building for the technology community and governments. So that's just a different angle on the same issue. Saudi Arabia, I would say it is the responsibility of the IGF community, the leadership panel, the MAG, to, as Mallory said, make sure human rights is squarely on the agenda and emphasized, not hidden. And certainly make sure the inclusion piece is that people are paying attention of who's not being allowed in or included. Because it might be different. It might be different. I'm going to also get to the last question about gender and join it with our colleague from Kenya. this whole conversation is kind of about the tension between the consequences for human rights of exclusion from enjoyment of the technology and the benefits of the technology, and the processes around governing the technology and being in the room. But that sits in tension with the risks of inclusion, and whether they are inherent risks of the technology that were not thought about before deployed, or malign application of the technology by authoritarian governments for surveillance, censorship, control of the information realm. And those two things are in tension. I think that event on day -1 really made a giant impression on me, how the gender piece is at the heart of that, both because women are the most excluded from connectivity itself, but also from all the other dimensions of meaningful inclusion to really be participating and benefit, but also at the heart of some of the risks of how the technology is used in ways that are peculiar to women and girls, and there's a gender dimension to it. And I think that both of those sides of the equation, we have to, this is why we have to elevate the gender conversation. Because if you want to understand the dynamics and the tension between both of those sides that we have to do at the same time, we have to solve for the gender piece. On the other point by the Kenyan colleague, labor displacement, in effect, the consequences of AI for labor. That is so under-theorized and so underappreciated, and it's ultimately, I think it's going to hit us all in every society. That's one way that societies that are where AI is more embedded are more at risk on the front end of that, the consequences of that. And I think there's a whole community of people thinking about that, but they tend to be economists, and they otherwise do labor issues. But I don't think many in the technology community are yet focused on that, or even in the human rights community. So I appreciate that question.
Thanks, Eileen. Just a small comment linking what Mallory said about what we really need is a human rights conference that brings in the internet, and your comments about the gender dimension. One of the things I'm often struck by is the extent to which we try to separate or solve problems online when in fact the online world is a reflection of the world that we live in. And that distinction or separation is never going to be truly successful. Peter, would you like to come in?
Yeah, I would like to pick up this point because I think, at least I would see, a huge opportunity that we actually can find technology-based solutions to the gender issues which were raised. And I think, it's not rocket science to find ways to identify, gender-based hate speech. It's not rocket science to find a technology-based, solution to identify cyberbullying. I think what we are lacking is really the will, be it from states, be it from the private sector, to really make that a main focus for the next year, rather than striving for more efficiency, just to put it very simply. And then regarding the impact on human labor, I couldn't agree more with you on the fact that we really, I think, paying not enough attention to the question what kind of impact the use of so-called AI has on human labor, which kind of seem to pretend that this is not really happening, and that we still have kind of a capitalist free market striving for full occupation full employment while it's actually going in the other direction. And we have seen now years where we had economic growth with unemployment rates also increasing, which is a new phenomenon, also from an economic point of view. And I think we just have to intensify that interdisciplinary debate on where we should strive for. Ethics can also contribute in, what does it mean for a human to work or not finding, paid professional task, and of course, other disciplines contributing to trying to find a solution for that.
Thanks very much. I think there's real agreement on the need for the field of work issue to be looked at more thoroughly. Frederick, would you like to come in?
Well, thank you. I'll be brief. I just I agree with everything everyone has said 100 times over. It struck me, particularly in the comment around cyberbullying and the other comment on the centrality of gender, or its lack of centrality where it should be central, is part of this framing and translation problem that I was thinking about in the first comment, which is these fora are amazing, and they're great for talking about the principles. They're great for bringing stakeholders together. You know, I find myself as a human rights lawyer thrust into the center of a giant tech company, always needing to make all of that actionable. You know, turn that into things we can do, processes. Some of them are technical, some of them are not. Some are policy, some are messaging appropriately to leadership. But I'm just thinking, for instance, in the cyberbullying example, human rights is really where we need to start with that question. You know, you need to start from the principles and from the common and shared global vision that we have for them. But very quickly have to get to policy. And we've got a very robust policy on bullying and harassment in Meta, and yet it needs to be constantly iterated and constantly evolve to take account of particular contexts, for country context, cultural context, language context. And from there, quickly go to finding mitigations and how we land upon them, how we design them, how we implement them very quickly. And just, for instance, we've made adjustments, for instance, to our policies on women public figures and the kind of vulnerabilities that they have, and have made adjustments to bullying and harassment policies that would, you know, add protections. The issue around user control, you know, enhancing that user control and transparency about these things so that people can have all the tools that they need to protect themselves. And then, you know, many other complicated issues. Language. I mean, on every single issue often comes down to language when you're talking about content. And bullying and harassment in particular is a space where we're constantly needing to evolve those policies. And that cannot be done without engagement with communities, without understanding that that we don't have, and that is specific to the cultures and communities where the platform works. So just, again, thinking forward to the next IGF and other contexts, that just, it's that next step from the amazing conversations that we've had to finding ways to collectively, you know, find specific solutions in some of these contexts. And obviously AI adds a whole other layer to that.
Thanks very much, Frederick. We have time for a few more questions if there are people who would like to come to the mics. I noticed that we didn't thoroughly tackle one of the points raised by our Kenyan parliamentary guest, who asked as well about sort of the privacy side and the data side, and how we see those issues. I was in a conversation directly before coming here that really stressed that the theme in this IGF is around AI, but that we need to start seeing the AI challenge as a data issue. And that, you know, at a minimum, one of the key elements here is transparency. And that's the point going back to what Frederick said as well. But a whole nother topic about the way data protection is a crucial piece of the AI equation. I see a question over here, please.
Sorry, I'm a bit short, obviously. I wanted to follow up on a question that was raised because I felt like the response wasn't necessarily sufficient, and I think it actually speaks to wider systemic issues. So when we're talking about where we're hosting, whether it's the IGF or other forums in certain contexts, I think the responses, at least from what I heard, thank you. The responses, at least from what I heard, was more about agenda items that were being raised, so that will include human rights in the agenda, but it feels like the people who have that lived experience, who are the most affected, are being excluded by design from these spaces where we have well documented from credible sources the use of technology itself to survey marginalized and vulnerable people. So I think that we need to talk about that. And then the other piece about people who are excluded because of the visa issues. I feel like this is a repeated problem in a lot of different forums and contexts, whether it's IGF, we had this happen at RightsCon as well. And the conversation then just becomes about how do we guarantee it in this just one context of allowing people to come to a conference, but not speak to the wider issues of the bordering of the world that's being enhanced by technology, where certain groups of people are allowed to move freely, but others are restricted, and a lot of that is the vestiges of colonialism, and not talking about making the key part of our agenda in the IGF, decolonizing technology as well, because it's just reinforcing some of these existing systems that are quite problematic. We see even within, like, for example, the African context, that people have been prevented from moving within their own continent, whereas like we have already the mechanisms and systems in place, for example, the EU model of being able to freely travel within their continent. Like, we know we can do this. It's not that difficult in the sense that like the models exist, but it's only afforded for some populations. And so I think we need to be speaking about the systemic issues, and they're often ignored. So I wanted to hear some of that, like, what are the actual tangible, concrete actions that are being taken to address this, instead of repeatedly having these come up as talking points in different conferences, including IGF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another question over here, I think.
Hello, everybody. I'm Arnaldo from Brazil. I'm representing the youth from Brazil. And I would like to quote everything that was said before, because I was thinking exactly like that. We are from a South perspective, from a youth perspective, and I feel that in the last IGFs we had really not sufficient representations of our queer community. Like, we have just a few people that are transgendered. We have sections of debates that does not represent our perspectives, because we are daily facing the violence against our communities, not only on the internet, but on site as well. And I see that we have to face these debates and try to propose these forums to input our perspective too, and try to bring more youth perspective and queer perspective to the debates, not only the North ones. And I've just wanted to implement this commentary, and try to bring this way of thinking, so in the next ones we can like build something more queer. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I don't see any other questions, and I told the panelists that we'd come back to them for a final comment. So what I think we'll do is we'll respond to the two final questions or comments here as part of your final remarks. And I didn't give anybody an order, but I'm thinking about going in reverse order, if that's fair again. Benga, do you mind going first?
I don't mind. So I think it's important to reemphasize that the conversation is not about getting human rights on the conversation in Saudi Arabia as a panel. That will be tokenism, and we're not talking about tokenism. We're talking about the respect of rights and to be seen as respecting rights. And I think this is really important, because when I spoke about barriers earlier, this is lived experience. This is not theory for people. There are people who've had experiences that are not just dehumanizing, but have also affected spaces they can go to, opportunities they can get, and the things they can do. And so I think it's important to understand that. So this is not just about a panel or about getting certain colors of faces on panels or something. It's about making sure that when we have to have the difficult conversations, we have these difficult conversations, regardless of where this is held. And by the way, this is not just about the next IGF. This is about continuous IGFs. This is about continuous global forums. There are times when we even need to call out countries and platforms that speak the language, but do not respect the rights as they should. And I think this is really important. In terms of representation, this is a conversation that that continues, and I'm glad to know that there are sort of tracks and there are panels and all that. But I think we must realize that as long as we continue to get those questions of, young people are not represented, minority groups are not represented, it means that they are not things we should ignore. We should pay attention to them and make sure that things as simple as the guidelines of how to organize workshops, that we literally implement this and they become an opportunity. And I'm grateful that we've had, this conversation today. And I hope that, it's not just going to end with this panel. I hope that the conversations will continue in the hallways and even beyond here about what must we do. The state has an obligation, private sector. Human rights is good for your business. It's no longer trying to emotionally blackmail you. For technical community, you have to build it in. And civil society, we must not shy away from speaking truth to anyone, including even our allies.
I'm kind of wishing I'd left you for last because that was a great closing statement. Thank you very much, Benga. Over to you, Frederick.
Oh, thank you. Look, this is my very first IGF, and it's my very first time representing Meta at such a forum. So I'll forego my, my critique, but I would just say that I've been very excited to be here. I've been very, very happy, and the company has been very, very happy at the framing, the centrality of human rights to almost all of the conversations that we've been in. It was very hard to figure out where I should be because almost every single conversation, every single panel that we've been engaged on has touched upon human rights, usually explicitly, but if not implicitly. So I do think it's worth thinking about doubling down on that approach, as a few people have suggested. And from our side, I think we'd be very pleased with that kind of framing. At the same time, look, I've been in a lot of conferences in my life on the civil society side and in many other capacities. Yeah, a lot more can be done to make this a more inclusive process. A lot more can be done to ensure that the framing of the issues and the issues that we deal with are getting to the heart of the problem, particularly more systemic problems. And so I think there's work to be done there as well, but very excited to be part of this. And just wanted to end by saying that we get a lot of criticism, and rightly so in many cases, and very happy to spend time talking about the issues that are specific to us. But part of why Meta brought so many people here and decided to have such a high-level delegation to the IGF is to message to everybody across all of the stakeholder groups that we're committed to this conversation and are ready to move forward and support it in every way we can in the future. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Frederick. We wanted to turn to Marisa, if you're online and had a concluding comment.
Thank you very much, Peggy. I just wanted to make two comments regarding previous questions. In terms of the issue of online violence, that has really become a new front line for journalists, for educators, for cultural workers, for scientists, and particularly for women in these professions. This is an escalating freedom of expression and access to information crisis, because this is really driving away the professionals that actually bring truth and facts to the digital ecosystems. And this kind of harassment and abuse is a combination of, not only threats and misogynistic comments, but digital privacy and security breaches that expose identifying information, exacerbate, the offline safety threats for them. 73% of women journalists are actually harassed online, and a high proportion of those actually suffer attacks offline. So this is a thing that we really need to bring, to discuss. I wanted also to comment on the labor questions that was asked before. And we know that jobs will certainly change, through artificial intelligence, and we really don't know yet what the end effects will be in terms of employment numbers. But what we see, and what really worries me more, is that how technology is stripping away some of the labor protections that took decades to construct. Gig worker is really precarious worker, and does not really enable people to realize their right to earn a decent living. It may also impact consumers negatively. I saw the other day an article about nurses being hired like Ubers. And this has terrible consequences for the health of their own patients and for the nurses themselves, for their own mental health. And we need to bring these issues, to our conversations. And so for that, I would like to close by offering the IGF one suggestion, You know, the IGF is a great place for bringing together multiple stakeholders, but we're still missing some that are critical to our dialogue on human rights and technology. So I'd like to remind us that regulatory authorities that create the norms under which digital technologies operate should be brought in, like information commissioners, data protection authorities, human rights commissioners. They should be a regular feature and participants in the IGF meetings. Media also, you know, is not really present enough, and they are the ones who create awareness among the general public about the digital issues and bring their own experiences of opportunity and harm that digital technologies realize. And policymakers that lead digital transformation that can help us create this pipeline of knowledge to policy on human rights-based approach to digital development. And finally, judges and public prosecutors that who are the ones who bring human rights violations to justice that really need to be part of our conversation. So I'll close here and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Marielza. I think it's that call for that even broader sense of inclusion is really wonderful. Really appreciate that. I'm going in reverse order, so I'm going to go next to Mallory, please.
My concluding remarks will also comment on a couple of the questions we didn't get to. I wanted to start by talking a little bit about privacy because it didn't come up, and I think it is an interesting omission on this panel. I think it's because, and it's hard to overstate this, I keep saying it, but we have a really complex landscape. And I think privacy is a good example of that. We've been doing nothing but talking about privacy for the last 10 years or more, right? It's 2023. 2013 was the Snowden revelations. We were talking about it before that. The Snowden revelations were very helpful to our argument. It really highlighted and demonstrated what was wrong. And we did a great deal, especially at the technical level, to fix that with rolling out transport encryption everywhere and ensuring people's connections, and also that now their DNS lookups are behind encryption. But we've never had a bigger privacy crisis. And it's worth introspecting on that, right? Is it the business model? Is it that you can still be targeted by someone who not only wants to survey you, or not someone, but a regime that wants to survey you and also do you harm? I mean, we have to do both. We have to look at the big picture, re-architect the way the internet works, and we also have to zoom into the details and pay attention to how end users are being affected. And that's just one issue. And everyone is bringing in this incredibly important element of representation and of participation. And so we need more, not less. We have more issues to talk about, more dimensions to those issues to talk about, in more places. And so I think one of the last things I wanted to just conclude on is something that was just very briefly mentioned, but we haven't really confronted in this panel yet, which is maybe the creation of new mechanisms within the UN to talk about internet and AI and other things with the Global Digital Compact and so on. I feel like we're never actually replacing anything, we're only adding to the space. That is not necessarily a negative thing in and of itself, but something that we have to reflect upon. We are increasing the complexity of what it is we're trying to govern and what it is we're talking about when we're governing it, and then the processes, and then how we actually do it. And so I would caution us to really think about the opportunity there, but also the risk. The opportunity is what the colleague over here from Brazil said. We can bring in new and better and more interesting and fun issues from the next generation, real things that are happening in places that we haven't had enough representation of yet, and deal with those and expand what we're able to address. But I would just be careful that we do not take all kinds of social issues and put them into the technical bucket, that we don't technocratize everything. I think that's one of the risks I see in expanding this community, rather than thinking about how we take our technical expertise and our technical conversations out into the world where the real end issue is sort of being discussed and being put forward. I think that's another model where, yes, it still contributes to the complexity, but it's coming at the issues from a different angle. Thanks.
Very interesting and thoughtful comment there, Mallory. Let's go over to Peter, please.
Well, thank you so much, and I wish first to thank the colleagues who asked these questions. And I actually want to dedicate my final statement to basically reiterate what they were saying. What at least I understood, and I hope I paraphrased that correctly, basically saying, listen, we cannot deal with the visa issue if we're not talking about migration in a more systemic way. And I think that's something maybe we can even be more self-critical to us, to continuously ask us, if we don't have, if we have a concrete question, we need to look at it also from a systemic point of view. We need to look at institutions, we need to look at structures, being maybe structures of injustice, and we have to address them. And the same goes with the strong statement on representation. I think it's at least I hear a strong call to every one of us to keep continuously being self-critical in about, do we really live what we are talking about? Are there any things we are willingly or unwillingly not respecting in our practice? But also, are there maybe also some blind spot we need to address? Because I think that the field, and that's my last sentence. I think the field of, let's say, legal discussion about so-called artificial intelligence, but also the ethical discourse about it, at least has the tendency to run the risk to be very good in preaching, but not so good in action so far. So I think we can get a huge step forward if we start really taking action on what we are, have been writing on in recommendations, guidelines, etc. Thank you so much.
Very good point. I see Bengal smiling, and I expect many in the room are as well. The practical side of what this all means on the ground is crucial. I'd like to turn first to Cameron online, and we saw you pop in for a moment. Cameron, I hope you're still there to give us some thoughts from your perspective, and we'll close with Eileen.
Wonderful, thank you. Yes, so first I wanted to just briefly address a couple of the questions that were asked earlier. One of them was about gender, and another one was also about queer representation. And I think this gets to to build on what Frederick said earlier. This gets to a point about how are we structuring at the big platforms, and the tech companies, what we consider human rights teams. Oftentimes they focus on sort of state-based violations, sort of the traditional human rights narratives. But where, for example, does gender equity sit in an organization when it's global? And I think we need to start to think about repurposing human rights teams. What are we considered human rights? How are we defining human rights outside of perhaps just privacy and surveillance and freedom of expression? As I often would tell my students, there's more to being a human being online than what I say and who's listening. So I think it's important for us to start to actually, from the platform perspective, make some actionable steps towards understanding what human rights teams do and how they move forward. With regard to the question about AI and labor displacement, I think there's a really important, component with labor that involves access to, factual and accurate information. And I'm a skeptic of a lot of AI. My academic work has criticized it from a human rights perspective. But I do think, for example, with Wikipedia, it is a very vital resource for a lot of people. They're able to get information they might not have otherwise gotten. And AI can actually be, even though I'm skeptical in general, here I think it's very good, wonderful potential application of it, because it can be used, for example, to translate articles across languages. It can be massive gaps between different language wikis, over 300 languages on the platform. And also it can help people who, for example, are whatever language they're writing and isn't their first language. So there's opportunities also for individual communities and language groups around the world to build out the knowledge that's available for people that might help offset, unfortunately, some of the disruptions that will be happening. And this is not from a sort of a late stage capitalist perspective. But also to my final question, briefly, some members from the Wikimedia team are in the audience. If you'd like to speak with them, they're happy to chat with you about human rights, AI, or anything else. And I started discussing dignity, and I think I will go ahead and close with that. Governments around the world, they have a basic charge to protect their citizens. And to me, that means that even the most repressive regime has some basic conception that people have a worth, and that worth merits protection. So we have a baseline there. And I think going forward, it's really important that that laws and regulations, and social norms around technology, around the internet, around artificial intelligence, continue to build upon that idea that we all have something worthwhile and worth sharing, worth contributing to. And I would say, especially when we disagree with each other, given everything that's happening, especially when facts are inconvenient. So I really do hope that we move forward with, working on that baseline, and remember that, we are here to protect human beings online and offline. And that includes, digital activists in prison around the world, and all of those who are, really advocating for free and open knowledge. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Cameron. And we're running out of time, so quickly over to Eileen for the final word.
Wow. That last question over here, Benga, you said everything that needs to be said, I think, about inclusion in process and risks for people in the real world. The question that comes up for me is, I am not really aware of how the decision was made. I mean, choices have been made in the past, Mallory, Turkey, Ethiopia, Azerbaijan. So I don't know how those decisions are made, but perhaps as we think about the next phase of the IGF, that those decisions are made elsewhere, at different people at the table. That's one idea. I'm just going back to a couple things I heard from colleagues. Peter, actually the person online, the last gal from UNESCO, right? She talked about the need for regulatory authority in terms of all the online content-related harms. Peter, at the very beginning, you said, well, we can't forget the other side of the equation. Tech regulation itself has to be consistent with human rights. And that, too, is a very significant problem around the world. You also talked about not just the impact of technology for generating facilitating violence against women or violations of human rights, but you hit the other side, which is technology should be applied to be the solution as well. And there's always going to be this game of cat and mouse, but that has to be done more. And then last is, Frederick and Mallory, you guys both emphasize this need for translation between the tech community and the norms community. And I think that is a really exciting area, and I think there's a lot of potential and a lot of growth in that space. We've been talking about it for a few years at a very abstract level, but I think people are starting to figure out, what does it look like in practice if you're talking about human rights and AI? How do we do those assessments? Last one, DPI was another, digital public infrastructure was brought up outside this room a lot, and I see that as an area where you hit the inclusion problem, inclusion in the technology, tech for the SDGs, but you also connect it with human rights by design. And so you're basically bringing economic, social, cultural rights and civil political rights together. So that's another area to be mined.
Great, thanks. No, a lot of content there. We're at the end of our time. I think it's been a really rich conversation. I hope it leaves all of you, as it does me, with not just some insights, but also some work to do in terms of what we can all do to pick up on the themes that have been brought out in this session, and how we can both improve the rest of this forum and how we can build towards bringing these human rights issues and the human rights framework into the conversations that we want to have here and in other forums and in the next IGF as well. Thank you all so much for your participation. I realize there were some questions online that we couldn't get to. I apologize for that, and really look forward to having further conversations on this topic throughout the rest of the IGF. Thank you.
Should we have people settle down first? They're not going to until we start. Hello. I know it was a very quick break. I know it was very quick for people to leave and come back. We apologize. We're here, we're now, we're starting. So this session is the future of digital governance. One of the wonderful things about the future is we really don't know what it's going to be like, so it's a good place to start. So we've seen this week, we've seen in write-ups, we've seen all kinds of suggestions and ideas for new mechanisms, GDCs, new kinds of digital fora, new kinds of mechanisms and such. And it prompted some of us to sort of start asking the question, well, what's wrong with the IGF? And part of that question came out, well, there are lots of gaps. And in fact, if you read each one of these testaments that people are putting out about the best idea for the future, there's a gap. And there's a saying that, well, this gap needs to be filled. It's important. There are other importance. The IGF, you've been around for 18 years and you've got these gaps. So one of the things that we started looking at, one of the things I started looking at was, well, we've been around for 18 years. We're about to go into that renewal season. And when you go into the renewal season, you look at, well, what do you need to do for the future? The future that we're here to talk about digital governance or internet governance or whatever we call a future governance. And we started to look at, well, if something that was started a while back, that was started with great intentions, with great promise, has done good things, is well formed, took a lot of work, took a lot of money, took a lot of time. And when we talk about starting a new forum, believe me, there's a lot of work to do. I've been watching the IGF since it was first conceived of in the Working Group on Internet Governance and nursed through the original, had the honor of being on the Secretariat, had the honor of being on the MAG, had the honor of being a voice in the wilderness. I've done all of those roles quite happily. So one of the questions that we started to look at was, well, what are the gaps? What are really the gaps? And how is it that the IGF could conceivably fulfill them? Could conceivably fulfill them without having to incur all the expense and bandwidth and pain and suffering of trying to start something new. So we've got a certain number of pre-existing questions, but we also yesterday, while talking to the panelists, sort of said, thinking about Tunis agenda, thinking about what remains to be done, thinking about the gaps, how could we solve those gaps? Could we? And if somebody wants to say the IGF couldn't possibly fill that gap, why not? So basically, that's sort of the shape of what we're having a conversation here, both amongst ourselves and hopefully with you all, to sort of try and explore that gap space and see what it would really take to solve the problems of that gap. So with that, I pass it on to my co-moderator, Ana Neves, and please take it away.
Thank you very much, Avery. Hello, speakers. Hello to all. Avery, don't you think that everyone maybe they are a bit confused about all these movements that we have nowadays at global level on digital?
Little confused?
A little confused, and I think that after this, so it's the 4th day of the IGF, including the 0 day, of course. And I think that with the people that I've been talking to, it was interesting to see that people are becoming some more confused, some more thinking in different things that they were thinking before they came here. But the thing is that topics related to digital are nowadays front and center on the international agenda. So, nowadays we are talking a lot about artificial intelligence. So during this IGF, there was a lot of sessions about artificial intelligence. But my point here is that the fast evolution of technology, new approaches and the developments such as the metaverse, and all that include emerging technologies as well as the Web 3.0, decentralization, need for ubiquitous connectivity, higher speeds, low latency, and high-quality connectivity requirements may contribute to widening the digital gaps among regions, countries, and on a local level. So this will cause a major difference in the evolution and development in economy, social, political, and educational areas, as well as reduce the possibility for certain regions of the world to effectively participate in digital internet governance processes. I just would like to remember, and then I will give the floor, of course, to our speakers, but I and Ari, we are here trying to make the context and to give you the context. And I just would like to remember that the goal of WISIS, the World Summit on Information Society, that gathered heads of state in 2003, and then in 2005, the ministers responsible for the Information Society. So the goal of WISIS is to achieve a common vision, desire, and commitment to build a people-centric, inclusive, and development-oriented information society where everyone can create, access, utilize, and share information. The Geneva Action Plan, agreed at the first WISIS Summit in 2003, identified 18 areas of activity in which government, civil society, businesses, and international organizations should work together and are working together to achieve the potential of ICTs for development. The Tunis Agenda for the Information Society was a consensus statement of the WISIS, adopted on the 18th of November 2005 in Tunis. It called for the creation of the IGF and a novel, lightweight, multi-stakeholder governance structure for the Internet, which includes, since then, the public and private sectors, the technical and academic communities, and civil society. And nowadays, we have all these processes, including the WISIS Plus 20, which includes the Summit of the Future that will include the digital through the Digital Compact. And we have other processes at worldwide level. So what will be the future, as Ari was saying? And why IGF is not good enough, or is it good enough? Or which are the gaps, as Ari very well said. So let's go to hear our speakers, and I will give the floor first place to Jordan Carter, Internet Governance and Policy Director at .au, Domain Administration, Australia. Jordan, please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Great to be on this panel today, joining an interesting group of speakers. I'm just making some personal remarks here, having thought about this stuff for a long time. And I'm going to try and stick to making three main points. And the starting point, of course, is the centrality of the internet to our day-to-day lives. If anyone thought that wasn't the case until 2020, they got a brutal reminder of that in the course of the COVID-19 pandemic. And whether it's the internet itself or the services and applications that we rely on that run on top of it, this digital realm, this internet realm is central to our lives, which is why it is so important. So important that the Secretary General identified it as one of the two major challenges facing the planet along with the climate crisis. So I want to make three main points to you today, because if we get this right, we can support the human flourishing that we should have as our vision for this planet. We can have just, peaceful, and prosperous societies, sustainable economies all around the world. So there's a lot to play for here. And my first point is a simple one that relates to the slightly provocative title of this panel. We cannot separate internet governance and digital governance. They're intertwined, and they are intertwined because almost all digital technology relies on communication, and the communication network that we all rely on is the internet. It is true that where digital policy issues stray too far away from an internet aspect, they may need their own institutions and discussions. And me being me, I would say that if they are having their own spaces, they should definitely apply the multi-stakeholder approach to having those conversations. But most of the time, the digital and internet realms are intertwined, and they should stay that way. Because otherwise, we will see a bifurcation of these policy dialogues, increasing complexity, and more resources being spent in forums that are very close to duplicating each other. My second point is to say that effective internet governance needs to be multi-stakeholder internet governance. I've already talked about the centrality of the internet to our lives, to the information societies that we are building. And that is why the IGF is such an important forum. Its structure and its scope forces the collision of the broad concerns and interests and perspectives from around the world and around the different stakeholder communities. And it does that by making sure there's a seat at the table and space in the room for all the stakeholder groups, for civil society, for the technical community, academia, businesses in the private sector, and of course for governments. Without this blend, we could end up just having an interesting technology discussion or an interesting policy discussion, but that is not what we need. What we need is internet governance. And nothing could be worse than building a duplicate structure for digital governance issues alongside it. We have the forum already. We're all right here in it today. But actually, something could be worse than that. It would be moving it into a single stakeholder-dominated forum around which there are some proposals floating around, a government-preferenced forum. That would be worse than duplication, and it's something I urge us all to oppose. My third point is to talk a bit about the gaps that the moderators mentioned before, because I don't want to pretend that the internet governance system we have today is perfect. Put your hands up if you think it is perfect. Yeah, there are no hands up in the room, and I'm not going to ask about the Zoom room. The world has changed a lot since the settlement of the early 2000s, and it's sad to say that it is not always for the better, the ways that it has changed. And so we need to strengthen the IGF and address some gaps. And I just want to propose 3 for your consideration. Hopefully they're a little bit provocative and help you start thinking about these and getting ready to engage with the panel from the floor. I think there's an ambition gap, a coordination gap, and a resource gap. And just to speak briefly, on the ambition side, I don't have the future vision that the internet needs, but I know that if we want to get the internet that we want, we need to take the daring step of describing it and describing the goals that will get us there. What is our ambition for the information society? How will we measure our progress? How will we support the Sustainable Development Goals, support human flourishing? What is the internet we want, and how do we build it? So to close that gap, let's develop and agree goals to do that. That could focus the work of our internet governance system. And it could be a way to develop or create a need to develop new working methods here in the IGF to be able to discuss and agree such things. Not to replace the SDGs, not to create a rod for our back, but to focus our efforts. The second is the coordination gap. We have a distributed model of internet governance with different institutions and different communities all doing part of the job. For that to work, it needs incredibly strong coordination. And the IGF can be the forum to do that coordination, but once again, there are some working methods to do it. In our own technical community, we've been articulating a need for stronger coordination. I think it applies more broadly as well. And briefly, the third gap is the resources gap. If you think about the incredible work our IGF Secretariat does with 5 people, and then you think about the scale of the overall governance systems in individual countries, let alone the global level, you can see that none of us together as stakeholders are putting enough resources into this forum. And we're also not resourcing well enough the diverse participation that we need, both to make the outcomes of the IGF more useful and to make its legitimacy stronger. So the resources gap is one that needs to be closed. So to recap, in closing, we should not separate digital governance and internet governance. We must maintain a multi-stakeholder approach and model in doing it. All key stakeholder groups are required, and nothing could be worse than removing digital issues to an intergovernmental forum. And we must close gaps to strengthen the IGF and deliver the internet we want. The ambition gap, the coordination gap, and the resources gap. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Thank you for your initial remarks, and then I will give the floor to Renata Mieli, coordinator of the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, for her first comments and remarks, please.
Thanks, Anna. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to greet my fellow participants, my fellow session participants, and thank the IGF for inviting me to be part of this panel, which encourages us to come together in a main session to address the various concerns and discussions we have followed through this event about our future as a governance community. I will bring to this discussion some reflections that stem from the experience of the Internet Steering Committee in Brazil, a multi-stakeholder governance group that has been built with dedication over its 28 years. The first point of this reflection is to look at the journey we have taken up to this point. Today's Internet is very different from what it was 20 years ago, when the first round of WISEs took place. It has expanded globally, irreversible, penetrating people's lives. It has grown technically stronger, becoming more resilient and faster than we ever imagined. It has become a critical infrastructure for economic, social, and cultural development. The layer of applications and content, which gives the Internet concrete meaning in people's lives, has also developed. With this expansion, our governance community has also grown. National and regional initiatives now form a global network across different countries, regions, youth, and dams. As an example, I mentioned the recent hosting of the first Lusophone Internet Governance Forum in Brazil less than a month ago. These spaces have become more diverse and inclusive. The diversity of sectors and actors at this IGF, which brings together around 8,000 people in person and online, is evidence of its growth. These expansions of the Internet and its applications has also brought emerging challenges to be addressed. Increased economic concentration in the ecosystem, an infodemic of misinformation, the use of the Internet to attack democracy processes, an increase in violence and hate speech, the environmental impacts of our infrastructure, children's and adolescents' vulnerability on the Internet, and all the possibilities and risks that arise with the evolution of artificial intelligence, another topic that has catalyzed the discussions on this edition. Therefore, to discuss our future, we cannot ignore this trajectory and the current challenges, especially in light of the dilemma that the Internet governance community faces. We have been discussing and participating in various different arenas, and the complexity shows no signs of decreasing. The WISES Plus 20 and the Global Digital Compact are only two among all the processes being undertaken within the ecosystem, which much of them potentially overlapping in several streams. Concerns about the future have been growing and demand more transparency, support, and meaningful participations in discussions and decisions. In this context, multiple stakeholders are calling for avoiding defragmentation of Internet governance arenas, splitting discussions about the Internet from those covering digital issues. Those topics are inseparable pair, like two sides of the same coin. Their challenges are intertwined, as Jordan said. Decisions about one impact the other. We all need to revisit the Tunis agenda, which remains extremely relevant in their essence and already addresses these integrated issues. Many of the goals established there are yet to be achieved, and the guiding principles are still fully valid. Our role as members as members of the Internet governance community is to review our own mechanisms and institutions based on the principle promoted by the Tunis Agenda. Our current concern can be summarized in two major points: avoid the fragmentation of the debate and the creation of competing governance spaces that could weaken multi-stakeholder participation, as we have unfortunately seen in the GDC construction process, which has resulted in uncertainty about its outcome. How to improve the IGF's model of debate and participation so that it can address the challenges at hand, generate discussions that contribute to provoking insights for decision-making by various global stakeholders. To achieve this, we must fully embrace diversity to improve effective multi-stakeholder participation, which is essential for the future of the Internet. Cultural, linguistic, gender diversity, and as many other forms of diversity are critical to driving our governance community. This is the path we have been pursuing in Brazil. The multi-stakeholder model is challenging because it brings together this diversity, gathering different perspectives, and we don't always agree. But when we bring our differences to the table, rather than ignore them, we all grow. Let's take this opportunity to reflect on the achievements that the Internet governance community has already made and how we can contribute to charting the paths to address the inequalities that fuel exclusion. Effective multi-stakeholder participation is crucial for any proposed solution to our Internet-related issues, including the so-called digital ones. And in our perspective, the IGF was, is, and must be the definitive place for these discussions to take place in order to provide inputs that enable effective outcomes in other forums around the world. Thank you for the opportunity, and we continue later.
Muito obrigada, Renata. Thank you very much, Renata. And now I will give the floor to Liz Fur, member of the IGF Leadership Panel. Liz, please.
Thank you, Anna, and good afternoon. And first of all, thank you for the invitation to speak on this panel. We speak about many topics here at the IGF. We speak about security, innovation, skills, connectivity, sustainability. But exactly this topic that we're discussing here comes first at a very important time, and it asks a very important question, because it's the overall question of what is the future of Internet Governance Forum and Internet governance as such. But why is this timing important? Well, we've heard it both from our moderators and also the two panelists. We have the WSIS Plus 20 coming up. But we also have a number of other policy initiatives underway in the UN, such as the Global Digital Compact, which will be a part of a wide-ranging summit for the future, driven by Secretary General Guterres. And we also see that there is now a tech envoy in the UN, following developments in technology, but also governance. He's also an ex officio member of the leadership panel. And here today I speak as a member of the leadership panel. In my daily life, I am Director General of ETNO, which is a telecom trade association in Brussels. But be mindful, I speak as a leadership panel now. So if we look at IGF itself, we see there have been some innovations in the past year or two. So the UN Secretary General established and gave a mandate to the leadership panel. And you've heard from us last year and throughout this week. And as a leadership panel, we will also be serving until the next IGF. This is a panel of experts chaired by Vint Cerf, and we bring together the technical community, academia, civil society, private sector, and governments. And we have been working in our respective constituencies to raise the awareness of IGF and also amplify the messages of IGF. And one of the most important aspects of the leadership panel lately, but it will develop in the coming years, has been to set a framework of the internet we want. And we see this as forming a basis for a series of goals or objectives to support the development of an open, secure, right-respecting internet across the globe. We have set a framework, and that's not meant to that we will have a top-down process on this. We are now hoping that these principles will be unfolded by and supported and the goals will be set by the global community. So we will consult broadly, not only as we used to call the internet, the international internet community. To me, we need to consult with the global community because everyone uses the internet these days. We, as a leadership panel, we have also contributed to the work on the Global Digital Compact by sharing with the co-facilitators the messages that we have seen and agreed with all of you. And it's vitally important internet governance community. So you gave us input both in Addis Ababa, but also in 2021 in Katowice. So we as a leadership panel didn't take our own position on this, but we tried to condense the input from the last two IGFs and conveyed it to the Global Digital Compact consultation. So if we look at the gaps, we have talked about the gaps, and we see there is a lot of activity on many fronts. But I want to look at what aspects of internet governance need to be strengthened, because we as a leadership panel see it as we need to strengthen the IGF because we see IGF as a part of internet governance future. So for us, key is the representation and participation. We have seen a huge number of participants as this very IGF in Japan, more than 8,000. I heard numbers of 9,000 across the globe has signed up and followed both online and in person. But the UN reminds us that 2.6 billion people are still offline. And we are actually far from reaching the SDGs and from harnessing the benefits of digital, which should get us there, and we think this is a virtual circle. And at the same time, we also have to acknowledge that digital and internet governance is no longer the sole remit of a small part of society and businesses. The uptake and impact of the internet is now a whole of society matter. So to me, the biggest gap is, and this is what should drive our work as a community, is we need a greater and more diverse participation at IGF. We should not be an echo chamber talking to each other of like-minded communities. And what does that mean? That means greater industry participation, and not just tech and telecom companies. We need other sectors like banking, public administration, manufacturing, transportation, healthcare. All of them are using the internet and connectivity in new ways. And I don't mean only using, but these actors are actually employing high-skilled developers to create tailor-made digital solutions. So we need to see these people at IGF. And it means also more participation from legal professions. The internet is now fundamental to our lives and economies, and with new challenges from security to data protection to workers' rights, implication of new technologies on equality, safety in the workplace, access in education, taking out a bank loan, signing up for an insurance. The applications are endless. And with that comes the need for highly qualified legal professionals, from solicitors to barristers to judges and magistrates, to bring their expertise here, but also to learn from us who are sitting here right now. So we all need to interact, and we need to see these people here at the IGF. And it means consistently and constantly increasing participation from the Global South. This is the group which needs access to high-quality connectivity, devices, and skills. And they must be here to shape the internet we want. And again, we need to see these people here at IGF. So how do we get there? This is my last part. Speaking as a member of the leadership panel, I know we have a role at this and an immense challenge. But we need to make a clear value proposition to these groups that I talked about. And this means strong and impactful outreach and showcasing IGF as the place where you can be a part of the process of how we want the internet to be tomorrow. We need to share with the peers and other sectors on the challenges and the opportunities of the internet and digital technology, and reinforcing the multi-stakeholder model. So, a final word on the future of the internet governance. The internet we want can and should be an important component of the Global Digital Compact. And I believe that the GDC should be anchored in the IGF. And the IGF is a well-established, well-respected mechanism to monitor and implement the decisions taken by the multi-stakeholder community for the future of the internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz, and thank you very much for putting in context all these internet governance and the digital technologies and importance to reach all these different stakeholders from the healthcare, insurance companies, banking, etc. Extremely important. So now I'm going to give the floor to our last speaker. No, sorry, not the last. Before the last one. Anita Gurumurthy, Executive Director, IT for Change, India. Please, Anita.
Thank you so much. I think that some of the points I will make may perhaps take a note or two that are slightly different from my predecessors. We, in our networks and in our organization, believe that the crisis of digitality is entirely a crisis of its governance. So how do we reframe global digital governance, and how do we ensure that the future of global digital governance takes into account a world besieged by extreme inequality? The GDC process initiated by the Secretary General precedes the 20th year review, as has already been mentioned, of the World Summit on the Information Society in 2025. The arrangements forged through the GDC must correspond to the momentous changes, providing the normative directions and key themes to inform the WSIS Plus 20 review process. But where do we begin, and what must we acknowledge? A productive and fruitful engagement with the GDC process requires recognition of a historical fault line, a democratic deficit that continues to mark the technical governance of the internet. Today's geopolitical tensions are also rooted in the stranglehold over the digital economy of a few large transnational corporations from mainly two countries. The distressing degeneration of the public sphere and the imponderables around the future of AI governance. With data and AI technologies decisively shaping value chains and market power in a pandemic-stricken world, public policy discussions on digital issues are also now part of the entire multilateral system, from digital trade to biodiversity, health, food, and oceans. So this is a story of contestation, complexity, and uncertainty. Where do we go from here? First, we do not want to be running in the same place as we invent the new institutions of tomorrow. The Secretary General's July 2023 policy brief conceptualizes two main institutional arrangements: a tripartite digital policy space, which is termed the Digital Cooperation Forum for the short term, and a global commission on just and sustainable digitalization for the long term. The Digital Cooperation Forum and its tripartite dialogic mode seems to bring back echoes of the IGF. Caution is needed so that it does not simply reproduce all the flaws of the IGF with due respect to the strengths of the IGF. We know that dialogue is important, but public policy is more than dialogue. It is based on tenets of public interest and democratic deliberation. It cannot be held hostage to tokenistic representation and diversity optics. The Global Commission for a Reinvented Multilateralism is a worthwhile idea, but both these bodies must derive their mandate from the WSIS Plus 20 process, built consultatively and democratically with engagement from civil society. Sadly, the most powerful countries from the global north do not want new arrangements. Please read their submissions online to the GDC consultation process. Second, we need to move from a technical idea of data governance to humanize it, to evolve rights adequate to the epoch of Homo technicus. That data must flow freely, albeit with trust, is a refrain that strips the real politic of data governance, reducing any contention with the cross-border flow of data to the singular issue of data privacy guarantees. What we need is a new articulation of rights that accounts for people's development sovereignty in the digital paradigm, a new narrative of data flows with rights, including the right to connectivity and data public goods, the right to be forgotten, the right to be represented or not in digital systems, data rights for algorithmic work environments, and so on. We need a people's data and AI constitutionalism at the international level, that is, an instrument that also legitimizes people's collective right to A, determine how aggregate data resources are utilized, and B, enjoy their rightful claims in the benefits of data-enabled intelligence. Without a bedrock of principles, the mechanisms to achieve coherence across the multilateral system cannot evolve. Third, without reining in the power of digital TNCs through mandatory obligations in all jurisdictions of their operation, global digital governance cannot encourage innovation, economic pluralism, or environmental sustainability. It cannot respect people's rights. We are at an inflection point. The planet is not synthetic. We need ambition. Fourth, global digital governance calls for system-wide rebooting. We need a reform of international financial institutions and the international tax regime for public finance of digital infrastructure development. The conversation must shift to public digital innovation ecosystems that are nurtured globally so that private enterprise can thrive everywhere and people can be connected on their terms. To conclude, the present of digital governance is not in a good place. This assessment is based on a simple counterfactual. Had we evolved governance institutions and mechanisms that were adequate to our digital coexistence, the information society would have been more like the aspirational values of the Geneva Declaration. It would have, and I quote, fostered justice and the dignity and worth of the human person. It would have respected peace and upheld the fundamental values of freedom, equality, solidarity, tolerance, shared responsibility, and respect for nature. All of this articulated in 2003. We are nowhere close. The test of successful digital cooperation would be in one core idea: the right to flourishing of people and the planet. This would mean public agora built on pluralism and inclusion, economies that thrive on peering and reciprocity, and societies of unlimited creativity and self-actualization. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you very much.
And now I'll give the floor to our last speaker at this round, Timia Suto. She's Global Digital Policy Lead at the ICC.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you, panelists, and thanks for the audience for waiting until the last speaker. Promise we'll turn it over soon. My name is Timia Suto. I'm Global Digital Policy Lead at the International Chamber of Commerce. For those of you who don't know us, ICC is a global business organization encompassing members of over 45 million companies of all sectors and sizes all over the world. We are present in over 170 countries. And also, for those of you who don't know us, ICC was the business focal point back at WIS's time, almost 20 years ago. I haven't myself been there 20 years ago, but I was at WIS's plus 10, and I can't believe it's already been 10 years from then, so I can understand some of you who have been there as Avri since the beginning of how much has changed since then. And I want to start there today, taking a bit of stock of what has happened 20 years ago and where we are now. And what WISIS, as my fellow panelists said, created was this vision for a people-centered information society, and has created also a forum where that vision can be furthered, which is the IGF, as a non-decisional body to discuss public policy issues related to internet governance. But most importantly, what WISIS created was this concept of multi-stakeholderism, coined this concept of multi-stakeholderism. And as I said, I wasn't there, but I've heard from many of you how difficult it was to make that happen, how the representatives of non-governmental organizations, civil society, tech companies, the technical community, really bang on the doors of the negotiating room to be let in and have their voice. And what has happened since is I'm going to quote what is written in our common agenda in paragraph 93, where United Nations Secretary General says, United Nations governments, the private sector, and civil society could come together as a multi-stakeholder digital technology track in preparation for the Summit of the Future to agree on a global digital compact. Right? So it's no banging on the doors, no asking to be let in, it's an invitation to commonly come together and create something. So that is, I think, an achievement on its own. Now, to Jordan's point, is the IGF perfect? Is our internet governance world perfect? Is multi-stakeholderism perfect? No, it's not, nothing is. There is room for improvement. There is room to build on what we've achieved. There is room to make it stronger. We should be doing that. But I also think we also need to think about, as we think towards the gaps, so that I can get to the point of what you've asked me to answer, we need to think about what the IGF is and what it isn't, what it was created for, and have we really used it effectively. So is IGF going to solve universal connectivity? No, it will not, but it will bring together, it does bring together telecommunications companies, tech companies, development banks, governments, to discuss what's going on and to make it happen. There are projects that were born here at the IGF that are now running over the world to do just that. Will it set technical standards? No, it will not, but it will bring together the technologists, the engineers, civil society organizations, human rights activists, to make sure that the standards that we set are the right ones for our digital future. Will it set norms for cybersecurity? No, it will not set norms for cybersecurity, but it brings together all the actors that can assess if those norms are properly implemented, and it can hold us accountable, all of us, if we're doing our part or not. Will it set policies on responsible, trustworthy AI? No, it will not, but it will bring together the policymakers that do that, as those policies are set, to hear from all of us whether or not we are going in the right direction. We've seen it happen 2 days ago. That is what the IGF is. It is a convener for all of us to come together and see, have we come far enough from that vision that was set 20 years ago? What else is necessary to do? And are the right people in the room? As Lee said, is everyone here? Now, yes, there are gaps. Not everybody is here. we don't have the necessary resources to always make these things happen as the way we should. And I think that creates an awareness gap that is very dangerous, because that awareness gap makes others think that new things should be created, that it's not good enough. We need to also think about what we do achieve. Have we marketed it properly? Have we shared that properly to the people that are not here? And have we made them aware in their own terms so that it resonates with their work, with their interests, that they should be here, that we need them here? But that means that we need to open up our own IGF community that we've created and go directly and speak to others that are not here to make them part of it. And that only is possible if we properly share what the outputs of this forum are, what they can be, and what the values are, what the success stories are. And I think we have a bit longer way to go to do that. So if I can leave you with that in terms of the gaps.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming in with your perspectives. I'd like to invite the rest of you, the other participants who are sitting in those seats, to come up. We have, I guess, 38 minutes left on the timer of this, so I'd like to give as much time. Please come to the microphone, introduce yourself, and then comment either on what you heard or your own idea of what the gaps are and what needs to be done. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Carlos Vera. I am from Ecuador, and I must agree with two main ideas from the panel: a human-centered discussion, and also, as Jordan said, let's maintain the multi-stakeholder model. This is essential. I've been around for 25 years in these panels, and maybe I see 7 men in that panel. Now, there are 6 women, 1 man. It's working. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, there are 1, 2, 3, I count 4 microphones up there. There must be opinions, there must be comments. Otherwise, if you guys don't have the comments, do we have anybody with a comment who's in the online, and where is our online moderator to tell us? Yes, do we have any? No? Yes, we do. So can you please read? Oh, well, please come to the microphone if that's okay.
We do have a few comments, though. We have 2 hands up. I don't know if you want to bring them in, but they're on the Zoom.
Oh, sure. If there are people that wish, yeah, I don't have that showing on my, so please.
There's Ayalu with his hand up, his or her hand up. They hand up. Oh, yeah.
So, please, are you unmuted and able to speak? Yes, please, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to put my question and opinions. And I joined IGF last year in Addis Ababa. My name is Ayalo Shibeshi. I'm born in Ethiopia. I'm working and studying in Australia. My research area is physical fiat currency or digital fiat currency and CDBC with accessibility and traceability. So if anyone interested, let me know. My question, I have 2 questions and I have 3 proposals. The first question is, how the nature of the internet and internet technology be inclusive and fairness with practical application while the government shut down and misuse the internet services? That's one question. 2, is it possible to fully access technology via the internet as a digital public infrastructure ecosystem while owned by the government or the nations of the country, which is without international internet governance law? So these are my questions. If you allow me to elaborate, I can propose my, read my proposal, or I have 3 proposals, or you can read it. It depends. It will take me another 2-3 minutes.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Advanced technologies such as AI, blockchain, quantum computing, and IoT, EOT, NFC, and NFT, all these technologies generate huge amount of data or information. This data, these days, data or information is a wealth. The wealth accumulated in developed nations. All these technologies perform activities and services via the internet. First, the need for United Nations Internet Governance Law. Dear participants, let us think about the root cause of the current internet connectivity, major problems such as, by the name of freedom of speech and democracy, universal human rights, and unrestricted democracy and freedom of inclusive connectivity, etc., affected local government and countries unable to control the internet, and it distract the country, and the country shut down the internet. There is no accountability, and also there is no international law to stop them. Second, we need to educate the cyber security, because that's the internet. We must start education cyber hackers to behave as a human nature, a natural human being, behave professionally and ethically, applying natural law, rather than natural law with more soft skill, rather than using the hard skill. And if we all perform any task with integrity, honesty, humanity, kindness, apply responsibility and accountability for equitable benefit of all human beings, all humankind, as a global society, including all nations and benefit of this earth. The last question, the last suggestion, the third, current existing working system of the internet must be evaluated. We must break the current cycle of the world society governing system, which is dominated everything by developed nations, even before the internet. We must build a new system that matches suitable, applicable, and rapid technology, advanced technology interest to all nations nationwide, fully agreed and signed by the United Nations Internet Governance Forum and the ITU, which is a member of all international countries of telecommunication. Unless otherwise, we don't have standard regulations to accountable all each countries, we will not be rich and inclusiveness of the internet. I really appreciate it for giving me this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Now we have one person at a microphone and we have another remote. So I think I'll go with the microphone and then I'll go to the next remote and then I'll come back to the microphone if that's okay. So please, sir, introduce yourself.
Thank you, and thank you for the rich discussion and the really hopeful proposals, I think, outlined today. My name is Peter Misek. I'm General Counsel at Access Now. I wanted to actually present the results of a discussion earlier this week. Civil society met on day 0 in a session about scoping of the Global Digital Compact. We had a diverse group inside and outside the room, and we're able to reach a rough consensus on ways to really strengthen the process of the Global Digital Compact and ensure that it is representative and meets the kind of high and lofty goals that we've heard laid out. The 3 areas that we focused on, if I could present, were around transparency and responsiveness, synergies and coherency, scope, and then a bit of background. So first on transparency and responsiveness, we all have spent a lot of time already. There's been a lot of opportunities to input into the Global Digital Compact. The deep dives led by the Tech Envoy Office, regional collaborations and convenings, but we don't know how these inputs are being used. We don't know what the outputs will look like. We have only seen in the last couple of months a very short paper from the co-facilitators of the process that we think doesn't really reflect the rich discussions. And so getting more meaningful multi-stakeholder processes that are gender inclusive, that include clear responsive feedback loops, and the inclusion of all stakeholders by design is really key. If there are to be multilateral discussions on the GDC, we need to know the timelines ahead of time. If they're going to be in person, applying for visas, to attend those is going to take time, and member states should take care to include civil society in their delegations. On synergies and coherency, we really echo what you've said about rooting the outcomes of the GDC in the IGF, and we are this week using the IGF itself to strengthen the Global Digital Compact, and we reached rough consensus that the IGF is an open and inclusive forum, and ever more so every year, we hope, and should not be replaced or duplicated by another forum, especially one based in a global north city that carries environmental costs and very real costs to attend and participate in. Finally, on scope, we want to redouble efforts to involve the technical community, acknowledging that internet governance is broader than technical discussions. We think those are key stakeholders that really succeeded during the stress test of COVID when systems suddenly went online and we all depended on the internet for our basic daily work. The horizontal technical governance succeeded, and we wish to kind of re-invoke and involve them in these discussions. So that's where I'll leave it. Again, that's a rough consensus from civil society on Sunday. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, I just want to point out where we are. I have Deborah Allen now who's online. Then I have 2 people at microphones and 1 to read. So I think I'm going to call that the cues for now, given the time. So please, Deborah.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and thank you for hearing me on this panel. I want to make a couple of real quick comments to amplify the work you're doing about what you all just said. Get the word out and participation. I mean, the fact that to introduce myself, I'm in The Hague. I'm from New York City, but I have a nonprofit here in The Hague called Find Out Why. We promote digital fluency. We work with the European Internet Forum, and Lisa, I saw you in DC this summer at the Transatlantic Partnership. So this is an example of civil society getting on the mic at the panel, and I just want to commend all of you and say that it's happening. You're doing it, right? Because here I am, that's proof. That's number one. The second comment was get the word out. Because of the fact that you're in Kyoto, I'm wondering if anybody is familiar with the Peace Boat or peaceboat.org. Okay, everybody should check it out for real, because it's one of the things, it's phenomenal. It's been around for quite some time, and it is an organization that, in terms of the digital, okay, let me think how to put this. The digital era is quite young. There's still a lot to be designed, and there's a lot of convening that will happen just because of the fact that we're designing this thing as we go, like one does with peace. And what the Peace Boat does, it carries various projects and campaigns to promote peace, human rights, and sustainability, working with partner organizations and individuals in Japan, Northeast Asia, and around the world. It uses local grassroots actions, international conferences, global networking, et cetera. Okay. But it's an actual giant boat that goes around the world building friendships for peace. And I think we could do the same. I mean, if there's somebody that could fund it, obviously, to convene people on a mass. I mean, when you look at peaceboat.org and imagine it, it's something that we could get the word out. We could use to get the word out, because we're in a new stage, and this is a design comment and idea. And my last question is, or my only question is, a lot of times I think in the conferences we get so general, and I think that we're all, when we convene, we know that we need to do this, we need to do that. I'm super curious about one of the things that you've done at IGF that you're most proud of, that you've seen have a big impact, because I know it's there. And constantly hearing generalizations about what we should do and could do is, I think, less the point and more let's get psyched about what we are doing. But yeah, thank you very much for giving me time on the mic.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask everybody here to remember the questions so that when we unwind after the last two speakers, we'll be able to answer any of the questions that are pending. I think I'll go to that mic first because I think I saw you there first, and then we'll go to Bertrand, and then I'll read two statements that I've received. Please. Oh, and there's a person there. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
I'll try and be brief to make space for everybody. My name's Emma Gibson. I'm with the Alliance for Universal Digital Rights, or AUDRI for short. And we were part of a number of organisations who launched these 10 feminist principles for including gender in the Global Digital Compact. We did that on Saturday. And one of the principles is around increasing the leadership of women in internet governance and policy making. So it was great to hear one of the contributors talking about the makeup of the panel and the success there. So really my question is around how important do you think the issue of gender is in internet and digital governance?
Thank you. Added to your question is, Bertrand, can I ask you a favor? I was just told that he had been waiting there forever, and it was my absence. So please,
that's what
thank you. Please.
That's what I thought, actually.
Okay, thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief. I'm one of the authors of the Geneva Principles, that is to say, one of the state's representatives in Geneva in December 2003. One of the many authors, so I have a stake in that. I'd just like to appeal for some recognition of the principles. The whole process has principles. They were developed 20 years ago, and nobody in this forum has actually mentioned principles. We've mentioned frameworks, we've mentioned action lines, many other processes, but it might be a good thing to go back and review the principles and just tick off what's been done against those principles, because they took a lot of discussion. You would not believe how much discussion it took to actually agree on what are fairly simple principles. It took us a week to develop principles. And another comment that has been made this afternoon is that we need to have some sort of attention to the legal basis, or maybe the intellectual basis of this work we're doing. Well, for a legal basis, there was also, back in Geneva in December 2003, a huge amount of debate on the preamble for those principles. And there was a strong opposition at the summit to including references to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We managed by open debate, strong debate, to overcome that opposition, and we included the UDHR in the preamble of the Geneva Principles. That is the basis of a fairly good approach to legal consideration of the basis for the internet. So take it back a few steps and review that document. It's like tablets of stone. It's the beginning, okay? Just a suggestion.
No, thank you very much. And before you wander off, please, because I can't even really see you because of the light in my eyes, could you please introduce yourself?
I'm sorry. Winston Roberts. I was, way back 20 years ago, representative of New Zealand at the WSIS in Geneva. Now working for an NGO, IFLA, representing the global library sector.
I love IFLA.
That is access to information.
Thank you
also,
very much.
An action line. I'll stop now. Thanks.
No, I think it's great, and I did read it once for the classroom, but I think going back to it is great. Thank you for the suggestion. Bertrand, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Bertrand de la Chapelle. I'm the Executive Director of the Internet and Jurisdiction Policy Network and the Chief Vision Officer of the DataSphere Initiative. few points. The first thing is I love the title of this panel because it's the future of internet governance, and we need to make sure that it contains both the future of the IGF, but it's only a portion of the discussion of the future of internet governance. And when we talk about internet governance, sorry to repeat myself, there's this distinction between governance of and governance on the internet. And the governance of the internet as a whole range, an ecosystem of organizations. They're not perfect, but as has been said before, it is what kept us together as an infrastructure during the period of the pandemic. The governance on the internet, however, is a scattered piece of institutions that are working in silos, mostly intergovernmental, but also individual initiatives. And at the moment, it is what Laura Denardis has described as an inchoate system. It's just an embryonic thing. So when we talk about the future of internet governance, I think there is a third layer, which is we're talking actually about the governance, internet and the governance in the digital age. And governance in the digital age, and going back to what Jordan was saying, the key question that is in front of us is what is the digital society we want to build? And I like, although I don't always agree with Anita, I agree that there are fundamental questions that are political questions regarding what is the internet and the digital society or the information society we want to build. And that's what is in front of us. A more concrete thing to pick on what Jordan was saying, but in the reverse order. The resources for the IGF is a competition in hypocrisy. It is unacceptable that anybody complains, particularly among governments, about what the IGF doesn't produce when the contributions are barely supporting a staff that is half the size of my own organization. This is unacceptable. That being said, this is one of the reasons why you cannot do more with what we have, and the IGF is just one of the building blocks that we need to build upon. Which brings to the second point that he mentioned, which is the notion of coordination. And Timea was mentioning very rightly that the goal is not to make the IGF deal with everything at all levels. We have the dynamic coalitions. They're a first step towards what could be called issue-based networks that can be catalyzed in the environment of the IGF, where on an issue-by-issue basis, the relevant stakeholders in a multi-stakeholder fashion get together to address an issue and report every year on what they're doing within the IGF, on top of the dynamic coalition so that it's operational. Finally, on the question of ambition, I said already that this is about the digital society we want to build. I like the reference, and there is a bunch of us in here who were there at the WSIS. And the question of what is the digital society we want to build is actually a recognition that every single evolution of the communication in humanity, be it language, be it writing, or be it the printing press, has changed dramatically the way societies organize. And history is basically the effort of mankind to organize in larger and more interconnected communities. We have the challenge of organizing the coexistence of 7 billion people, 5 billion or 7 billion people connected online. And I want to finish by quoting this expression that has been attributed to Kofi Annan. I don't know whether it is really him who said it, but at least he is referenced as having said that. In designing the governance for the internet or the internet age, we need to be as innovative as the people who invented it. We invented this new thing with the IGF, and I carry here the bag from the first IGF in 2006, which shows that it is sustainable, by the way. But I think the challenge is, what is the governance architecture that we need in the digital age? And this is why the title of this panel is a good one.
Thank you. Sir, I had already closed the queue, I think, before you came up. So the queue was already closed, so I'm sorry. I'm going to read two that were submitted online, and then I'm going to go back to the panel. So please forgive me, but the queue had been closed. Yeah, so.
Can I make a very short one?
A very short one?
Yeah.
But I had already closed the queue, and I already chased two people away from the other line.
There is always an exception.
No. We also have this one. My question, what is the position of leadership panel on the nature of existing internet? Internet is a peaceful, development-oriented, and civilian environment, or internet as new battlefield for cyber warfare and as a weaponized tool against other nations. Do we need a global declaration to recognize internet as a peaceful and civilian-only environment? What would be the contribution of the IGF in this regard? That was a question from Amir Mokaberi. Hopefully I pronounced the name somewhat close. And this comment from Segun Ulugbile. Again, forgive me. It is time to move from the IGF Chambers discussion into action. Considering global efforts of the UN Digital Compact, IGF should start evolving into Internet and Digital Governance Forum. Many stakeholders speak to digital governance far more in contrast to internet governance. There can be no internet without the digital, but there can be digital without the internet. Time to converge these two most important critical elements of our modern life. People now interact through a digital sharing system without necessarily being on the internet. The ecosystem needs to be proactive and creative, as well as to transform the global internet and digital ecosystems into a unified space for peace, innovation, and development. So I've read those two. Now what I'd like to do is sort of unwind the panel, but basically from one edge to the other. Try and keep it to like 2 minutes, given that we haven't much time and we did speak extensively at the beginning, and see if you can catch some of the questions, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Aubrey. I'll try, and we have quite a few questions, but I think I want to speak to maybe 3 of them. One is, what can we do to address the gaps that we've been talking about? I think in this evolving nature of internet governance, digital governance, is the IGF equipped to do digital governance, etc.? It already sort of does, in my personal opinion. It has evolved from discussing purely internet governance in the beginning to basically anything and everything that concerns digital. And that's fine, that's okay. It evolved organically. It is a bit crowded, though, sometimes. It is, a good friend of mine sometimes says it's like drinking from a fire hose. So we need to focus, right? We can discuss everything, but we cannot discuss everything at the same time. Look at how the SDGs are discussed at the global community, for example. We have 17 of them. We pick 1 or 2 each year, get together, high-level political forum. We discuss progress, how it went, go away, take 2 others next year. We cannot do everything at the same time, and that needs to be, I think, recognized. 1. 2, how important is gender? Extremely. The one thing, I think it was Doreen on one of the panels earlier this week, she said, as the digital divides are shrinking in certain areas, as connectivity is shrinking, connectivity divide is shrinking, the gender divide is persistent. So as we get more people online, but as we get more people online, the gender divide remains the same between them. So gender is a critical issue, but it's not an issue on its own. It's an issue in everything we do, and we need to have the gender glasses on. We need to mainstream gender into conversations. It's not something that you have to have a gender session at a conference, or you have to have a gender track at the IGF. It needs to be in everything we do organically. And then 3rd, what have we done that is a success? We've done this. First of all, we've gone very far with the multi-stakeholder model. We still have an IGF that convenes thousands of people every year, but we have dynamic coalitions, as Bertrand said. We have best practice forum. We produce outputs. What we haven't done is talk about them so that other people know. So I think I really don't want to forget that.
Thank you. Anita, please, 2 minutes, or there.
Thank you. Just a couple of points. I do think that the core proposition that the technical is also political is very important. So I do agree that any internationalism of the internet would also require a certain idea that it belongs to, it is a common heritage of humankind that is backed legitimately by some kind of public law. To address Bertrand, I'm very happy that we were able to meet more than halfway on something. The problem, I think, sometimes with a forum like the IGF is there is a lot of confirmation bias. I don't really have to lecture people who research and advocate around the internet on what confirmation bias means, what a filter bubble means. So if only you spoke to many like me, maybe there would be many more people who disagree with many people here at the IGF. That's because there are people we work with on digital sequence information and synthetic biology, where natural resources management is today in huge conflict with data about natural resources that is getting stolen. Trade and data flows where you really don't know what to do when public data sets are taken away by, from your governments by transnational digital companies. We work with indigenous people whose traditional knowledge and data ownership are two sides of the same coin. And these are the majority world. They are 80% of the world. So in some ways, they're not present here at the IGF. And I really think that at the WHO, we're fighting about data rights in terms of contributions. The COVID pandemic has been mentioned. Pathogen data is being given by countries from Africa into the corpus of the WHO, but the benefits occurring from pharmacological research from that data set is not going back to Africa. It's going into the patent system controlled by a few corporations. So I think that we really need to think about one thing. Is there a real separation between governance on the internet and governance of digital society? No, because all existence is hybrid. And all our reality is hybrid. We are homo technicus, and I will leave that thought with you because I do agree with Renata that it's a futile argument to look at this except as two sides of the same coin. Thank you.
Thank you. Renata, please.
Thank you, Avril. I would like to comment the aspect of gender. And I think it's not enough to simply increase. It's important, of course, and I'm glad to be here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 marvelous women in this panel. But I want to put something. It's not enough to simply increase the diversity of participation. The diversity needs to be reflecting decision-making spaces. My presence here today also reflects the long-term transformations driven by multi-stakeholder discussions, not only within CGI, but also in the Brazilian community as a whole. I'm only here because I'm the first female coordinator of the Internet Steering Committee in Brazil since its creation in 1995. Another comment briefly is about the challenges we are facing here, about the future of Internet, the future of governance, the Internet and the digital, and the main principle of this IGF, what Internet do you want? And I think, oh my God, what world do you want to build for the future, for our kids, for our children? And I think maybe we agreed with the problems, with the diagnosis, and maybe we need to profound the solutions to face these problems we have today involving the governance in our community. And that's why, and I'm going to put this as a commentary, that's why I think we have to deepen the debate about the gaps we have to fulfill to the IGF. And to address this discussion, as much of you have heard, CGI has recently decided to advance the dialogues and informal consultations with various stakeholders to grow the ecosystem to the opportunity, feasibility, and adherence to a possible event in Brazil in 2024 to discuss and produce a multi-stakeholder consensus on these themes we are discussing there, just to put this to everybody think about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lisa, please.
Thank you. We've discussed many crucial aspects of the future of internet governance here today, and I've heard the principles that actually we build on are extremely important. I hear transparency of the choices taken by IGF is important, and I agree. And also the substance of what we discuss is, of course, important. But we need to be open and inclusive. The challenges, again, have all the relevant parties involved. This means all genders to me, and I think gender is still an important one. But we also hear about different nationalities and people needs to be involved, and I completely agree. Funding of the Secretariat, yes, it is a very small Secretariat. We need to have stronger funding for the Secretariat because their task has grown bigger, and there it's extremely important. Jordan talked about ambition, and I think ambition is a key for us. We need to have an ambition to develop and evolve IGF. But again, there is a strong support and also in the leadership panel for human-centric internet. The multi-stakeholder model needs to remain. So one last thing is we need to raise the profile of IGF. We need to set the agenda, getting new participation on shaping the internet for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan, please.
3 quick thoughts. I'm not going to try and tackle specific questions. The first is, if this stuff is so important, we need to resource it properly. You know, there are as many people in my policy and stakeholder engagement team as there are in the IGF Secretariat. Similar story to Bertrand. The people with the checkbooks, and the biggest checkbooks are the governments. I think we need to take another look at this digital governance question and change the balance. The second thing is, the profound political and governance issues that have been tabled in this panel themselves could have used a lot more expansion and contest here, because we had an interesting discussion. I'm fascinated by some of what I've heard. And I'm going to rush off to another session, and it's the second to last day, and we go. So I wonder whether we're actually paying enough attention to internet governance at the Internet Governance Forum. And that is a challenge that comes here, because there are sexy issues, there's the importance of AI, there are 100 different topics on the agenda, and then we don't get into the real foundations of the model that we're sort of just swimming in. So I think that's an observation that I offer. The third, I guess, is the reminder to look back at the principles that have come before, because you don't always have to reinvent or invent new things. Sometimes there are foundations out there that can be the basis of what we need to do. So just some reflections back.
Thank you, and I really like what's been said. I really very much enjoy the symphony of provocative voices, and I, like you, wish we had been spent all day on this kind of discussion, going through it, and with that, I give you the last word.
Yes, so we are about to finish, but I'd like to emphasize as co-moderator something that was being said here. So I think that all the interventions from our speakers and from the audience, both here and online, they were very rich, very productive, and they will enlighten us for the future. And this future, so the session is called the future of the digital governance. It is something that we reflect together on what we were talking about. And Bertrand said again something that is being telling for several years. We are talking about 2 different things. It's governance of the internet and governance on the internet. And I think that with that, I think that we understand much better what we are talking about. It's about the future of the internet and the digital age nowadays, as it was in the information society age in the 19th, and then in the knowledge-based economies in the 20s, in the cyber in the 10s, and now we are talking about digital. But in 2 years, we will be talking about something else. But one thing that will be always here is the internet. So we are here for the internet and to make it a weapon for peace, something for us is a good thing for the humankind. Thank you very much. A big applause to our speakers.
Matthew, nice meeting you. Yes, I'm sleepy now. Hi.
Good luck.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Well, we have to give them something to talk about.
What's that? So many of us. Okay, yeah.
Always like that.
Where is Paulo? So, thank you very much. If you can take your seat, we are just starting the next session. I'm Giacomo Mazzone. I'm the co-chair of the PNMA, that means Policy Network for Meaningful Access, with Nima Lugangira, that unfortunately she cannot be with us because a concomitant engagement in Morocco, so she cannot be at two places at the same time yet. Thank you for being with us. The topic, as you can imagine, is complex, and we will have multiple voices to go through it. Just to resume in a few words what will be about, the concept of meaningful access has been defined in various ways, let's say, during the years, but we have some consolidated, the last speaker arrives. We have a consolidated literature about that, and I've seen with pleasure that has been treated in many other workshops and discussions across all the IGF. So what we will try to do is to try to bring into discussion of this afternoon the richness of the debate that has been going around at the IGF and, of course, across the globe. This is why we have a distinguished list of panelists with us that will try to represent the richness of the debate. I start from the extreme right, not politically meaningful. That is Roberto Zambrana with us, that is the remote moderation, and I thank him for having accepted to be with us. Then after him, there is our friend Keisuke Kamimura. I hope I'm not pronouncing too bad. It's okay? Good. From the Daito Bunka University, representing the Japanese IGF. Then we have Paolo Lanteri from WIPO. Then we have from the ITU, we have Martin Schaper, that is in charge of the statistics, and he will explain us how important are the statistics for the debate. And then we have Onika Nonlala Makwawa, but you will say better than me later, that from Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. We have Laurent Ferrali from ICANN, and we have Maria Bradefer from IFLA. So I would not to waste so much time with the presentation, but I will go straight in the medias res, as the Latin said. We will start with a video contribution from Vint Cerf, that not only is the chair of the leadership panel, but is also one of the members of the group of PNMA. And last year he was with us in presence at this same panel. This year he cannot, but he was able to send a very short contribution. The contribution of Vint is linked to the points that we discussed last year with him. One was about the problem of one of the reasons for the difficulty of access and the meaningful access is the affordability of the devices. And the second is, the second question to be related to the main topic of this year, IGF, is if the arrival AI in a massive way could be improving and help to solving the problem of accessibility and meaningful accessibility. So if the control room can start the video, we can see Vint's contribution.
Accessible systems, we have to take into account economics. And so affordable systems are important. If you can't afford the devices, equipment, and service that gives you access to a meaningful and useful internet, then you don't get to use it. So we need to drive costs out by a number of ways. It could be making things less expensive. It could be subsidizing people whose incomes are inadequate but who deserve access to internet and all of its services. So here we have some creative thinking that is needed in order to make things affordable to the general population. Meaningful access to artificial intelligence means understanding something about the way in which it works. And as an example, one of my friends and colleagues, Judah Pearl at UCLA, has written books on causality and another book called The Book of Why, W-H-Y. This is about understanding how these large language models and large machine learning models actually work. And understanding that without a causal model, all you have is probability and correlation. But correlation and causality are not the same thing. So using these tools requires you to think about causality as you apply the output to conclusions.
Well, as a TV journalist, this confirmed me my doubts about shooting videos with iPhone. It's not the same than shooting with a professional camera, but well, at least these are the results. Prejudice? Could be. So I hope that you followed what Vint was saying through the subtitles. And his contribution is quite interesting because linked to what we said last year. So this is the first contribution for our debate. But going back to the mainstream debate, we have now Onika that will start first, and we'll talk about some experience that she is following and some interesting reports about meaningful access. Please.
Great, thank you. I will just get to it. So one of the ways in which we actually define someone who has meaningful access is a person who has adequate speed to connect, a person who has a smart device like a smartphone as a minimum entry point, and has the ability to access the internet on a daily basis if that's what they choose to, as well as has access to unlimited data. And the research that we've done actually shows that we need to recalibrate how we are defining access in general if we want to focus on meaningful access, to make sure that people have the right device to be able to connect, as well as the right speed and the unlimited access to data. The experience that we've seen is that the people who actually have meaningful connectivity, those users are more likely to be able to use their access for things that can truly help improve their lives, such as looking for a job, taking a course, looking at health and wellness information, as opposed to those who have just a basic access to connectivity. But one of the great challenges we need to address is the access to affordable devices, amongst all the others, but access to affordable devices remains one of the greater challenges for people to be meaningfully connected. At the moment, especially in the low and middle income countries, we are still seeing entry-level smartphones at 20 to 25% average household income, which is extremely unaffordable, especially for those on the lower income quantiles in those countries. So I'll just pause there for now and engage later on this, but just driving the issue of affordability to access as well as affordability to the devices.
Yeah, that was exactly one of the points raised by Vint Cerf in his introduction. Thank you, Onika, and thank you for staying in the time. We are in Japan for the first time for the IGF, and Japan is one of the few countries that has hosted the IGF that has a language that is not Latin language. The previous one we had was in Egypt in Arabic. So the question is, being in a country like this, is the fact of not to be Latin character language a barrier, and how this affects the access and the meaningful access for the Japanese citizens?
Hi, my name is Keisuke Kamimura. Thank you very much for inviting me on this panel. I am Professor of Linguistics and Japanese at Daito Bunka University in Tokyo. So I have a somewhat linguistic perspective on this issue. So let me share my personal reflection and observation with you. I'm a bit concerned whether what I am going to talk about fits this panel well, but let me try. So as Giacomo mentioned, we use a combination of scripts in writing Japanese. And how did this affect the access to the internet in Japan? Maybe there are two aspects to this issue. One is technical, and the other is social and cultural. But let me focus on the first one here, technical aspect. We once had technical problems in enabling with Japanese characters on computer systems and internet applications. I remember computer systems and my computers and applications did not process the Japanese language in the way it should when I was a student, particularly. And even if your computer is ready for dealing with the characters, your application programs like word processing software or whatever may not handle the language effectively. So you can't write papers, so you can't use spell checkers or other correction functionalities for Japanese if the language is not supported. And I also remember email messages in Japanese were often broken on the way of transmission, and web pages in Japanese were often rendered to what we call gibberish, or mojibake in Japanese. So we surely had many troubles in dealing with Japanese characters at the technical level, at an early stage of the personal computer and the internet, but many of these technical problems were eventually sorted out by the efforts of various commercial and non-commercial developers. But that was done before the internet became available to the wider population. So I wouldn't say we had no problems, but they did not remain too long. So the trouble with characters and languages was quite annoying, but it was not prohibitive to the extent that it blocked out the Japanese from accessing the internet effectively. But if you look at things differently, ordinary users in Japan were confident enough to use their language on the internet because technical issues had been resolved before they turned to the use of the internet. So if we had not had the Japanese capability in computer and the applications of internet, many of us in Japan may have been hesitant to use the internet as we use it now. So we sorted out we did have problems, but we sorted out well before the internet came. But if you are facing the trouble now, it's going to be a very big issue. So.
Thank you very much. That's a very real witness of what can happen in these countries. But I'm glad to understand that is the context that is also important, because the fact that you are in a country where you are affluent, you have the tools, you can afford the right devices and the right software, this diminish the impact of the risk of being excluded, of course. This is not the case in other countries where the same conditions are not gathered. Okay, so if we are lucky now, we have a remote participant with us, and is a representative of the government, is Stephen Maitainahau, that is Secretary for the new Papua New Guinea Department of Information Communication Technology. He is connected on remote, and he will explain us some experience that they are doing with the assistance of some experts. Judith is with us in the room, that are trying to help Papua New Guinea to go ahead and try to minimize the exclusion of the citizen from the internet revolution. Please, Mr. Maitanao, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Thank you. Good evening all the way from Papua New Guinea, Port Moresby. It's great to be here online and to be participating in the IGF. I just have a few comments and of course my experience and professional experience and insights will generally be from the journey that Papua New Guinea is facing. For those not aware, Papua New Guinea is an island nation consisting of multiple islands and one mainland in the South Pacific, north of Australia and east of sharing landmass with Indonesia. We're roughly around 11.87 million people. Interestingly enough, Papua New Guinea holds about 12% of the world's language, and that's roughly around 846 languages actively spoken. And you would think that this would be a challenge in terms of inclusivity, but I'd like to just briefly speak on meaningful connectivity and what that means to Papua New Guinea. We've had connectivity as a government priority since early 2003, when mobile network, our first state-owned mobile network operator was introduced. And later through the introduction of competition, which was in 2009. And something interesting is that since 2009 and within that 10-year span, an interesting insight indicated was that the most searched and accessed sites in Papua New Guinea from that 10-year period commencing 2009 were 3 websites. The first website is bsp.com, and for those around the world not aware, BSP is one of our main banks in Papua New Guinea, Bank of South Pacific. The second most accessed website was nrl.com. NRL is the National Rugby League in Australia, and Papua New Guineans are very avid fans of rugby. And the third most popular website was Facebook. Now, this was consistent for over 10 years, and it tells you a lot of things. But one of the things that the government took out of this was that, why are we not accessing, there's a lot of information out there on the internet. There's a lot of services that can add value to the people's productivity, that can add value to the livelihood of our people. Why are they not accessing it? What is government not doing to provide those, make it easy or inform our people, or better yet, provide services that would be made online? And this is out of that, our meaning of meaningful connectivity is about having connectivity with a purpose, citizens that can have access and add value to their livelihood, add value to the productivity of the country. And this is where in 2009, we started to look at how can government shift from a connectivity sort of traditional, I'll use the word traditional connectivity model where we were focused on expanding our infrastructure. How can we shift that so that it's about being service driven and purpose driven? And so we introduced the digital transformation policy in 2020. We started working on that, and this followed by a Digital Government Act in 2022, and followed by a Digital Government Plan 2023 to 2027. What we essentially did was we shifted and we said, okay, let's not talk about connectivity. Let's talk about let government be the leader in bringing meaningful services, digital government services to the people, putting citizens first, making services fast, simple, and clear, and driving that demand to connect. So we shifted that, and this is where we are. We're working in 2023 onwards to roll out a wide range of digital services. And I think that's from my perspective and Papua New Guinea's perspective that we've shifted from connectivity to sort of what we are saying demand-driven and service-driven, and for us that's our approach towards meaningful connectivity. Now, there's so much to touch on in terms of our culture and diversity and how we are addressing all those issues, but I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I see that you put the rugby as one of the fundamental rights of the citizen, and for Italy that is not a rugby nation, but I can understand. For us would be football eventually. Thank you very much. I hope that you can stay with us because we have other questions for you in the second round. Now I would give the floor to a specific section of this debate, that is the section dedicated to international organizations, because we believe that the international organizations are playing a special role in creating or supporting best practices, nurturing them and making available in other countries. We will start from IFLA, that is the Association of the Librarians. Maria Bradefer is with us, and I leave the floor to her for explaining some of these best practice cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Giacomo, and also thank you for the invitation to this panel. Well, I think first of all, before discussing the case of libraries, it is also important to talk about what meaningful access means in the context of libraries. And so in this sense, I would really like to say that I think it is very important to take into account that libraries have been and are still in constant development. So I think in 2023, they really shouldn't be seen as spaces for books or archives, but more as spaces that have really adapted to the technological developments of today, and also as spaces that have an ultimate purpose of serving their local communities. So also for this, I think it is also important to notice that libraries can be a door of access for those who need it most, for those who need most to access meaningful information, but also for those who are most affected by the digital divide. So I guess in a way you could also say that libraries could be seen as a multi-purpose infrastructure that serves to access and provide needs to local communities, but also that has a lot to offer in terms of meaningful access. And so for now, I would like to discuss two cases with you briefly. So one of those cases is the case of the GLN, so the Gigabit Libraries Network, and this is a case that is going to be introduced by my colleague Don Means, who is at the audience and who is also the founder of this initiative. And the second case is the case of Digital Skills at Your Local Library project. That was a case that was an initiative implemented in Uganda. So it was an initiative that was originally funded by the Uganda Communications Commission, but also it was expanded in 2021 via the Enable Development Agency. So in this sense, this strategy started, it had an objective of giving extra infrastructure to public and community libraries and to also equip them across the country with computers, with internet connection, but also with other facilities for community use. So that was the first phase of the project. And then the second phase of that initiative was training of trainers. So a strategy for a training of trainers for local librarians was implemented. And this was a very important phase of the project, actually, because it really allowed to localize the training to and also to adapt it to the local needs of the community. Because even though the needs were similar across the country, of course, every community has particular needs. And then shortly after that, there was an outreach campaign that was done, and it also started in 2014. And this was actually an outreach campaign that was launched by the librarians who had been trained by the training of trainers. And that outreach campaign was done to reach the community in general, but also a lot of people who wanted to access skills to improve their businesses and also to access education. And so right after that outreach campaign started, a lot of people were trained. So far in terms of results, about 14,000 people have been trained across Uganda, and a lot of them have reported that they have started initiatives with small and medium enterprises. At least 200 people of those 14,000 have reported good results after they received the digital skills training, and a lot of people have also used the training they received to access higher education in other places. So I think in this sense, that gives a lot of context about why libraries are important in terms of meaningful connectivity. And there, I would also like to talk a little bit about the GLN initiative. So for this, I would like to give the floor to my colleague Don Means, who is at the audience.
Please don't come to the mic over there.
Thank you, Maria. The point made about the role of libraries as aggregators of ICT resources in a community is extremely relevant when we're talking about meaningful access because it's unique in that regard. Our group, the Gigabit Libraries Network, is an open consortium of innovating libraries using emerging telecom technology to expand internet inclusion, as well as to increase community resilience against disasters and outages. We've begun deploying low Earth orbit satellite connectivity kits in libraries in Africa, starting in Nigeria. Our position is that every community should have at least a single point of no-fee, low-fee internet access, like a library, and it should be resilient against outages. The point is made by esteemed climate activist Bill McKibben. He says, I think connecting libraries as a community access hubs for resilience is a good idea and highly relevant. These communities may not be contributing huge amounts of carbon, but they're the places where it's growing fastest, and more to the point, they're where people are suffering most the effects. We seek advice and guidance on this implementation and this exploration. A single LEO unit needing only about a light bulb worth of energy can be operated for around $50 to $100 a month in developing markets. This whole area, these whole systems are just arriving and developing themselves. A single unit can provide impervious 100 megabit connection to places suffering from disastrous weather, which would otherwise be entirely cut off from outside information in communities. We work through national libraries in each country to implement these plans. We are not agents of any company or enterprise. We wish only to help people in the highest risk with the least resources to cope with the terrible challenges of climate-driven disasters. Perhaps a useful policy environment to support this can be found within the UN's COP28 declaration on adaptation. This is the point that, yes, mitigation is critical, but it's really late. It's too late to reverse the changes that we're experiencing today and will continue to experience. So the strategy of adapting to these changes is commonsensical, and having this kind of a resource in every community is doable. It's entirely affordable, and the benefit, besides increasing just the normal services that people can have through the internet, to this resilience factor, we think is really worth exploring. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. A question for you, because this project is one of the oldest, trying to improve the characteristic of the librarians and in the field of meaningful access. Which kind of policies would be needed in order to strengthen, to make more effective what are you doing? Because we, as policy network, we are looking for policies that could be the most effective in making happen this everywhere.
Well, certainly the policy of the rights of access are key to this. The policy framework that I mentioned within the context of the UN's allocation or pledge of tens of billions of dollars to address climate adaptation would cover a lot of connectivity. And so advocating on behalf of that approach, I think, would be a very direct way to go about this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, we have seen the IFLA contribution, and now we go to another more structured, more official agency of the United Nations, that is the ITU. But the ITU, I asked them, bring us some best practice cases, and they say, no, we can do better for you. And they send me Martin Sharp. Why? Because the explanation was that for them, and I agree with them, the statistics are an important tool. If you want to make appropriate policies, you need proper statistics and data. And Martin is exactly what he's doing. And ITU is working already since a couple of years on indicators about meaningful access. Can you explain a little bit about that?
Yes, indeed, I can. Thank you very much. Coming from the ITU Data and Analytics Division, I think it's quite obvious that I think it's very important, the role of data and statistics for meaningful access. You may have seen the latest internet use data that we released about a month and a half ago, that says that 5.4 billion people are online, but 2.6 billion are still offline. That means that 67% of the world population is connected to the internet. Yet 95% has access to some kind of mobile broadband signal. So that this already is a clear indication about missing people, that there is a big usage gap. But even among the people that are connected, not all of them are in a meaningful way connected. There may be issues with the quality of the infrastructure, with the cost. They maybe don't have enough data to go online as often as they want, and so on and so on. It was already raised in the first intervention as well. So 2 years ago, we launched a set of targets together with the UN Office of the Tech Envoy, a set of targets on what we call universal and meaningful connectivity. This was in the framework of the Digital Cooperation Roadmap of the UN Secretary General. It has now become a project with the EU, with funding from the EU. So we have a set of targets that we're now going to put into practice and try to disseminate among policymakers in the world. So basically what we're doing is we're coupling the data and the statistics to the policy perspective. Now in our set of targets, it's a set of targets on people using the internet, but also the quality of the internet connection. We have a set of targets on the cost of an internet package, of the skills needed, and so on. And this is important because if our goal is to achieve universal and meaningful connectivity by the year 2030, which is very ambitious, and we know that, you need to know where you are. And from there on, you need to, you can go on a path into reaching targets so you know where you need to go. But how to get there? You need to know where you are, and you need to also see that the actions you're taking are actually leading you to where you want to go. So you need to constantly monitor as well your policy actions. So these targets, they go into two directions. We have a set of targets on universal access, which means that we want everyone to use the internet, and everyone means all people, but also businesses, schools, communities. And we want to do that in a meaningful way. And for that, we have 5 enablers: infrastructure, affordability, skills, device, and safety and security. And on almost all of these aspects, we have indicators and targets. We already have created a dashboard, the UMC dashboard, which you can find online on the ITU website. And in the dashboard, you can take any target that we have, and you can see for that target where are all the countries? Where's my country, but where's my country in respect to all the other countries as well? Or you can take a country of your interest and you can see, okay, this is my country, these are the targets, and on some targets we've achieved universal connectivity, but on others we're actually far away from it or even at the start, or for some indicators we don't even have the data. And that's all information that needs to channel into the policy perspective. And another very important point of the data is that you can break down the data by socioeconomic groups. So you can have a look at the digital divides. So we all know that there's a gender digital divide. So more men are using the internet than women. But how big is the divide in my country? And how does this change into if you move along the globe into other countries? We know that younger people are more avid users of the internet than older people, but how bad is it in my country? Do we need to have special policy objectives to connect our senior citizens to the internet? There's also a difference between urban and rural areas. Now, is that because the infrastructure is not good enough in rural areas, or is it for other reasons? And the data can tell you to a large extent how that is, where it is, and especially where the gaps are, where we need to do the policies, where we have to set policies, and then over time monitor and see if our actions actually are leading to an improvement or not. So that is the project we're having. That's the good news. There's also bad news, but I'll keep that for maybe my next intervention.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. There are other points that we need to dig with you, but I think that this could be a very interesting source of information for everybody that want to deal with this kind of information. Laurent, it's now your turn as ICANN, and especially your project Digital Africa, I guess. What are you doing in the field of making better conditions for meaningful access? And by the way, you use the data of ITU or?
Not yet.
Not yet. So what we want to do here is to increase the exchange in order not to repeat the same problems.
Yeah, and you maybe know that ITU is part of this coalition for Digital Africa, so it would make things easier, I think. So thank you very much, Giacomo, for the invitation. Yeah, I will report about what we did for the last 10 months with this coalition for Digital Africa. I mean, we launched this coalition during the last IGF in Addis Ababa with ITU, the Association of African Universities, the African Association of the Association of African CCTLDs, and yeah, among others. Now we have something like 11 partners. We have currently 7 flagship projects, and of course, all of these projects, I mean, the aim of all of these projects is to develop meaningful connectivity, meaningful access in Africa. The first one, I mean, not the first one, one which is very important for me is the support we are providing to African country code top-level domain registries, because we had this week a lot of discussion about infrastructure in different workshop sessions, but I mean, I think that there is a missing part in the discussion, which is the CCTLDs. And and I don't know an example of a successful country in terms of e-gov services and national digital economy, which is not able to rely on a good CCTLD registry. It's a very important part of the national infrastructure, and the missing part of the discussion we are used to have about infrastructure in Africa. So we are providing this support with different partners. The idea is to help to provide a kind of I mean, ICANN did that for many years, but just from a technical perspective. So we are providing technical capacity building support to different CCTLDs, but it was clear for us that we need to have a more holistic approach and work with different partners in order to be able to provide more than technical expertise and technical capacity building support. And so we are helping 10 CCTLDs. That's one project. Another one is access to local content. I mean, of course, ICANN is not dealing with content, but you maybe know that we have international domain names, and we have an issue with the use of these IDNs. This is the universal acceptance issue. We need to be sure that people will be able to have access to these international domain names. Another project which is important for me as well is is what we are doing in terms of quality of service and cybersecurity. We have two projects. We are deploying some ICANN managed root server facilities in Africa, and we are helping CCTLs in Africa to better protect their infrastructure, DNS infrastructure. And an important thing as well.
Keep something for the next round.
Sorry?
Keep something for the next. If you tell us everything now, then what you say later. Thank you.
So I can stop now and go to later.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned contents. That is not your specialization, but access to contents is important. And this gives me the right angle to bring the discussion to WIPO, because WIPO is dealing exactly with contents. Can you tell us what are you doing in this field, Paolo?
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. It's definitely a pleasure to jump in the discussion from a very different perspective here. Very happy to bring onto the floor the perspective of the World Intellectual Property Organization that has seen this discussion on meaningful access as intrinsically linked to actually the creation and the distribution of meaningful content of different nature, educational, news reporting, or pure entertainment like music, video games, and audiovisual. Content is meaningful if it's relevant, for instance, in terms of cultural identity, accessible, for instance, because you can read the language, and inclusive. WIPO participated and contributed to this debate for many years, providing an assessment as to why any policy that has as objective providing meaningful access should also keep an eye on what is behind that, making sure the compelling content we all want to enjoy is continued to be created and distributed in a sustainable way, at the same time also providing certain flexibilities. This is a key aspect because without the content we want, I think it's very hard to conceive any meaningful access. Following the instruction from our facilitators, I'll skip all that part about the incentives provided by IP to creation of content and the flexibilities it provides to facilitate, for instance, certain fair uses, open access, and many, many things that are enriching our lives. And I'll focus only on projects, successful examples that we have in place, and particularly on those that have already been reported in this framework as facilitating meaningful access. So we lead really many cross-cutting initiatives in this space, so it's very hard to cluster them in clear-cut categories. For ease of presenting them, I divided in two big, broad, rough groups. One are initiatives directly relevant to inclusion. The first, possibly the best example of something effective with concrete results is the Accessible Books Consortium. The Accessible Books Consortium, called ABC, is a public-private partnership led by WIPO and counting with the participation of many partners, including IFLA, of course, and organizations representing the blind community, the World Blind Union. The ABC goal is only one, to increase the number of books in accessible format, such as digital braille, EPUB, audiobooks, and to distribute them to the people that they need around the globe. We do that through a variety of lines of work, including capacity building, of course, advocacy for inclusive publishing, but the most impactful activity we do is the ABC Global Book Service, which offers an online catalog of books in accessible formats available at no cost to authorized entities serving the blind around the world. The service has nowadays more than 800,000 titles in 80 languages available for cross-border exchange without the need for clearance of any formalities related to copyright. Of the 127 authorized entities that have joined the consortium, 70 are located in developing and least developed countries, and just in 2022, this meant that 140,000 accessible books were distributed to individuals around the globe. Then we have a beautiful story to tell about open access. We, WIPO, lead a working group formed by over 100 individuals from over 25 international organizations, many of them represented in this room. The membership is constantly growing. What do? We facilitate the debate and exchange of good practices among IGOs on how to make our content accessible and moving open access. WIPO and few other IGOs now went ahead and launched new collaboration with Wikimedia, for instance. We have in-house Wikimedia, basically releasing all we produce through their global platform, boosting accessibility, of course, but also the possibility for any third parties to translate the content to local languages and to adapt it to any need they may have at the local level. That's one part of the story. The other part of the story, very important, is what do we do to assure that we promote production and distribution of local, meaningful content. Okay? Traditional knowledge and traditional cultural expressions are a big part of our work. WIPO's work in this field is growing stronger than ever. On top of the policy and norm-setting activity, we lead and support practical initiatives such as digitization projects of traditional knowledge and folklore, mentoring, fellowships, awards, hackathons, all sorts of stuff. And then we have more hardcore creative industries initiatives in the context of the development agenda. For instance, we are about to relaunch, doubling the funding of the AV market, audiovisual market of Latin American production. We also recently launched specific tools for sectors like digital publishing for small publishers in LDCs, or like we heard these days with the manga creators, a training tool for animation professionals in developing countries. So while the details of all this project will be submitted in writing, basically we can say that the progress on all these initiatives is steady and positive, and more importantly, the appetite of our constituency, both governments and stakeholders, is either strong or very strong.
Thank you very much, Paolo. Very useful, interesting. And you mentioned that there are funding for audiovisual in Latin America, but unfortunately, the next experience we are talking is in Africa. Do you have funding for African experience?
Not yet, but we can work on it.
So this could be one of the recommendations we will take out from the conversation of today. Do we have online Meme and Nana Kaga McPherson? No? Connection issues, access problem. Bertrand, then can you explain to us what is this experience from Uganda that you recommended us?
I'm Bertrand Moulier. I feel a bit desolate that Meme and Nana are not there to explain what they do. They would do so with far more charisma and passion than I'd be able to muster, but I'll do my best. So Meme and Nana Kaga are two recovering civil engineers who have decided to change career a few years ago and became audiovisual producers in Kampala, in Uganda. And they've been trying to run a company which is entirely female-led, so they're the two directors and the entire staff is female. and making local content for local audiences in culturally relevant languages, including Luganda, which is spoken by 5.6 million people locally as primary language, and another 5.4 are fully conversant with it. And their contention and ours as well is that the ability for companies like theirs, which is, by the way, called Savannah Moon, to actually survive and thrive in the audiovisual marketplace is an essential component of meaningful access. Once you've accessed the broadband infrastructure, you need meaningful content that reflects your lives, your preoccupations, your cultural themes, and by making fiction drama, either through unitary feature films or through television series, they're doing just that. They have found that although their market has increased a little bit in the last few years, they are hobbled sometimes by a few factors. One of them is that the broadband infrastructure where they live is still tentative. At times they find there's unexplained bandwidth throttling for technical reasons, so you're losing signals, which makes it uncomfortable to take in relevant audiovisual content. And there's also, from their perspective, they wanted me to reflect this, a pricing issue. If you're buying 8 G's worth of data, by the time you've run through 2 episodes of a television series on the mobile telephony network, which is the way most people locally take in their content, you will find that you've almost run out of capacity, so you need to purchase some more, and there is not necessarily an adequation between local spending power and the ability to enjoy and access the content. More, I think, strategically, in order for these companies to fulfill their social utility function, in this case as 2 women who are very, very committed to dramatizing, reflecting issues experienced by women in their country and their region, there needs to be an enabling economic climate to make sure that these SMEs are able to use their position at the forefront of cultural developments to reflect and dramatize those. And so they believe that there is no meaningful access without a meaningful local audiovisual production capability, which actually not only is incidental to what internet content can deliver in general, but is actually central to it. And therefore the question of economic sustainability of their activities, the ability to offer people career tracks. These women have left potentially lucrative careers as engineers to devote themselves to audiovisual content. That needs to be factored into the ecosystemic equation when looking at the accessibility and certainly the meaningful access component out, and by giving 2 examples of films that they recently made. One is called Mpaabi. It's the story of a young boy who, after a difficult birth in a village in Uganda, develops a condition, neurological condition, and he becomes neurodivergent, and the family hits against local incomprehension, perhaps a deficit in knowledge about this type of conditions, and it's the story of how they try to address these issues and educate themselves and protect their sons and afford him a good childhood. Another one is about the story of a young woman who rebels against the notion that having lost her husband in an accident, she, by tradition, is meant to marry the man's brother, and wants a different kind of outcome for her life and to empower herself. So these are films that are really trying to dramatize things that people are living out every day, and they are utterly relevant to the meaningful access agenda that is being highlighted here.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Bertrand. This brings us finally to the content side that we have neglected until now a little bit. Roberto, you are monitoring with the help of artificial intelligence all the universe of internet. So what are the questions that comes from the world?
Everything together, yes. I think we have Carlos Afonso online. So if we need his intervention, he will be ready to.
Did he ask for the floor?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Maybe for the section that we have for exchange, we can do that.
Okay. And any question in the chat?
Not any.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can go to the question in the room. I see already one volunteer. Please introduce yourself and tell us straight the question.
Okay. I'm Kosi. I'm a student from Benin. I'm from Ministry of Economy and Finance in Benin. I have two questions.
Please.
We are talking about access.
Meaningful access.
Yeah, but when we are talking about access, for me, we have two challenges. The first one is internet. Is it available or not for us in our region in Africa? Sometimes we see the signal, but we don't get anything. What that mean? We are talking about video, film. They make some good thing in Kampala. What is the data? The data we collect there, what is it? In Africa? In which data center in Africa? We need to have our data in Africa. Everything we collect in Africa is supposed to be in Africa to be used for African people and for others. But when we collect it in Africa and put it in data center outside Africa and call African people to pay for internet bandwidth to collect that information after again, it's two-way. We pay for the information you have. Is not normal. We're supposed to think very clearly, very open for everyone in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Onika, I think that this question is straight for you. Huh?
So, well, thanks for raising that. I think I won't respond specifically to the question, but I think what you are bringing is the fact that we have to also look at the financial model of how we are connecting everyone. We seem to have continued in an economy system that has essentially been very extractive without using this new opportunity of the internet to begin to correct some of those embedded inequalities that come with the existing market structure. So I think as we look at developing access more, we have to be open and willing to look at different digital technologies, but also be open to look at different financial models that will ensure that we are actually developing and innovating in the continent where we are building innovators and not just content consumers online. And I think what you are talking about is a discussion that's been going on within the region around the region being able to keep its own data. And I think if we go back to the intervention I made on affordability of phones, the reality is that the minerals that are used to develop these smartphones actually come from the continent. Yet, Africa at the moment is spending as much as 40% for the cheapest smartphone that's available. So fixing the economy, I think, goes hand in hand with us being able to participate equally in this digital transformation.
Thank you. Who else want to add something on that? Martin, you have statistics about data in Africa? How much data center exists? This kind of information will be available in your database?
Well, that's actually part of my second intervention, which is data gaps.
I don't want to make a spoiler, but...
Yeah, no. We have recently been discussing middle mile connectivity. and mobile connectivity indicators, and we're just developing a work program around it. So we don't have the indicators yet. We have indicators on bandwidth, which is part of the issue here. But how the data is channeled into data centers and how it comes to the, let's say, to the last mile, that is part of the indicators that we are going to develop in the coming years, but we don't have not a lot of good solid indicators on that yet.
Okay, thank you. I would like to get back to the minister, if possible, so that we can free him. He's still online with us. If he's online with us, the question for him is now, he said that they are doing a lot of interesting things, including rugby, but the problem is about infrastructure, I guess. For islands, states, the problem of the infrastructure is a very big problem. Are they using satellite? I would be curious to know more about the technical solution.
Thank you. Please confirm again if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. In Papua New Guinea, our connectivity, I'd like to first say that since the advent of mobile network coverage, we've sort of skipped the fixed line era. And so we have much of the access coming from mobile network coverage. Our current population coverage is around 76% of population coverage, but it's a mixed range between 2G, 3G, and 4G. Most of our growth rate is contributed to competition. And so there are two major interventions that we've made to make this happen. One is through and of course, we are in our telecommunication, retail, and wholesale space, we're guided by an open market policy. And so we've first had to introduce as much competition as possible into the retail space to increase those numbers. The other aspect of connectivity, which I wanted to highlight, if I may, that because there were some comments on affordability of devices. Sorry, I'm diverting to something slightly different. But I also want to flag that in Papua New Guinea, what we've noticed is the threshold for affordable is around, and these are mainly data coming from operators. The cheapest affordable smartphone that we've been able to get out there is ranging around $60 US. And this is like stripped down smartphones that have the basic smart capabilities. And we found that at $60 and downwards, there's a huge increase in purchasing power. And I think that a combination of infrastructure access plus affordable devices are factors that should be attributed in developing countries.
You mentioned affordability of the devices. There is any policy in place in your country to support the accessibility, the affordability?
We are currently looking at next phase after introduction of our digital services. The next phase would be starting to look at how we can provide tax reduction incentives for devices, importing of devices. And I think that would be the next phase, 2023, 2024, 2025. That would be the next phase as we, going back to meaningful connectivity, as we provide content and services, the next step would be to bring the cost of the devices further down.
Thank you very much. And I give you a good news. Windsurf, I asked him if he will be available to give suggestion and advice. So if you want to ask Wind something about affordability, we will bring the question to him and we will give you back the answer. Thank you for being with us. We know that you are busy. If you have to leave, we will apologize you. Don't worry. Okay, we have another question from the room. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Dinesh. We have community networks near Bangalore in India. And I have kind of 3 questions. One is to the minister from Papua New Guinea. You said you have so many languages, and I'm fascinated by hearing that. And you said you have ideas on how to deal with bringing internet to these many languages. I want to hear about it in great detail, because that's the first time I hear that there is somebody working on languages. It's probably not literal. There is no, text for it. I'm just guessing. How are you dealing with it? Number 2 is to the Japanese minister. You have Japanese and English. You're dealing nicely. What are you doing with the others who are older, who need voice, who need content in audio visuals, mostly audio? And the third one is based on the African comment. We have community networks. We have in India about 1 billion low literate people, and it includes that, but what are we doing about technology, yes, internet, reaching to these people? That's the meaningful accessibility for us.
Thank you. And it's important to remember that you have one of the cases in the report that is providing some solutions. So I suggest people to go to the report and to have a look at it. You want to make advertising for it?
I'm sorry?
Do you want
Shall
to advertise for your project?
Yeah.
30 seconds?
No, thank you. So you read it. I think internet, firstly as a web, is all about hyperlinks. Hypertext it starts, and it's, and internet has not gone further as standards and technology to reach non-text people. Okay, how do you give, I can talk about it a lot, but how we have to, as technology people, push this forward. And we are trying, but it can be like in a small thing, like it has to come together. And how do you do hyperlinks when you have media as the thing? And what is the internet in the small? Like if you are in a community networks, how do you bring this within the community as a first-class protocol-based internet? Like a decentralized web is what I'm thinking, to say it in one word.
Thank you. I think that you can get some answers from the second round from the panel. Roberto, any sign of life from the universe?
Yes. We have a comment from Carlos Afonso. He says a major challenge in universalizing connectivity, which many digital inclusion programs forget. Once a person is connected, she should stay connected. Many universal connectivity programs do not make sure persistence of connectivity together with quality is fundamental. A connected school or remote community ought to be connected and stay connected. Thank you, Carlos, for these remarks.
Perfect. That's, we have the perfect example of Uganda. They were connected at the beginning of the session, and when it was their turn, they were not connected anymore. Okay. Before to make the second round, I remember that Martin wanted to bring in the discussion a point that is important just for memory, that is the IDN question. Can you take the floor, Martin? I remember that, to the audience that last year, also with Roberto, we mentioned this as one of the points on which we need to improve. So which are the last news from the front?
Okay, my name is Maarten Bottemon. Yes, on IDNs, indeed, an important aspect is, of course, that they will be able to be used by people who don't use the Latin script, as we call it, the letters we see above. And that may not be useful worldwide. But in particular, more and more we see the internet also serves local communities. And maybe solutions can be found where they do resolve in local communities, maybe even faster before they resolve anywhere. It requires a lot of collaboration because the internet is a mess of a lot of different applications. Now what we do with ICANN is work on the IDN tables to make sure that addresses can be found. But the addresses also need to be found in the web browsers, in email addresses, in applications that support. So it requires quite an effort, and we're very happy to facilitate that effort by also supporting the Universal Acceptance Steering Group, which in its work goes well beyond ICANN as such. But if you allow me, I'd like to make another point here. Other aspects of meaningful accessibility are also in power. Is there enough power? You see that's different in different parts of the world. And is in affordability, as you rightly said. I must say India is in the good position that at least mobile access is amazingly affordable compared to some other parts in the world, for instance in Africa, where if you have this mobile phone, it's very expensive to use it. So it's also not thinking only in terms of is electricity there, is bandwidth there, but also is access affordable. Next to the IDM point, if you allow me.
Oh, please, thank you. Thank you very much. So Martin, do we can expect that for the next round of GTLDs, there will be a push from ICANN about IDN TLDs?
My expectation, and of course it's the market who will come with proposals, but we believe that this is an opportunity for, in particular, the next billion to be reached, and that next billion will need to have access to the non-Latin characters, and we do what we can to support that in that. So,
Inshallah, they say in other parts of the world. Okay, thank you. This brings exactly to the point with our Japanese colleague. You see that the problem is seen in different ways in different parts of the world. Can you add something?
Yes, IDN. Well, remember IDN is just a piece of the bigger problem. So I guess we should take care of other issues other than IDN. But the problem we have with IDN in Japan is like this. Internationalized domain names in Japanese characters are not well accepted locally. So many of us do not, or most of us do not use internationalized domain name in Japanese characters. I don't quite remember any of the major local websites identify themselves with IDN. I believe these websites have their names registered in IDN for protective or defensive reasons, but that's about it. And for me, I don't know if this is true to others, but for me, it is comfortable to use Japanese characters for search strings rather than for URLs or identifiers. And so when you write Japanese, you have to use a combination of the alphabet and symbols and the Japanese characters. So if you want to use IDNs, you have to produce a combination of these scripts anyway. So I mean, you have to use the Latin alphabet in any way. So you have to switch back and forth between Japanese characters, the Latin alphabet, and other symbols. So it's very cumbersome to use IDN in Japanese. In Japanese. So that's one issue. In addition, you can easily identify a URL in the Latin alphabet in an article written in Japanese because it just stands out the rest of the text. So it's easier for you to, locate URL from written Japanese. So, and if the URL is written in IDN, you maybe find it difficult to find out where the URL is. So that's another issue from a practical point of view. And well, actually, when you write Japanese, you often switch from one script to another to emphasize a word or phrase in the middle of a sentence when you write Japanese texts. So we are used to switch from the Latin alphabet to Japanese characters and to kanji. So we are quite used to using the alphabet for any purposes. So that may related to the low take-up of the IDN in Japanese. This is my personal observation.
Thank you, Professor. But the time is tyrant. We need to give the floor to the others.
May I add a little bit to that?
Yes.
So I really appreciate your experience, and Japan is a case where well-educated people have good access to computers and manage to do what you say right now. When I think, and when Giacomo asked about the longer term, I'm thinking indeed of the longer term where we see part of the world where the mobile is the device, where it's more difficult to switch, and also a world in which we see that increasingly voice commands will be taking over, etc. So I think for the longer term, we may not be. I remember I was used to put my telephone on a modem, and that worked. But I'm glad I don't have to do that anymore. So I think you give an excellent example. But for the longer term, I think we can't avoid. People will earlier be able to learn an adapted internet than that everybody will be able to use Latin characters.
I think that we will have to come back to you for what we will write in the report. So we will need your help for finalizing the report on this point. Thank you very much. So, Martin, please, we are very late, so if we can be short as much as possible. Just to mention something that you have no time to mention, I will do for you. There is a pilot experience that ITU is doing with UNESCO in the Pacific area, where we are combining data from your database and the UNESCO Rome indicators. That is a very interesting combination of contents and access to from the technical viewpoint. But please complete your presentation about the statistics.
Yes, thank you.
In the shortest possible time.
I'll try to be short. I mentioned the good news. We have a lot of data on universal and meaningful access and universal and meaningful connectivity, as we call it. This includes a lot of data on prices of internet packages, mobile packages, etc. There was a comment before. Just want to say that we have a very rich data set on that. But the bad news is there's also a lot of data gaps. And that's partly because the data aren't there, partly because the data are there, but we are not coordinated. We don't have access to the data. We don't get the data from the source, or we don't have a partnership with the source. And that's something that we're working very hard on. For example, anything to do with speed measurement, actual speed measurements, MLab, UCLA, those kind of places. We need to continue working with them. Handset devices is an area we are not yet working on, but we've had a lot of contact with the World Bank, with what used to be A4AI before, and that's certainly work that needs to continue. We're working on big data, the power of big data to also be able to get a more granular view of what's happening in a country, within a community even. We're working very hard on that. But very importantly, I mentioned digital divides, and digital divides is about people, you need to know who the people are who are using the internet and what they're using it for and who is not using. And still the best source for that is surveys of people often run by a statistical office. And for that we have very good data from all the high-income countries and not a lot of good data from low-income countries, simply because surveys are expensive. So policymakers who see the importance of data for achieving universally meaningful connectivity should also add funding statistical offices in their program.
That's fundamental. Onika, how you can complement this experience? You can compete with the ITU in providing the collecting data?
Yeah, I will just add one thing. Gender segregated data. Very important if we stand a chance at closing the digital gender gap.
Okay. But your report can be seen as a complement of what ITU provides?
Certainly. So we are actually currently in the process of collecting data on the cost of what we are calling the cost of exclusion, looking to calculate the economic impact of excluding women from the digital economy, but also humanizing that experience by looking at qualitative research and ethnographic studies to really be able to paint a picture and tell a story about what we are losing in our economies by not being inclusive in our digital development.
Okay. Remember that ITU Secretary General is a woman, so if you send to her, then she will ask Martin to look more in deep for the... Laurent, so are you scared about what our Japanese professor said, that domain name will be overpassed by search engines?
Yeah, I mean, this is something, I mean, we know, I mean, it's like, you know, using mobile phone now with apps make, I mean, domain names invisible. But this is not up to ICANN to say that, and to make a comment on that. I mean, we have, in the context of a coalition, we are working with the Association of African Universities, and for them, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. So, I mean, if universities in Africa, I mean, have some interest for IDN, for us, I mean, we will try to help them to develop universal acceptance in the continent, etc. So again, I mean, it's not up to ICANN to say that, yeah, we don't need any more domain names or whatever. I mean, it's, we are working with partners. We are trying to have, we are very humble in our approach. It's, we are asking people what they need, and then we are trying to help them to bring them what they need, the support they need. This is what we are doing with all the tracks, all the initiative of this coalition. I mean, again, I mean, we are coming with, I mean, technical knowledge, expertise, and we are used to go through a need assessment phase to better understand what they need. And at the end, I mean, the different organizations, the different countries, it's up to them to decide where they want to go. We can just bring some expertise, technical expertise to them. So I think that for these people, I mean, to come back to this, to your question, I think for some universities in Africa, it makes a lot of sense to have access to domain names in local scripts. So let's say that it's still important. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria.
Yes, thank you. Well, I think in terms of data, I would only have to add to what Onika said. I think it is important to have disaggregated data, not just in terms of sex, but also in terms of gender, because there's also other minorities, for example, that are invisible to this, and there's not enough data on that. But also, and talking about the context of libraries, we also need better and more data in regard to what is the amount of libraries, for example, that are currently connected to the internet. And from that amount of libraries, also maybe better indicators to assess inside which of those facilities there's a meaningful access to information. So I think that is something that I could also add in that sense. And maybe also adding a bit to what my colleague Don mentioned before in terms of policies, something that we also observe and think that could be useful would be to consider mentioning libraries explicitly in policies, digital cooperation policies, but also digital inclusion policies, because very often the term libraries really gets buried under the term of public access facilities. And this is something that really makes libraries invisible at a higher policy level. So this is also something to take into account. And also finally, just to add, it is also important to notice that the public access infrastructure development initiatives should also really include skilling of staff to run and also to facilitate digital inclusion and capacity building initiatives at a local level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I have to ask for some patience, because we asked to 3 people in the room, 3 distinguished friends of us, to listen carefully to what has been said and to tell us the feedback about what they retain as the most interesting points that we can include in the report. So can we start with Jane, that I see is ready to tell us? Just a few minutes of patience. Yeah.
Yes, I'll be very brief. One, solving the connectivity gap will take a multi-stakeholder approach, much like the PNMA itself and our panelists here today and the great speakers we've heard. Problems are being solved through coalitions, to regulatory and policy making from Papua New Guinea to Benin to help balance out markets. Changes need to be made from extractive-only policies. Data must be gathered to identify gaps. ITU, ICANN, and others are doing this to help us look at better solutions to identify what those gaps are. Partnerships are key, and innovative financing approaches need to be made to support and build networks, including CCTLDs and data centers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane. This was about connectivity, and about digital inclusion, Carlos Rey Moreno.
Hi, everyone. So I feel a lot of the discussion today has been about digital inclusion, and many topics have been touched upon, the universal acceptance and everything that has to do about people being able to communicate with the scripts that are other than Latin, should be able to do it online, and it's not only about IDNs, but many other hardware and software elements. A lot of discussions around purpose-driven content, supporting the production as well as the distribution of relevant content, e-governance services, such as in the case of Papua New Guinea, and cultural relevant services elsewhere. A lot of discussions in relation to that about incentives, funding that you may go and talk to Paolo about, as well as sustainability of those content producers. As well as an outreach campaign to understand and to make people aware that this is possible. Also, the comment from Laurent about the importance of having a strong national CCTLDs to develop the digital economy and include people that might be related to using country-level domains. In the importance of cybersecurity, although it hasn't been pointed out, there is a lot of elements around digital inclusion that have to be with cybersecurity in the context of, for instance, technology-facilitated gender-based violence and all the work and all the policies that are required in that front. Accessibility, all the projects from WIPO around making books available for blind people, and some discussions also around fostering innovation at the local level. I mean, we heard Dinesh, but we've been hearing others, the importance about how local people can actually come up with their own decisions, and this conversation about meaningful access and meaningful connectivity shouldn't be an only top-down one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. Very useful and very right and appropriate comments. So now about capacity development, Margaret will give us her hints.
Thank you, Chair. Highlight on capacity building that technical skills are needed to understand emerging technologies and make them address and offer solutions. Training of trainers on digital skills is critical, and with this localization of this training to address local needs. Technical capacity support for internet registries is already happening through the project Digital Africa. Digital skills are needed to ensure quality of services and address cybersecurity challenges. We need a holistic approach on capacity building to ensure that we are addressing the needs that are needed. Statistics are needed to determine skills needed for meaningful access and use. I know I've repeated myself there. Then there was discussions around hyperlinks and how they can be used to address issues of language and Japanese characters, and a study has been detailed that is part of the report. Again, it was said that internet is a mess of a lot of applications, and diverse digital skills are needed, and that is about it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Very useful. Please, if you can send us your notes, will be very useful, because we have to produce very quickly a first report, and what you say are perfectly making the picture. Roberto, there is life from in the universe, or they already went to sleep?
Actually, there is one more comment from Stephen, but he wants us to read it, and it says, great interventions from other participants on the need to increase production on local audio and video content. This is a key intervention Papua New Guinea is taking note of, and should take to improve meaningful connectivity across more than 800 languages and cultures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are on my Swiss passport. I have to say that I've not been good, because I'm 2 minutes over. But on my Italian passport, having only 2 minutes delay, I am a lot better than the usual performance. I want to thank all the participants here, all the speakers, and especially Daphne. Can you stand up, please, Daphne? Thank you. And Roberto, that volunteered the last moment, as usual, to support us, and all the speakers and all the participants. Thank you very much. I see that Julian is here. Too late, we are already closed. But your session, please send me the conclusion, and we will include in the report. We will hyperlink. Sorry, the hyperlink we will put in the report, because what you said in the session earlier today was very important and relevant for us. Thank you very much to everybody for the patience. Goodbye.